Hello, welcome everybody. I am Sister Freedom, Big Mama. Welcome to Unscrambled Minds.
Hello, I'm Rosanea.
Happy Friday, everyone. How y'all doing? Daughters of the Sea here, aka Dots.
Happy Friday, everybody. This is Nisha. Welcome to the show. We appreciate everybody for coming.
Well, hello. Tonight. This is long awaited. And I'm going to tell you, I've been waiting for if I really count it up, about 17 years to get this king on the panel. It's like I got my clutches in them. This is Dr. Phil Valentine on Unscrambled Minds. We couldn't wait to get you here because we knew you was going to set the record straight. So, Dr. Valentine, why don't you go ahead and tell us a little about yourself? Just introduce yourself to those who couldn't have possibly have ever heard of you. But go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself before you get into the nitty-gritty.
Well, I don't know where to start. I haven't had to do this in so long. I started out as a child and grew from there. And from that point forward in the West Indies, from Trinidad, I was baptized there in Obia and essentially came over as a Catholic from Catholic school, went to public school, and from that point went to college, dropped out of college, went into music, and met a lot of superstars. You saw if you see my print right here, these are some of my friends. In the middle there is Verdine White from Earth, Wind, and Fire. My wife and I are very close with them. I've been, traveling and teaching for the last nearly 40 years. I started a group called the Underground Metaphysical Society in New York City back in the early 1980s. I had a co-partner, my wife, my first wife, who had my children, and then I had a second wife, Queen Afua, and helped her with her books in dealing with something called The Sacred Woman, and also dealing with another book where I gifted her the 12 Principles of the Sacred Woman in the book titled Heal Thyself. I went on to write another book called The Wounded Womb. I'm right now writing 7 books simultaneously. The first book that I'm actually focusing on is called Cosmic Codex, Book of the Earth. My wife and I, my present wife of nearly 20 years is Dr. Nalani Valentine. You will see her book soon coming out. She went through a serious health challenge and came out where everybody thought that she was not going to make it. In her book, which is going to be a bestseller, She is going to essentially speak about that. You can pre-order it online, and we can speak about that a little later on. From there, I've been doing naturopathic. I'm a doctor of naturopathic medicine. My PhD is in hygienic science. I'm also a doctor of metaphysics. I'm also a certified hypnotherapist. Um, I have many titles, but it don't really mean anything if you really can't help people with it. And I was the one who broke the hoax about AIDS, almost to the peril of my life. Back in 1985, I came out and said AIDS was the whole HIV to AIDS was a hoax. And it wasn't until some European scientists came out and said the same thing that I gained back my validity. I started something called the Gathering of the Masters, where I introduced a lot of brothers and sisters to the metaphysical sciences. And from that point forward, I've been doing lectures, and I have my university. We established not only our University of Community Sciences, where, by the way, we are the next semester begins on the 23rd of this month, February 23rd. You can uh, join up uh, and register. If you want to, you can call 800-847-1291. Again, 800-847-1291. We also have an online homeschool for children called the Institute for Self Mastery, which is 12 years old. We've been doing this long before anybody has actually been doing it. We've had this service. You can call the same number if you wish to know how to do that, how to get your children out of these schools where they're teaching them kind of crazy stuff. We also do vaccination exemption information, where I've been doing that for the last 35 years. And I'm the only one who actually have it for the so-called Black community. I created it for my children, and then it just pretty much grew from there. I have a whole lot of other stuff that's superficial, but that's pretty much in a nutshell.
You know that I know. I know you know. I know just about everything that you have done. I've seen so many of your videos. It's uncountable. Now, we're going to get right into this because the title is Set the Record Straight on Who You Are and What You Are. I want you to tell us what you mean by that.
Well, who you are is essentially what society molds of you through not the education system, but the deducation system, I call it. And who you are is what you are molded. What you are is a spirit having a human experience.
Okay.
And we at the university, in our metaphysical psychology courses, teach what you are. And that is superior to who you become based upon the molding of society. Now, the external part of you has lost its spiritual connection to the inner part of you, because now you have taken on the religion, you've taken on the sciences, the politics, and the economics of the perpetrator who has stolen your land.
Mm.
And so the land and the people that we essentially were, the autochthonous people, we essentially were spiritually expressing ourselves into nature, and nature expressed herself back to us. And so we molded ourselves and our rules and so forth. Now, it didn't mean that we weren't really brutal and crazy, fighting one another to wars and so forth. And back around the 15, uh, when the European began coming in, we were still at war with one another over different tribal wars. So in the northern region, we put together what was called the Six Nation Confederacy of the Longhouse. And that Six Nation Confederacy of the Longhouse, the Algonquin, the Iroquois, Seneca, and so forth, all of them came together under the Longhouse to create what became known as the Great Law. This
Mm.
Great Law, or the Haudenosaunee, that particular Great Law now became the foundation to what the Europeans essentially snuffed and took and created their so-called constitutional laws from. Everything that you see happening here, the de jure constitution was ours. The constitution that rules us today, there are two. There's the municipal constitution, which is run out of the 10-mile District of Columbia. And there's the territorial constitution, which was run by the Queen of England. Those are the two that have us trapped and have us believing that we are corporations because signing our names in all capital letters and giving and receiving mail, which is actually mail fraud because that's not who we are. The government commits mail fraud continuously by sending you information by way of a capitalized and what is called an ens legis, and you're not that. That's your corporation
Right.
because the corporation called the United States can't do business with you as an ensouled body. So they have to covenant you as they did your mother when she signed off on what is called a birth certificate. Now I put down some notes for you based upon the, um, the the premier or the person who I deal with straight out of the Philippines. He is the presider over the North American continent. He's the one that's behind everything that they have him in absentia. And he's given me some materials that I usually pass out to people who are brothers and sisters who are searching their way back to their autochthonous selves and what they need to understand about them becoming chained to a corporate entity that looks like them in all capital letters, but is not really them. Once we come out of that system, that corporation, and take ourselves away from them and become ensouled being once again, then we can actually go back and claim the land. The land doesn't belong to them. The only reason that they're keeping it is because they've raised an army against us, which is an illegal army, against the people who are the autochthonous people, who they say came from Africa. We didn't come from Africa.
Uh
We've been here.
oh, it's getting ready to get started now. You done said the word. We didn't. Oh Lord.
Well, a lot of people don't understand it. Only, for instance, it would only be like 0.2% of the so-called captives from out of Africa actually made it to the North American shore. All the rest went to South America and to the West Indies. So the people that were actually enslaved were the autochthonous people here on the land.
These lands.
Okay, and if you could see, there was a hint given in the series called Roots, and it was a giveaway, but most people never picked it up. The giveaway was when Chicken George uh, was uh, was talking to someone on the plantation that they were bringing in Kunta Kinte and the rest of the slaves, so called, and he turned to them and say, "See, those are Africans." Well, isn't that you? No, they were telling you that you were the one that were there. You were the original people that are on the land. Those people who were imported were very few that made it to the North American continent. Those people who claim to be indigenous actually stole that title and made a deal with the white government to become the indigenous people. Those are the people who are the Mongols who came over here through the Bering Strait Bridge and down through Canada and into our portion of the North American continent as conquerors and as well as migrants. And they're the ones, you can look at them and you can see in their faces that they're Mongols. They were not the original people. The original people, most of them were enslaved or wiped out.
Why do you think that our people it's so hard for them to relate to what you're saying right now? I
Because,
mean, even though their grandmothers probably 9 out of 10 told them this, why do you
yeah,
think our people are so that they will not accept this? That there were people already on these lands, and they have a hard time with accepting that.
I know, because we've been conditioned. And you had somebody by the name of, what was the name of this gentleman who went before the United States Corporation and tried to bring us back into the corporation. And he they they said that he when in the trials that he was 3/5 of a man. Do you remember
Uh,
that person?
yes.
Yeah. Well, he pretty much was a traitor. But we look at him and say, Oh, they tried to tell us that we're 3/5 of a man. You're 3/5 of a corporate entity, and that's the power that you had. If you could put together 2 or 3 men to vote, and you had from that from to come into their corporation, then yeah, you'd have to need 3 people to vote on one issue for you to represent one person. You see, and God, his name. If you can help me with the name, it just went right out of my head for a minute. But he essentially became uh, a kind of spark point for us to say, well, they didn't. They called him 3/5 of a man, and that's what they did to us because we were Africans, and they didn't know. No, they're not really understanding how history works, and they don't understand how business works. You see, and the business of corporatizing us happened with George III. Remember that so-called what they call the Revolutionary War?
Yes.
Well, that Revolutionary War was fought uh, for the very purpose of getting us into the corporation to assume the debt of King George, and of course Washington, who was part of the nobility, the nobility of England. You know, he had relatives who were nobles. Uh,
Hmm.
when George when we were fighting George, George was king of both England and France at the same time. Most people don't know that. And what that particular war did was to conscript us into becoming what are known as constitutors. So everybody who essentially fought in that war and brought us into the corporation became constitutors. Now, if you go to Black's Law's dictionary and you look up the word constitutor, you'll find that it means the definition of a constitutor is one who assumes the debt of another.
Okay.
And so what happened was we assumed King George's debt when everybody came under that so-called constitution. But the constitution, which was the de jure constitution, was actually a commercial constitution between the states, each state being autonomous. The constitution was a script of behavior and how to act in business cross borders. It had nothing to do with us. So we came in, they took our constitution, which was the de jure constitution, and put that to the side. And the Pope created the municipal constitution. And what England did was to create the 10-mile District of Columbia.
Hmm.
And the 10-mile District of Columbia was connected to the 10-mile City of London, who ran the District of Columbia. And what happened with the so-called 13th Amendment, that's when when we were getting ready to break away from Britain, that's when they attacked. Because the 13th Amendment said you could not have any kind of gratuity or anything from that connects you to the crown, like the title of esquire
Right.
or lawyer. And everybody in our government right now are lawyers, which means they don't serve us. They serve Great Britain and a group called the Pilgrim Society. And those are the ones that's connected to the WE, the World Economic Forum. The Pilgrim Society in England is running the World Economic Forum, and Klaus Schwab is part of the Pilgrim Society.
Okay. Now, no dots is want to ask you a question, but I just want to make sure I got this right. You're saying that there were melanated people already on these lands prior to the Atlantic slave trade.
Hmm.
It's hard for people to accept that because we are of melanated hue. So it has been transformed into our mind that if we are of melanated hue, that we have to come from Africa. But
Right.
in our reality, since we have no knowledge of how this all existed except through your parents, that we are from the entire universe.
There is no place that we have not been. In other words, there was never a time that the indigenous man was not. And everywhere on this plane of earth, wherever there is dry land, wherever there was dry land before it was covered by the seas. Every time you dig, and the deeper you dig, I said this in Hidden Colors. I said the deeper the European digs for evidence of his own existence and origins, the blacker the planet gets. So
Okay.
he can't go anywhere without finding us.
I know that's
So
right.
what he has to do is he has to gentrify so-called history. He has to gentrify history in order to fit himself in it. That's why he's over in Kemet right now, studying Egyptology. Egyptology is the study of Egypt. What other country has a curriculum named after a country? Nobody. There's no Americology. There's no such thing as Europology. But there's a Egyptology, and the people over there know that they don't want to deal with any kinds of digging over here. They tried it in the Grand Canyon, and what they found in the Grand Canyon was the statue of Buddha and hieroglyphics. So they had
Yes.
to put that down very quickly. So everywhere we are, when there was the so-called Pangea, when all the continents were actually one mass, and they broke up. Okay, that's what they call the Tower of Babel, breaking up into different language. That was the so-called the movement to remove and to start the next age of consciousness. And so what happened is that the splitting up, there was nothing but dark people all over the place. I mean, if you go down to Australia, they'll show you that the so-called Aboriginals had blonde hair, but those are the ones that were raped by the white man.
Mm.
So everywhere you go on this plane of Earth, and this is why I say that this is something that most people are averse to. Once we understand that everything that we've been taught in school through what we call the education system is a lie. Everything you think you know about the world and about reality is a lie.
It's a lie.
And when you start from there, you start from a blank slate. So that's why you have the problem of convincing people that people were here already. And of course, our people, our masters told us what we could be told because we were not allowed to dig up in America. We know about the Mound people. We know about the Wasatch. We know about the Hopi and all the rest of the peoples that are here, but they always keep out. They always remove the fact that when the Spanish arrived, when the Vikings arrived, they expressly said that there were people here black. They were dark. They call them Moors because that was the adjective, the descriptive adjective for people who were black and dark brown. More is not a people. More is a description.
Mm. A status, yes.
Yeah, it's actually a descriptive adjective, and we are that. We are that ruddy thing, and the Greeks are the ones who gave us that Maurus.
It's
And
just how they pronouncing it.
yeah, Maur. They said it's from the land of Mur. Yeah, that could be part of it, but Maurus was the way that the Greeks and the ones who picked it up from the Greeks, uh, uh, the Moors picked up their information from the Greeks, and the Greeks kept the eschatology and the knowledge from Kemet. There was no, Greek philosophy. That's BS. Everything they know and learn, they took from Kemet. And so that the preservation after Kemet was destroyed, the preservation of Kemet's history was in the Greeks' eschatology, who passed that on to the Romans. And from the Greeks, the Moors took that information and actually started uh, the first university called the University of Salamanca in Spain, in Espanol.
Hmm. Okay,
So
well, I'm quite sure that now the sisters is going to ask their questions because I've got more. I got more if you don't.
Okay. Hello again, Dr. Valentine. I want to go back to the role of, the role you mentioned, the word sacred woman, and historically, presently, women we know play a very important role, right, in any nation, right? And so when you say sacred women, can you expound on that? Like, are women sacred because they're born biologically female, or are there certain precepts that go into a woman becoming a sacred woman?
Well, the word sacred actually has the same meaning as secret. So, secret comes from the word secretion. And secretions are what you create within your body in order to elevate your consciousness and you raise your what you call kundalini or the serpentine fire. But what a sacred woman is one who understands that there are certain ways that she thinks and behaves that maintains balance within what we call the masculine and feminine principle. Today, the feminine principle is way out of balance at this point, and it's purposely done that way. She's been given a certain amount of power that she was not supposed to inherit, but was told that she could inherit because she could actually be as equal to a man. There's nothing equal that actually moves energy on this planet. There has to be some kind of oppositional force that guides that particular energy forward. So when we began to become equal, that lost that immediately that they were very smart. The people who studied us are very smart. They know that once you begin to equalize anything, you begin to destroy that particular relationship. Anything that becomes equal essentially becomes obsolete. And that's what they're doing. Isn't that what their plans are? To make sure that nobody's procreating and that we get rid of at least 2.5 billion people on this planet. Well, they already started it, and I can't talk about it, but they already started about it. And millions of people have already perished. We don't know about that. Now they're getting ready to go to war to kill a couple of more million. So what I'm saying is the sacred woman is a mindset that causes her to to elevate and to give more power to the feminine principle that brings balance, nurture, and the one that teaches the child from the beginning, teaches the child language. The child's first language, knowledge of language comes from the mother. She does that in the womb. She is the wife to the man and support system for the entire society. Today, she wants to be the man. She's out of her power. She is told from the time she's 18 through 25 that she needs to seek what is called a career. But when you go back to the etymology of the word career, it means combat. So she has left her throne, stepped off of it, and decided to join men as an adversary and not complementary. And so she wants to play football. She wants to box. She wants to do the things that men do. She wants to imitate men because everything that they're doing, women today are doing, young women today are doing, essentially is imitating the actions of men.
Do you
I
think
don't,
that's an effect of patriarchy? Do you think that's some residual effect of patriarchy? Because it's so what I guess what I'm trying to understand, like on a very like just on a day-to-day realistic, like basic principles, is it so simple as saying that a sacred woman is when she's in a role of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, is what I'm trying to understand. Because I think a lot of that are residual effects, right, of a lot of things that have happened over time, specifically being here in the United States of America, specifically if we're talking about, right? And if I think about even my generation, what you learn, what you sort of absorb as you're growing up as a young woman and as a young girl into your womanhood, into your femininity or what have you, has a lot to do with the teachings, right? Of who your big mama is, or who we would say is my grandmother, we called her Nana, for example. And what does that picture look like? Is that something for everyone, right? We have a lot of females out here. We know in terms of like homosexuality or identifying as like a part of the LGBTQIA community. But then when you start to probe and you start to ask questions, you realize a lot of that come from some deep-seated trauma as well. So I guess can you simplify it to just a woman becoming sacred when she's in a I'm going to put, say, quote unquote, traditional role, let's say, right? If I'm understanding you correctly, with being the communicator, the language provider, the nurturer, the X, Y, and Z, versus being outside of the home or being in competition with her counterpart. What do you say to that?
First of all, let me place something into the narrative at this point. There's no such thing as a patriarchy or a matriarchy. That's the Europeans' divisive languaging system. Patriarch, you look at the arc, it means something that's above something. Matriarch is something above something. We don't deal with that nonsense. So to even bring that into a conversation where we ourselves as autochthonous peoples talk about what we are as opposition to them, no. If there is a matriarchy or a patriarchy, it's because these are weapons that were introduced into the lexicon of our society and into the consciousness of our society to divide us. That's number one. Number two, as far as the roles that a woman plays, it was not definitive. It was based on her nature. She cannot go into battle. That's why we felt that she was the most precious thing, because of what she had the ability to do. That's number one. Number two, if you were to go to the Zulu, for example, down in the Monomatapan Empire, you as a stranger could not enter into the Skra unless you passed through 3 or 4 layers before you even saw one child or one woman. But she now, because she followed the white woman, the white Khazarian woman, and believed that she has been suppressed and repressed in the whole 9 yards. We never had that conversation when we were fighting this beast. That conversation came up after the death of Malcolm and Martin, and their 2 wives joined the Boule. And all of a sudden now, you had somebody who essentially couldn't get into the Chicago riots. Her name ended up being Oprah Winfrey. It took her from being a weather girl, told her go in there because only a black face was allowed in there at the time. And she made her bones by being able to get in there to talk to the people about what was going on. After that, Gloria Steinem and Audre Lorde and the rest of them approached her and said, listen, you're going to be the flagship for the feminist movement in the black community. And between 1990 and 1999, there was a distrust and an attack on everything that was masculine, and anything that was shown masculine that was a male was put down. But everything that was masculine and put into the female was extolled as being brave and independent and the whole 9 yards. Women swallowed that blue pill, that red pill, that blue pill, and they had that choice today. And we essentially are dealing with the afterflow, the afterglow, or the after effects of what they did to destroy the black family. Because guess what? During the time of the so-called civil rights movement, during the time of the Tulsa and the bus boycotts and so forth, we knew who the enemy was, and we were so closely together that when what's her name, Gloria Steinem came in and said, you know, this the way that these black people operate, they're so together. And no matter what kind of arguments they had, when they stood together against the white man, there was man and woman, and they were husband. We had more people married at the time. Today we don't. The court system was set up by the Khazarian mafia so that the woman could definitely get the child. And then they found out, 10 years of research found out that a single mother does not do as well in raising children as a single father. The single father raises the children, and the children turn out to be more balanced, as if they were raised by 2 parents, if they had a single father. And the single mother now put more children and more young men in jail than anything else. They did this purposely because women believed that there was a patriarchy that they had to conquer. And that was the white woman's argument. Her argument was not our argument. And we convinced our black sisters that to take on that argument. And so they took the manufacturing jobs away from the brothers and sent it overseas to the poor people and had them doing the job for pennies on the dollar. Just like this guy, Michael Jordan, he's over here making all kinds of billions of dollars. And over there where they're making sneakers for $2 and $3 and $6. and sell them over here for what? Not what? 300, 400, 500, $1,000. And these black young men and black women are doing this Nike nonsense. And no. There's no patriarchy. There's only the people who essentially believe this nonsense. And we have black people who are in Boule who lead us astray, tell us all kind of nonsense, tell us that we're Democrats when the Democrats were formed by the Ku Klux Klan and we had a republic. All of this has a lot to do with what happened to us as a family, as a man and a woman. And so when you understand, when you want to get to understand about what's going on, don't bring in the patriarchy, because as soon as you say the patriarchy, then you're bringing in Gloria Steinem and you're bringing in every one of those Khazarian mafia women who actually created feminism, and Rockefeller funded them. Rockefeller funded Ms. Magazine. So understand that every time you use that lexicon, then you're bringing in the white woman into our arguments, and that.
Oh, okay, I'll respectfully disagree with that. But I'll land my plane there. Nisha, go ahead.
What?
Um, so I want to. Okay, so when you were speaking about the Moors, right? I heard you use the term "we," and then in another example, you was bringing up Kemet. So if we are not um, African and we always been here, then what is the connection and why did you make that connection?
Well, I made a connection to the evidence that actually is coming out now. Now that we have brothers like Brother Taj Tariq Bey and a lot of the other brothers that are out there doing the work of resurrecting information that has been suppressed, going into Washington archives and taking out information about who we were and who our people were, who the autochthonous people were. I have a book that's coming out that has about 20 different white authors saying that the only reason they had a government and the United States of America, and the only reason that they had laws, is because they emulated the laws that we put down, the Hobdena Sonne, and that was the great law of peace. The symbol for that was actually the pine tree that never died. That pine tree was a symbol for the Six Nation Confederacy, which the Europeans who came over here as migrants adopted because they wanted to get away from the nobility that was there, that was suppressing them, and it was the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church changed everything after World War, after the Civil War. When the Civil War was over, the Pope sent down an encyclical that said any histories of this North American continent must be suppressed and should not be taught in the schools. And what happened? The books that you read from the time you're in kindergarten, the books that you read in school all the way up through college have to be edited through the Vatican. So, yes, we do have tons of information talking about the tribes that were here: Yamasi, Yamcraw, Chickasaw. They don't mention those names. They mention Apache. They mention different well, not the Algonquins, but they're the ones that Hollywood likes to put up there with Geronimo and the rest of these people. These were the amalgams of those who came over from Europe or Asia. I'm sorry, check that. And what we know of our history is in the archives of the Vatican as well as in the archives of Washington, D.C. And that's where we're going to reclaim what we want. And once you understand that you are right now functioning as a non-human being, matter of fact, you don't even call yourself human because that's their word. We are autochthonous, which means we are of the land. And if you were to take our blood and you were to take samples of the DNA of the fauna, the flora and fauna of the land, our DNA would match it where the Europeans would not. That's why they want you to give up your DNA so that they can categorize you as coming out of Africa only. They're lying to you. That's the 23andMe and all the rest of them. That's set up by the Khazarian mafia. They want you off this part so they can claim the theft that they took from you and your people. Those in Africa, they know who you are. The ones who came over here from Africa ended up in Mexico. Mexico. Meshi was the name of the king, and ko means the land. And of course, you know, Mansa Musa became Montezuma. So yeah, we do have Africans and we do have Indians who came from the southern tip of India, around the Horn of Africa, and into the Gulf of Mexico. That's why you get the word Maya. Maya was the name of Tutankhamun's mother, because that too was a Cushitic society. What's his name? Herodotus said that Ethiopia has two children: India's Kush and Kemet, all coming out of Ethiopia. But over here, we had the so-called Olmec. What about the Olmec people? How do we just completely just dismiss the fact that these big heads with big, black, beautiful lips and noses carved out of by the hands of people? How do we just dismiss that? And they found that during the war, during the Civil War, they found those heads during the Civil War and shut it down. And they weren't called Olmecs. That just means rubber people. They were called the Taman Khan.
So let me ask you this right quick, and I'm gonna
Mhm.
land. What would you say for the indigenous DNA that does come up on the test? What does that mean?
Well, indigenous, and they're all dealing with the haplogroup, and they're very, very devious with what they're dealing with the sciences. That's why you have to take all of what they tell you with a grain of salt. I don't believe anything they have to say with as far as when it comes to religion, when it comes to politics, and especially when it comes to identifying who we were. Look over here. I'm the only place that I can actually show you the deviousness is over there in Kemet, Egypt. When you have this man who named Hawass, who's over there saying that Egypt was not part of Africa. That's ridiculous. The people that they had, when you go back into the archives of the of the Vatican, you will see that they drew pictures of the autochthonous peoples when they came and the Europeans landed, and they were black, 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 and did not have the Asian features. They looked like Africans, but they weren't Africans. They were on this land for thousands of years. But they traveled back and forth. We have documents of Kemet, of Kemetic pharaohs, what they want to call them, Kemetic pharaohs or Lusut, and they were snorting cocaine. Yeah, they found cocaine stashes in the burial chambers of the Nasut. There was a queen that fought the Kemites, and she was the queen up there in Chicago, and they were all black. But we can't we can't wrap our heads around it, because the only thing that we see are these Indians with the long hair riding, and they look like they're Asians, and that's the only people they show you as the indigenous people. Those are not the indigenous people. The ones that are the indigenous were wiped out and turned into slaves. And the people that you see here in the southern parts, they're the ones, the Confederate flag belonged to us too. All of that is us. They stole everything. Nothing here that you see of the United States of America, or what we call America, or uh, but the name they had was a Mexim and Acudia. They had all these names that they they polished into America. Meri means beautiful. America, land. Meri means beautiful. Ka means land, a beautiful land. America.
Thank you so much for that. But I still don't really understand if the percentages are so wrong. All of that is just not right. It's no way. Then why would, and if it's a agenda, then why would they give me It doesn't matter if it's 2 or 3% of indigenous. Why would they throw that? Why would they throw that in there? Why would they
So
give me that little piece? Would they throwing me a bone? So I'm just trying to understand what the purpose is.
they're not throwing you the bone. We're the ones throwing you the bone. The indigenous people are finding out who we are, and we're telling it to you. They're not telling you you're indigenous.
On the ancestry DNA test, that's what I was talking
Oh,
about. They
yeah, the ancestry DNA test, they're going to tell you things that are half truths, period. They're going to tell you that anybody with color, like you, rich with melanin, came from Africa. But the continents, if you were to fit them together, were all together at once before they broke apart. So how do you say that they only ended up in Africa and did not ended up in America? It doesn't make any sense. And nobody's throwing us a bone. We're digging for the bones. We're the ones reinterpreting the history. My story is the mystery. His story is his story. So when I say I'm dealing with the mystery of our people, I'm dealing with my story. And my story is something that they don't teach in school. So if they don't teach it in school, it becomes entrenched generationally. You pass it from womb to womb. America was discovered by Christopher Columbus. How many times you heard that when you were a child? How
Many
many times
times.
did you have? What did it take for you to get that out of your brain? They say that the black people, but we as black people, we're the hardest to actually come to a knowledge and understanding of ourselves. Did you ever see this movie called They Live?
Yes.
Remember that fight that the white boy had with the black dude?
Glasses on. Take them off. You see something else.
Right, right. Do you remember the fight that he had with the black dude? That fight in cinema history was the longest fight between two men. And the fight was the white man trying to get the black man to see these demons. And he kept fighting him. He kept saying no and kept walking away. We are the hardest people to try to convince and stay convinced. Because once we get convinced, we don't, it becomes almost like a new pair of shoes or a new style. We wear red, black, and green. As soon as red, black, and green started making sneakers, I knew we were in trouble. Because now you done made it into a style that's going to go out of style because people are going to say, look, you had, oh, that's so yesterday. They commercialize our movements in order to get us to not sustain the same passion around it because everything is terminal. It's this, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone. So until we understand that this is a war for the mind and we fight on a playing field that's on the spiritual level, it means that we have to link back to what it is that our spiritual ancestors showed us, what the women did and what the men did. The men were providers and protectors. But today, because we are not taught how to be providers and protectors, we become predators. And these predators, because of the society knowing how to destroy a people, these predators essentially were given all of the guns and the drugs to do exactly what was necessary to destroy a society from within. And they did that. But not to everybody, because every time we came out of it and we had ourselves a so called savior, COINTELPRO killed him. So we had to do it in another way. We had to do it leaderlessly. That's why I didn't want anybody following me anywhere. Take the information and start growing the knowledge for yourself. And 9 times out of 10, most of the stuff that people are reading today come out of this college. Most of our women are the ones graduating with PhD, but they're graduating with what? Useless degrees. For what? That's why men are not going to college anymore. And guess what? They're saying, well, women are graduating at a much higher rate than men. And that's so great. No, it's not great. That didn't happen 30, 40 years ago. And you're so proud of that? Don't you know that that's part of the war to destroy your man, the leader, the one who is that protects you, provides for you? No. We were taught today to destroy men by distrusting them. They raised the distrust meter in women through the 90s. with Oprah and Sally Jesse Raphael and all the rest of them. I remember there was a show with Sally Jesse Raphael, and she asked Cher, that witch, do we need men? And she said, like for what? What? No other people in the rest of the planet disrespects their men like that. Only here in America, women disrespect men. And it's funny. It's all right. You look at men today, and everything we are to blame for it because of patriarchy, whatever that scapegoat that everything could be put on. Patriarchy. You have patriarchal thinking. Yeah, I'm a man. My nature is to lead. My nature is to provide. My nature is to protect. But you demonize that and say that no, that's not good enough. But when she does it, oh, that's a powerful woman. No, you're not a powerful woman. You're taking on a job that was not yours, and you're releasing the job that was supposed to be yours. And again, the door was open. You opened this door. And I have to make sure that you understand that as far as the abortion rate today, because of what they did to our society, the Black woman, and this is statistical, she is responsible for the killing of more children in the womb than any other ethnicity. And of course, we're not supposed to say that. They say, I want you to tell us the truth. And when we tell you the truth, you don't like it. And it comes to you in such a way that I don't mince words. I don't play. I know what the problem is. And I've been saying it for the last 40 years. And if you read my book, and if you look at any of my programs, you'll see that everybody was hating me back when I said exactly what would happen today. And look around you. I told you that as soon as the feminism gained power, you're going to see the homosexual community gain power. And as soon as the homosexual community gained power, you're going to see the pedophile community gain power. What's been happening? No, we don't listen. Women don't today. Our sisters are not taught to listen to men who have the righteous truth to tell you exactly what it is you're doing wrong. We're not supposed to chastise you. We're not supposed to tell you what you're doing wrong. We're supposed to just say that's a powerful sister and she's doing her thing. No, she's not. We essentially have lost the battle as men. We lost. I admit that. We lost the battle and we have not yet come back to save you or to rescue you. But you have to understand that it's a war. And if you think that you're going to step out there and do a fireman's job, go out there on the front line of battle and kill enemies and do all that stuff, then yes, go ahead. But you're going to be sorry at the later end, because guess what? As soon as you start getting past 30 and you don't have children, you don't have a husband, you're not dealing with what a woman is created to do, you start getting depressed. And that's why you as women take in more drugs for depression than any other person. Why? Because you're not being you. You're believing that there's a patriarchy that's your enemy. No, the enemy is within. There's no patriarchy. There's an enemy that's working against both of us, men and women. And until we come together and understand, no, it's not going to work.
Dulcie, real quick, I'm going to be real quick.
Okay.
I want to be clear, Dr. Valentine. The reason why I use the word patriarchy is because you use the word feminism. We're using the English lexicon. We're having a conversation in English. And when I'm saying patriarchy, it's to conjure up a visual so that as people are listening, they have an idea sort of what we're talking about. So if you can't use the word patriarchy, how come we're using the word feminism?
No, feminism birthed the word patriarchy.
Right, they go so
right, they go hand in hand. But you
right.
used it. But you used it as a definitive point of reference.
No, that wasn't what I meant. It was a question. Okay. That's all. It's a question. So let's be clear, right? I'm asking questions. Okay, good. It's not a battle. I'm asking questions. No, but I was confused about the whole idea, because how can we're using the word feminism, but we can't use the word patriarchy, and they go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I understand that. Mm-hmm. Feminism did not exist. Feminism did not exist in our lexicon. Neither did patriarchy. That was a construct, a weapon that was essentially created to socially destroy us from within. Feminism is a cancer, it's a disease of the mind, and it's infected all women. It's a pandemic. That's the true pandemic, feminism. And most women don't want to hear it, especially our black women. And why you think these so-called, what do you call them, passport bros? They're sick and tired of it. They're leaving. They say we don't need you anymore. You told the men, we don't need no man. Yeah, you keep saying that. Your mantra is coming back at you. And I'm just saying this because I'm dad, I'm pops, I'm old, and that we're crazy. We could say shit that most people don't even. Oh yeah, what? Well, you said he was too old. You see now, he getting crazy. Yeah, I enjoy the fact that I'm in my mid 70s. Why? Because I can say things with authority. I didn't have no. What is just said? I didn't have this kind of stuff here. I didn't have a computer screen. I had to go to the libraries. I had to join the secret societies and find out what they hid from us. I went in and read 2,500 books. I know stuff that I don't even know I know until somebody asks me a question. That's how I keep. I'm the keeper of the information, and they don't like me. They tried to kill me when I told them AIDS was a hoax. The women came out against me when I came out with a wounded womb. But I don't care. I know that I'm correct because I do it with love. I do everything I do with love. But I'm one of those tough love dads. You ask my daughter, you ask my sons. They know what I'm about, and they're whole human beings because of the way I was. I got my ass whipped by my parents, and these West Indian. If you're West Indian, you know you get your ass whipped if you're wrong. But again, this is not me being belligerent. This is not me being angry. This is just me being passionate
Right.
because I love all of you all.
Well, I have a question, and it's a little bit going further back than
Who's that?
what your. My name's Dulcinea. It's a little bit going back than what you were saying before.
Oh,
So,
okay.
if so-called Black people are the ones that are not human and spiritual, having a human experience, how do we know which peoples are doing that? Is it just us? Are we the only people and everybody else is human? And then, is there any, like Noble Drew Ali said, is there anything that we're supposed to be doing to uplift fallen community?
Yeah. Community is exactly what it is to commensurate together. You look what? That was interesting. I didn't know what that was. But um, when we come together, as far as you saying that we're not humans, like these people. No, we are again spirits having a human experience. They say, but the human, the flesh, the avatar, right here. This is the illusion. What happens is we have to bring the avatar to heal, so to speak, because it's susceptible to so many different distractions, especially the ones that have to do with your senses. Your senses can be a great distraction, especially when you're young. Your senses are on high alert, especially with the sexual energy. So until such time as we understand how to control the energies that make us inhuman, if you understand what I mean in that, and aspiritual, we cannot actually come into the understanding of what we are. And I didn't say who we are, I said what we are. And the argument has always been about who we are. They flipped the script and said what we are is what we do. No. They see how they hid that? You see how the language was twisted? What we are is what we do. What do you do? What is the doing situation to them? Who we are is essentially what you become from what you do. No. What you are, again, is a aggregation of different forms of particles mathematically and geometrically coalesced together and brought into this particular framework so that the spirit within and the God within can be reflected to the God without. We are the feedback mechanism of the Most High. Our experiences as we spiritualize matter, that's our purpose, to spiritualize matter. You are matter, and matter can go wild based upon the passions that it's susceptible to. Once you understand how matter works from within, the true you, then you bring this into balance with the inner. You take your inner, the passions that would run wild, and you bring it into balance with yourself, and that's how a whole so-called being of light comes about, a resurrected being of light. But we are being distracted. We become human doers instead of human beings. And the human doer now is one that is constantly distracted, constantly told that you should fear the next enemy that's coming up. And these bastards who run the world today know that your basest instinct is to is survival and self-preservation. So they'll constantly keep that particular energy in the atmosphere. Look at what's going on around you. You can't buy your food. Your job is threatened. There's shooting and killing in the streets. They'll be getting ready for World War III and A, B. I mean, it's constantly. Why isn't there any peace? There's no peace because of what it is that's running this particular paradigm, and that's some demonic ass energies that we're dealing with, and they've embodied themselves. So if you want to talk about what is a human being, hue, if you want to deal with it, means color or shade. And if you want to deal with man, it does not mean male. The word man does not mean male as the overall dynamic of speaking about what it is that we are as a species. Man breaks down in the so-called Hebrew alphabet as Mem, Alf, Nun. Mem means mother. The aleph, which is in between the word man, is the male, the man. The n, which means nun, which means the fish that smokes, the same way that they dealt with Jesus Christ being the fish. That's the spiritual man that is locked within the masculine and the feminine and is expressed through the sun, which is the nun. So you have man, mother, father, child. So it's not about the male or female. It's about what we do together. So I'm not sure how to answer the questions that you want about what it is you're seeking to find an answer to. But essentially, we have to come to the understanding that as beings of light, that the outer covering is there to test us. You took on a body in order to become a feedback mechanism for the Most High. We say the Most High is all things. If everything is all, if there is nothing outside of the all, then there must be something inside the all that needs to be shown. So the all contracted upon itself. The all contracted upon itself metaphysically, and you became part of the all. You became that subtraction. And in you is the spark of the one being that could not know itself. And I call it it, not he, not she, but it. You say it is raining, it is snowing, it is warm. What is the it? The it is the God that suffuses to everything. So what you are as a creature of the Most High, you are the Most High folded over unto itself to know itself.
Wow.
And so everything that you do, you choose the womb. And your father essentially created that particular space for you to come through because he's the one who determines what you become. You choose the time to come into that path. And I can tell you how you actually come in, how he chooses that as well, whether you become male or female. But you chose the female body, and the female body has certain things that make it female. And there's certain behaviors necessary to maintain the health of that body. But today, women don't see that. The sacred woman, as Afua was teaching it, had certain behavioral patterns that made her sacred. Today, she ain't sacred. She's too busy being a man. She isn't doing anything new. She's just imitating men. What is it like to be the woman then? Nobody can teach women what it's like to be a woman. All she thinks she is a vagina and breast, because that's what the so-called, what is that? the OnlyFans or something like that tells her that she is nothing but breasts and behinds and getting some kind of Brazilian butt lift. What is that? What the hell is that?
What you know about OnlyFans?
I know about OnlyFans. I study there. I study the what they talk about. The
He said he
what's the name?
studied on OnlyFans.
You know about
Oh yeah, I see. Okay, I see what you're
what
saying.
she wants to
No,
with
no, I don't have no OnlyFans. What do you call it? And I know that's a little dig at me. That was funny. Yeah, no, OnlyFans. But why we are actually seeing these young women who come out of these OnlyFans spaces and they're now depressed. They're depressed. Let's get back to American Indian history. Nice.
Sister Freedom,
There he is. Top cats. I was waiting for him to come.
do you want me to drop the link for him and him alone to come up here?
Drop the link for the chief legendary top cats. But I can't wait to. Is it my turn yet? Because I'm waiting for you, Dulcinea, to be done.
Oh yes, you answered my question. Thank you so much, Dr. Phil Valentine.
Dr. Valentine. Dr. Valentine. I've been patiently waiting for my turn to come back around to one say that I agree with you. I've often said that once a woman started wearing pants, psychologically, she started thinking that she was on the same level as a man. And I literally stood back as you. And that's why I've always respected your mind. Because whether we want to accept it or not, with no fault of our own, what you're saying is a fact and it's true. And along that came with what you're saying is disrespect. Disrespect to your mother, your grandmother, your aunties. All that came together with the psychological twist that we was put in. And when you say what you say, I'm not saying I'm agreeing with you, and I'm agreeing with you with no fault of our own. It's just that society took us in this twister. And we just holding on to the twister. But
Yeah.
it's everything that you're saying. I'm telling you, I am definitely 100% agreeing with you. And that's why sometimes when me and Dulcinea have the little thing on, sometime when we're all talking about it, but me and Dulcinea don't always agree with the leadership situation. And what you laid out right now, because I come from a different time, is what you were saying. So I have to say that I agree with you. And I also was trying to listen to what you were saying to Nene when you were saying to her about the melanated people that was already on these lands, and the melanated people was there on the continent, on the lands that we call Africa now, that we was going back and forth, and we were going in and out, if you understand what I mean.
Oh yeah.
So very easy that you
Yeah.
can have Indian DNA, or what we call indigenous, and African DNA, and what we call, I don't know how they can put a name of a continent on your bloodline, but for some reason they do it. But we have intertwined for thousands of years. We were already here. I don't see what the slave trade had to, you know what I'm saying? Yes, some Africans came over. But do you think they just came over and didn't mess with the people that was on these lands? They still was going to have sex, what naturally can make you related.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. That's a definite. The intermingling and the loss of identity was purposefully done through the
Purpose.
mingling,
I agree with you 100%.
through the mingling. But now with the resurrection of knowledge that Noble Drew Ali first started to bring to the fore, and other people like Dr. Van Sertima, they came before Columbus, and that whole the knowledge is going to lead itself. Truth crushed to earth is an old saying. Truth struck to earth shall rise again. And it's rising again. And it's rising with difficulty because essentially the earth has become so hardened based on the fact that the water principle, which is the nurturing principle, is not on it anymore, which is the feminine principle. We're too busy yanging out. The entire United States is yanged up. It's over masculinized because the one that's supposed to bring us back to our peace is seeking the same kind of warrior stance as we would.
Yes.
And we're not dealing with that type of understanding of what it is that we as men and what you as women were supposed to bring to the table. That's skewed, completely destroyed at this particular time.
It destroyed our femininity.
Yes, it took away your
Away
purpose.
the power.
Yes, it
It
took away your purpose.
the comfort that we was actually supposed to be to our male protector. But before the chief say something to you, I want to make sure I make clear, because you use the word more, Maru, and it's with the M, so many things came out of that. For one time in history, we have been many different things. Like you said, America has had many names, but us as a people have had many names in different times.
Of course. Just
So
like tribe.
to make that clear before anybody got offended by you saying that one time we were called Moors, Indigenous, Indian, Aboriginal, the different. We are tribal people. Is that a correct? Am I correct to say that we are tribal people?
We have been tribal peoples, yeah.
That has been put on us as a people.
Well, we've been uprooted from our tribal roots. Who we are and what we are were intermingled purposely so that it would destroy the basis for what made us autonomous to the land. Period. We no longer are part of the land because we've adopted the false narratives of what we were, so-called slaves. We're never slaves, we were captives of war.
Okay.
There's a difference.
Okay.
And so we took on that nomenclature because that's what the European, remember, those who, the conqueror who wins, writes the history. And so we've been spoon-fed this nonsense about the fact that we all came over from Africa. I have Gullah roots, and I know damn well that my people were in the West Indies, and they were native. They were part of the Arawak, and these people were black people. Okay, and the West Indies that are suffused with all the Africans, as well as most of the Africans, were taken to South America and to Brazil and to areas there. That's where they went, because that's where most of the wickedness that the Catholic Church did, that they did it over there. And they took all of them there. The Spanish took most of them over there. So the land here, and we're slowly understanding and understanding exactly what it is, because the laws that actually governed us back then, that were stolen and warped and mutated by the European, by this person who is a Johnny-come-lately, who comes in there and calls himself a citizen. The first 7, listen, this is a clue. In the indigenous constitution, the first 7 amendments, the Constitution stated that citizens started with a capital C. After that was all additions, because after that, all of the words citizens are small c. The first 7 articles of the Constitution, you see capital C. That's us.
Okay. Well, thank you for answering that. I'll ready for my next question.
Oh, were you done, mamas?
Yeah, I was just saying thank you for answering that for me. I'm muting now because I'm going to get some coffee.
Hi, Top. How you doing? Dr. Valentine, I had a question. Because in the beginning, you were using the word we and black as interchangeable, right? You kept on saying we and black. And we know that black does not denote nationality, it's not an ethnicity. And shout out to the West Indian Massive, because my people, right? I'm matrilineal, so I go through the mother's line. We're from Barbados, right? So I had that in common with you. So if knowing that, can you clarify what you mean when you keep on saying we as a group? And who are you referring to when you're talking about black people?
Well, I don't talk about black people and mean black people. I use it as the common phrases that everybody adheres to. I don't normally call people black people. I'm saying that because people are accustomed to hearing that word. I don't refer. I never referred to myself as black. I couldn't even say to myself as black because I'm a mixture and I'm an amalgam of so many of them. My thing goes back to the Fulani people. My great grandmother was Fulani. So I'm saying to you, based on that principle, I have another great grandmother that's here from Yamasa, from the Chickasaw. So I'm saying that when I use the word black, that's a euphemism because everybody's accustomed to that. You say black people, black this, black this. Even Smokey Robinson came out with that nonsense talking about I'm black. No, you're not black. Black is a specific nomenclature that's put on you. When they ask me what to put down when they talk about my ethnicity, I put white. Why? Because it's actually a status. White is a status. You can look at the book and it says when look up a book titled "When the Irish Became White." Understand that when I say black, it's because it's euphemistic. It's not me saying that that's who we are. And when I speak about we, is because only us here are speaking about a circumstance and a familiar and joined, or how do I say it? Our experiences locked together. When I say we, I speak about us pluralistically, but pluralistically only in the fact that we share the same experience here in the wilderness of North America.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Top.
Peace, Big Chief.
Okay.
Yeah, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Somebody's playing the piano.
No, that's me.
Oh, okay.
It
That's my.
sounds good though. It
Until
sounds good.
you have a question. Oh, I can ask another question until he comes. So
Am
you
I back
ready?
on?
Yeah, you good.
Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yep, we hear you.
Okay, yes, sir. My question would be, in the movie Hidden Colors in the documentary, you spoke about the Moors, and were you referring to all melanated people or all dark-skinned people in Europe being Moors, and would that be true?
Well, there were different types of Moors. The Umayyad Moors were not totally black. They were a mixture of Persians and again, anyone that had a coloration in their skin opposite to that of the European, or what we want to call the Nordic. I don't call them Europeans. I call them Nordics. Anyone that essentially had that hue was identified as being a Moors or Moorish, especially if they were the colors that the beautiful sisters that you see here, the different variations on the color theme, they would all be seen as Moors. As far as those who took the word Moor and identified themselves as Moors, we had those who were part colors. There were also colors like the ones who turned out as Arabs, who adopted that particular nomenclature because they had color. The original so-called Arabs were black and they were brown, they were copper tone. And so they too were also seen as Moors, but the Moors were identifiers of who it is they were looking at physically, because
Okay.
they always essentially saw who it was from their tribe. The Umayyad Moors, they would lead with the Moor, the Chickasaw Moors. So it was not the Moors was a
I'm sorry.
general.
I apologize, Elder. Did you say the Chickasaw Moors?
Yeah.
Are you insinuating that Chickasaw were Moors?
I was insinuating that anybody with colors would be identified as a Moor.
Okay, the reason why I asked because different European nations which were melanated actually fought against the Moors.
Yeah.
So whether it be from the time of the spread of Islam after the death of the Prophet Muhammad, you see Charles Martel of France demolish the Moors. We even see Charles V, who became an Inca king. He defeated the Ottoman Empire, which would have been the last Moorish empire. So we see dark skinned people who are not being identified as Moors, but actually identified by their bloodlines, their coats of arms, and they are fighting against these people called the Moors. Even the Portuguese with Alfonso the Fourth, he defeated the Moors in battle, and
Well,
so
again,
that's why I asked.
yeah, again, what you're saying is
Because
this
it's saying
defeated.
basically it seems like generalized, like everyone's throwing everyone in. And if we do that, then we can't figure out the details in the story or get any clarity on it if everyone is the same.
Well, that's exactly what I meant when I said that the word more was an identifier. It was a descriptive adjective. And when we understand it was a descriptive adjective, it started out as a descriptive adjective. If it was something that was adopted as a noun, then that's something that was done from them adopting what was essentially a description of themselves, just like we call ourselves black.
Well, actually, in 1969, they actually killed Negro and brought in the black
Yeah,
term.
indeed. And I mean, matter of fact, the word
Were you
Negro,
around back then, Elder? I apologize. Were you around back in '69? Were you
well,
here to see that?
let's say I'm in my mid 70s, so I was around in 69.
Okay, I would love for you if the ladies don't mind. Can you break down how that changed? Because we seen it go from African studies, and then in '69 they came with the African heritage studies with Dr. Clark and Leonard Jeffries. Did
Mhm.
they work? Why did they work side by side with the white small hats and the people that put together this curriculum about Africa and us being from Africa?
Again, we have to take what it is that was handed to us, and as knowledge uh, expounds upon itself, because you keep researching. Remember, I keep telling everyone, don't follow me anywhere. Take what it is that I have, discover for yourself. And I've learned
And
from
you've
my,
been doing that for years because
yes,
I've
sir.
been watching you over a decade.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So what I'm saying is that what the ancestors gave to me was a sense of grounding for what it is that I was looking at as far as the history. I did not have the mystery. When I talked to Dr. Ben and I asked Dr. Ben, can he let me know what it is to be a 97-degree Mason? And he said, no, I can't do that. And I said, what do you mean you can't do that? I mean, you've taught us everything about quote unquote Africa. And Dr. Van Serter is teaching us everything that we think we know about America. So what is this thing that they took from the ancients and made it into 97 degrees? He said, no, I cannot teach you that. So that's why I deviated off of what was being taught in a nationalistic sense. And I wanted to know, if they built the pyramids, who were they to come up with that plan? Who were they in their minds to be able to deal with such a science? So that's when I deviated off into metaphysics with the history that I had. And as I deviated off into metaphysics, the history, the true history, was hidden in those libraries down in the basement that I went in when I joined the secret societies. I'm not there no more.
When you say the secret society, yes, sir. I remember you said you came into the lodge and they immediately made you a 33-degree masonry.
Well, they made
And
me a 32. They were
32,
going to
I'm
make me a
sorry, I
33,
apologize.
but the one that was going to make me a 33 died suddenly. In fact, I was approached because of the work I was doing in the community. I was approached at the fruit stand there on Flatbush Avenue in Brooklyn. While I was at the fruit stand, this dude with a hand that was the size of
Baseball mitten.
yeah, baseball mitt. You
I got
remember,
that off your lecture about
right?
George Bush and
Mhm.
Soto. Yeah, yeah.
Indeed, he showed up and told me, we have been looking at you, been watching you, and that's how they bring you in. And so I said, well, thank you very much. He gave me decals, lights to put on my car, and nobody messed with me after that. No cops were stopping me because I was getting stopped constantly. So once I did that, they said, well, we want to raise you because what you teach, we want you to come into the lodge and teach the neophytes. I said, okay. I raised to the master degree, got all of the handshakes and all of the nonsense that they do, what they do behind closed doors. And when I started to teach, all of a sudden I started saying, these fools just want to party. They wanted to suck on neck bones and go out there and party with women. So I left. I went down to the
neck bones.
Neck bones.
Neck bones is crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, Elder, since we're on that topic, what's your thoughts on the Moors creating the government here, the Constitution?
Well, the Constitution, as far as the Moors were concerned, the Moors came later after who we speak of the Six Nation Confederacy. That was the North, the Northern District and the Northern Jurisdiction. The Southern Jurisdiction was the Confederacy. The ones that they took over, the white people took over the flag, they took over everything that belonged to us. That was ours.
Okay? Well, were they white? Because to my knowledge, the first Europeans that came up with first contact all the way up into the Homestead Act were actually dark complexion. The reason why I say that is because through some of the records after there was the Battle of Cuttle and major wars there that brought a lot of Scottish and Irish immigrants over. Sister Dot, she from Barbados. She had ancestry in Barbados. 1627, Carlisle and them sent over Scots and Irishmen as indigenous service there when they built up the Virginia Company here. And in 77, Benjamin Franklin, I close on this, he wrote about the immigration coming over. And he said there are very, very little white people in the world. And that why increased bringing over all of these dark skinned
all these people. Dark folks, they were Germans. Those are the Germans. The Germans were supposed to be coming over, and Benjamin Franklin said, why are we bringing all these people, these black colors? What they're going to do is they're going to water us down.
So is it safe to say that those first migrations of Europeans coming here were dark skinned?
They were the dark skinned.
That's where the surnames come from.
Right. But what happened was, the reason why that happened was because the so-called noble savage took trips. The Europeans used to come over and get the people. They used to sit at the councils and listen to what was going on here, because over here there was no jails. There were no places where people owned land. We had boundaries where we operated with different tribes. We had wars, of course, for territorial purposes and for hunting purposes, but there was no jails. There was no. We treated our elders well. We treated our children a certain way. There was no craziness going on. They took that back and that's what became the consciousness movement for Europe. In other words, the Age of Enlightenment, they call it, for Europe.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, that was when they brought over the indigenous black man, and he used to stand before their councils and tell them, "I don't have no king ruling me." And they say, "What?" Yeah, I'm a free man. I roam the land by myself. And that's, matter of fact, the entire premise of the peoples that were here in the Longhouse. Frederick Engels, the people who did Marx, Lenin, all of them who created communism, all of these Khazarian people that were over there in Russia who wanted to destroy the monarchy over there and create communism from out of the Vatican. The Vatican is who created communism. When they destroyed that, when they destroyed the royalty of Russia, and they created communism, came to find out that Engels and all of them who wrote the Communist Manifesto took what they learned here in the Americas, because we were free people and nobody owned land. So if you look at the manifesto, it says nobody will ever own land. Everything that they did over there in Russia to destroy the Russian monarchy, which were black at that time, because you have to remember that the Russian language was actually formulated by a black man.
Correct. And the Russian company, they sold in 1812 to the guy, I can't think his name off the top, but his grandson died in the Titanic. He was one of those bankers. Jacob Astor.
Jacob Astor, yes.
Yeah, so he had something to do with bringing the Illuminati to America as well.
Well, he was melanated too, but what they had to do, they had to kill him off because they were getting ready to set up the
Federal Reserve.
Federal Reserve, yes. They had to get rid of him, and so on Jekyll Island on Christmas Eve, they with General House and the rest of those beasts, they took over and they made a deal. The Congress of the United States at that time betrayed its people and sold their energy, and they hypothecated the gold 10 times in order to make sure that they built a machine, a war machine over here in the United States, and called it Pax Americana. And that's what you see over here today, with a police force for the Khazarian mob.
Yeah, I keep hearing you saying, speaking about the Khazarians. One fun fact is, a lot of people don't know, is that the Khazarians actually infiltrated what became known as the Cherokee Indians here.
Yeah,
So
they speak in Hebrew. Yeah.
Exactly. So, and it also had a Masonic tie within it as well. So you
Indeed.
had a family, and a lot of these came from the Iberian. So you had since 711, since the Moors came into the Iberian, they the Visigoths and in the Roman province, the Jews and the Moors in that era of the golden age of Moors, they both left, and one left under the Alhambra decree, which would be the Jews, which we know that they were also Negro. Columbus, the real Columbus, which would be Salvador Zarco, who is his grandfather. His mother was Isabel Zarco. His dad was Ferdinand, who was brother to Alfonso, the King of Portugal. We know they were melanated because in the 1680s they were kicked out of Haiti under the Black Codes.
Yeah, the same way that they were kicked out of
Louisiana.
And they were kicked out. They were kicked. The so-called Jews at that time were kicked out of Spain, and they were black. They called them black at that particular time.
Correct. They were Morenos, and that's what Christopher Columbus was.
Indeed.
A family came here called the Gits. So a lot of people see the turbans and they see but it was Turks who came here and fought in the American Revolution. You also had them live in the area they're known as Melungeons. So those are Iberian Moors, Sephardic Jews. But we come to find out that the royal family in that Sephardic Jew was actually a Khazar. They actually converted over, and they were Khazars. So, are you familiar with Sequoia, the guy they give credit to writing the syllabary for the Cherokee?
Well, yeah, the Khazars themselves were destroyed by the Russian monarchy, which is why at the time when the Khazars were destroyed, the Khazars used to rob and rape people who had the Silk Road at that time. And it was the Russian Confederation that brought together different states to destroy the Khazarian Empire. But the Khazarian Empire got wind of the fact that they were going to be destroyed, and they went and dispersed themselves throughout the rest of the land, taking all of what they stole with them. So that's why part of the Khazarian Empire was inside of the Ukraine, where you see Ukraine right now. So what the Khazars are doing is they're causing the people of the Ukraine to die. They're killing off the Ukrainians using the Russians, who they actually took over. And because remember, part of the Khazarian Empire was up in Russia. So they got two for the price of one. They're getting their enemies to kill off each other. And they're doing that essentially now. They're getting ready to destroy the so-called Gaza, because they're getting ready to put up a canal there to rival the Suez. It's called the Ben Gurion Canal. And they're going to use 50 nukes in order to create it. So yeah, we know what the Khazarian mob is doing. We know that they're over here in the government. We know that they're dealing with both the Democrats and the Republicans. So they're all over the place. That's why I always talk about the fact that you cannot speak about the enemy within without mentioning the fact that the Khazarian mafia runs everything of prominence that keeps the state safe.
And I want to point out something too. There are two forms of Khazarians. You have the Al Khazarians, which would be the white, and you have the Quara, what they call the Quara Khazarians, which would be the dark-skinned one.
Yeah, well, those are ones you see that is in Israel right now, and they call themselves the Hasidim.
Yeah, in the 10th century, you had some of the Khazarians hook up with the Vikings and go on expeditions and pilgrimages to rape and rob. I had another question. What's your thoughts on the founding fathers and the people like Conasatag? I hear you bring up the Haudenosaunee or the Iroquois for some people.
You're talking about the confounding fathers?
Yes, sir. Through the Continental Congress, the formation and how it was formed actually by Indians, and that Jefferson and a lot of these guys actually looked up to.
Indeed, and that's what I was saying. That's in my book coming up called Cosmic Codex, Book of the Earth. I have over 20 different authors, white authors, who spoke about the fact that America, the America that we know today, would not be born unless it was for the people who were the indigenous people, the indigenous tribes here, who taught them what a republic really was. Because remember, they were all fled from a despotic monarchies. They didn't know nothing about republicanism, or what they're calling putting together the type of so-called democratic republics and so forth. They didn't know nothing about that. We taught them that.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a bill in Congress, HR H-Con Res 331, where they actually acknowledge the Iroquois' contribution to the Constitution.
About time. I remember that they said they were going to do that. That's been 5 years ago. They're supposed to have done that.
Well, they actually did it in the 80s, 1980s.
Yeah, but they were supposed to remember. We had the year of the indigenous man. I think it was in 2006. The entire North American continent went fee simple. But nobody at the time, dealing from our Moorish presence here under Noble Drew Ali, nobody actually went before the courts and reclaimed the land at that time in the year of the indigenous man. So these demons came in and started saying, well, hey, you left this going. Right now, they're going after the air. Remember, the age of Pisces was water. And the age of Pisces put us on the water.
Confusion, too.
Okay? Now, where we are, we're in the age of Hapi. Now they're going after the air. Why do you think Trump put up the so-called Space Force? They're going after to conquer the air, which is why they've been poisoning the air. They've been using the air to lock us down. Now with the Admiralty is over. We know how that game works. As a matter of fact, everything is defunct. Everything that was built on the Admiralty law is going to pot. Now it's the air. And why is the air? Because essentially that's where the beast is. That's why. Now check it out. Check it out, brother. I want you to look at this.
Yes, sir.
The Vatican knows that it is time. It's up. It's a corporation, just like they made us corporations. They know that under ecclesiastical law, that anytime a corporation does anything to undermine the quality of life on the planet, that becomes defunct. Now that's all they've been doing. But guess what? To escape the penalties that they're supposed to be getting, they've switched over to Satanism. Satanism does not have that law written in. Did you see
that? I apologize, bring your wisdom. Would it have to do with any of the Merovingian or the Moravia? You know what they did?
No, this has to do with the so-called reptilian people. And I'm not talking about coming from outer space. I'm talking about
I understand, because even when we go back into Egypt, back then they had a lot of these reptilian. You look around and throughout all cultures, they had a serpent or they have the reptilian, which you have Sobek in Egypt, and Sobek was defeated, and she's even in the Bible. But to my understanding, that's where Akhenaten came in, and he basically made it monotheistic and closed down a lot of those.
Yeah, but he did that. But he almost destroyed Kemet doing that. First of all, there was no one God. Everybody knew one God existed, but the other gods were actually part of the government. In other words, we were a theocracy. And so therefore the temples were set up like the Congress and the House of Representatives, all these different, the temple of Set, the temple of Set, the temple of Heteru, the temple of Sa. All of these temples were actually political. And what Akhenaten did was he went after the politics and he began destroying it to create his one. That's why these Khazarians and the rest of these Christians, and when I went into the Rosicrucian, into the Masons, when I went in there, they were all up into Akhenaten. They loved them some Akhenaten. Why? Because he destroyed the actual republicanism of ancient Kemet. That's why Horemheb, who was the general at that time, and his second, who was Ramesses or Ramesu, had to bring they had to retain order again, because what Akhenaten did, he left Memphis or Memptah and went and built Amarna, a whole city for himself so he can sing his kumbayas and write what we now call the Psalms. That was Akhenaten's writing, not David. And so what happened when Kemet was going to hell and the Syrians were ripping off all of the lands that belonged to Kem, Horemheb had to go ahead and pacify the south, and he sent Ramesu to chase Akhenaten and destroy Amarna. And that's where you get that so-called Ramesses chasing the Jews and all this kind of nonsense into the Sinai. And that's when Horemheb put Amentutank, who they call Tutankhamen, which is backwards. That's when they put him in there. So they loved them some Akhenaten because Akhenaten almost destroyed Kemet and wanted to put in this one God that everybody worshiped, one God, and that's it. But not understanding that these gods that we had were not gods that we know them as people or anything. They were anthropomorphized. Yes, they were put into female form or male form because they represented the different types of energies, masculine and feminine energies.
Correct. I agree, because even dealing with down here, we take a lot of trips, tours down to Mexico, to the pyramids down there. We had our first group pyramid tour in November last year. I just came back from Igbalam, which is the Black Jaguar, 100 feet pyramid. But there they worshipped a lot of the gods, and when they brought in Catholicism, they turned the gods into saints.
Indeed. I went to Chichen Itza and went into the pyramid in Chichen Itza before they locked it down. And inside, you have to go through a very small passageway, and you have to slide away. It's very slimy, the walls, and you had to get in there. But once you were inside, there was another pyramid inside of that pyramid. It was deep. Our people, essentially, who they call the Aztecs and the Mayans and all these people, the Mayan people were black, coal black, the original ones.
Yes, sir.
Before they were amalgamated. And they were the children. They always called themselves the children of the Olmecs or the children of the Temu'ankan. The Temu'ankan were the fathers of the Maya.
Yeah, you had different Mayan families. Are you familiar with the connection between Mayan and the Southeast here in Southeast North America?
Well, I'm familiar with the Mayans and their connection directly to southern India.
Okay, yeah. Well, the Mayans actually, India, Egypt, they Sumer, a lot of these populations, these civilizations actually was birthed out of science that comes directly from the Mayans. When we look at Osiris tomb in Karnak, and we see what they call Turkish wheat growing out. When you translate Turkish wheat, is actually Indian corn, and we know that corn was genetically engineered here in the Americas, and so this science was taken around the world. The Mayans were seafaring people. I sat in front of one of the first lighthouses in Tulum. I have a photo of that. But yeah, a lot of people wasn't seafarers. That's why we didn't see different colonies. Even the Egyptians, they outsourced a lot of their greatness. Whether it was people like Byblos, where they got their wood and coffin to build with the cedar wood.
Well, they built all the pyramids. They built all the temples over there in Greece as well.
Correct. And when we look onto the walls of Hatshepsut, we see Hatshepsut made trips to Punt, which was a 3-year journey. They had the pineapples in the tombs. Ramses the second, Ramses the third. You have pineapples, corn, and different products that come directly from America, like you spoke of earlier. Even the cocaine and the tobacco in the Mayans, which indicates that the science was coming here. We have over 2,000 pyramids in the Americas. Over 2,000.
I agree. Yeah, there are hundreds around the world.
My question to you would be: do you think civilization started here in the Americas and was taken around the world? Where was civilization started?
That's going to be put aside. Civilization is a non-stop revolutionary process of consciousness growing itself into thousands of different expressions. and then they consolidate in specific areas around the world. There's no start to man. Man always was. There was never a time that man was not. All this BS about us coming out the ocean and slugs and turning into monkeys and monkeys turning into man, that's the white man. In fact, when you're dealing with Darwin, Darwin's father was a chematologist. He was the Egyptologist.
Correct.
And as a Egyptologist, he used to have all these figures with monkey faces of bodies of men, and that's where he came up with all that crap about we coming out of slugs.
His grandfather as well, Emery.
Yeah, his grandfather as well, definitely.
Oh, so wait a minute, can I ask a question? Chief Top Cats, I love the build that y'all are having right now. And if anybody else wanted to come up and ask Dr. Valentine a question, I think the Dulcinea dropped the link, but Top Cats, Chief Top Cats always speaks on Big Mama. And you was speaking on the feminism era, okay? But the era that Chief Top Cats speaks on is a complete different thing than the feminine era, the Big Mama era.
Mm-hmm.
Can you? Do you understand the difference?
Yeah, I do understand.
Well,
I understand that when the masculine authority is gone, it's because normally it's gone based on war.
No. What I'm trying to Top Cat, you explain it to him.
No problem. I say this here. Here in the Americas, we were matrilineal. Mic check.
Yeah.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Freedom.
Yes, I was just if we could ever get it back. If we after you explain it, can we ever get it back?
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. All right. So my breakdown is genealogy is the highest form of spirituality, meaning we worship those that we come from. And so we all have a mother, our mother have a mother, and so we trace our lines back as far as we can. Throughout American history, the Indians here were matrilineal, meaning that the women were the head of the house, meaning they kept the family together. They played the most important part. I give an example. If you were married out, if you had children out of wedlock, then naturally today we'll take our mother's name if the parents aren't married. Well, back then, once if you had a child with an Indian woman, then the child automatically goes with the woman's nation. And the child also is raised by his uncles, whether it's a male. If it was a female, it'd be raised by his aunts, but that would be on his mother's side. So that was one of the problems that the Europeans planters was having when they were in the early 1800s, when they were having babies and they wanted to send them to school in Europe. Well, the uncles, and due to Indian rules until 1825, tribal rules, the baby goes with the family. So when Big Mama dies, the family normally falls apart. Big Mama is always been the heartbeat of the family and the rocker. So that's what
I don't mean to cut your wisdom. First of all, Big Mama became that after war. First of all, the Big Mamas who ran and stood in the council could not sit in the council while they bled. In fact, women who bled could not sit in the council. They had to be crones to sit in the council. So no, women didn't run anything at that nature and so forth. That's a misnomer.
Well, I say it wasn't one had more power than the other, but there were.
I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying.
So I use the example with the hunting the seal.
Yeah.
In the hunting the seal during war, the prisoner wars that were captured, the women, the matriarch, would choose who would survive and who would go on because they would lose men in battle. So the people that they would catch as PW, they would bring in. The women would choose who would die or who would come on join the tribe with them. And so there were different roles and councils and positions that the women had. If you were going to be a chief, then the council had to approve it as well. The council of women, the matriarch, had to approve it.
I understand.
So in the Iroquois or the hunting the seal, the women were very high, and but it wasn't one over the other.
No, I understand. What I'm saying to you is the Hodena is what you're talking about, the great law of peace. I'm speaking about the fact that there is this unilateral perception that all women ruled. It
No,
didn't
no,
work
no.
like that. No,
Yes,
no,
sir.
no.
That'll
I'm
be
saying to
new.
you.
That'll be yes, sir.
Let's
That'll be
say,
new. Yes, sir.
please, let me understand. Let me
Okay.
just say my piece. To understand what I'm saying about is when we say women, we are using it as a broad term. We talk about elder women, then you become more specific to understand what it is that women did and what positions they held and when they held it. So women could not hold positions while they bled. They could not even be in the tribe while they bled. They had different places they went to actually heal. In fact, most of them did not bleed until the white man came. So what I want to understand is what people understand is women did not bleed. It's in my book, and I have the facts and the knowledge to show you that.
Elder Blair, he
Right.
teaches that as
So
well.
so understand that when society began to degenerate and men and women began to degenerate as a species, that's when we began to show the degeneration actually took place in the most prolific part of our species, and that was in the women. And they could not hold on to their blood. That was part of the sacrifice, so to speak. And I know this is something I'm getting into, and women, this is like, how do you know because you're a man? No, I do know because I study science and I understand how the physical body works. But let me just say this. The reason why the white man conquered is because they had given up. There was this concept that the land and so forth was always the women, and that the women had the last say in certain things. They conquered because they didn't go for that. The men came over there and began marrying or kidnapping and taking the women, marrying them, and then taking the land. It couldn't work that way.
But see, again, that shows the importance of the women, the role of the women,
Again,
because
we
they
can't
had
look
to.
at it like that. We have to look at how the enemy sees us. So
Yes,
if
sir, I understand that
yeah,
part, but because the women did own the land would go down to
they
the
didn't
women.
own the land; they were jurisdictors over the land. This fact, the men did not own the tools that worked the land. The science was that the women owned the land, but they did not have the tools to work the land. The men had the tools, so they
Meaning,
had
when
to
they
work
come to
together.
buy, if they came to buy, the women, how a lot of Europeans came in and they start taking their name. Or you'll see some people will keep their surnames because their surnames were of royalty, and they had plantations. So we seen a lot of them planters did marry in, but tribally at a
Well, I'm
certain period
saying,
of time in the early 19th century,
yeah.
the European males couldn't take the land in.
But I'm not talking about the Europeans. Let's get back to what we are talking about as tribes. The
But wait a
boundary.
minute, I don't think I was talking about what neither one of y'all talking about. I think I was talking about mama in the kitchen cooking, big mama in the
Yeah,
kitchen cooking around with the kids,
right.
and Papa was outside barbecuing, and mama was,
Right, and I think we were saying that we all had a role. We have our roles. Elder
But
said
again,
ours was
but
to
again,
protect
but
and to.
again, please understand. We
okay.
have to get out of this concept that one is superior to the other.
No,
And
no.
every time we talk about extolling, especially the Moors, and I had a big thing with this about the Moors, as far as accelerating and saying that they were God. Woman was God because we came from her. No, we initiate everything that has to do with woman. Woman is a stasis. We activate what her potential is. She does not do that herself. So what we do is this self-effacing, like the males come from her, so she is God. No, he is God and she is God. They're aspects of God. And so if you understand that, and I use this with
I
my
do.
students, use this with my students. When a child is born and comes from the womb of a woman, who does he see as God?
His mother,
Yes, his mother. Why?
because that's who he come from. That's who he knew for
No, no, no,
9 months.
no, no. Why? Because he came from there. What has he done now? Why does he consistently see her as God?
She his
Aided,
nurturer. His first teacher.
She's
aided.
feeding
His
him.
guide.
She's nurturing him, right?
Yes.
Now now listen to me very carefully. The infant mind sees woman as God. But when that child begins to grow and gain knowledge and wisdom, Who now is the one that brokers what he learns and how he or she learns? It's the father. It's this feminist trick, especially when you when they talked about when God was a woman, when they show you the picture on the cover of us sitting with Heru on her lap, and they saying, well, see, there's no male there. There's only the woman. But the evidence of the masculine principle is sitting on her lap. But there's a game being played in the minds of our people, especially in the minds of the Moors, that somehow the female is God. And listen to me.
But the Moors like a lot of white women, though.
You know what, Top Cats?
We are both
like blonde hair, blue eyes.
We are both God. And the fact that we are both God, we cannot eviscerate or we cannot eliminate one part or make it superior to the other. That's where that nonsense came in with patriarchy and matriarchy. We never had that.
Now I agree, Elder. We both have a role, and when we come together in that role, that's how we're able to build.
We are God.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. We are the singular working as the duplication of that one singular thing. So I'm saying to you that anything that even gives the intimation that one is God over the other is a fault.
Right.
There's no balance in it.
It's a religious belief and it's a religious concept. It does not play in science. And a woman holding on to a baby and the concept that she is God because she can bring forth life, when that life is initiated in her by the man, it takes her body over. She has no control over that. The only thing she can do is actually abort it. But she has no control about what her body does to bring that life forward. That thing takes on its own life and it uses her and she becomes the cocoon. She becomes the incubator, but she's not God by herself. It is the action that is God. And that's where where a lot of the brothers and the Moors and I separate, because they're not using science when they talk about that. It's almost a kind of evisceration of the masculine principle, like we don't have anything to do except just go ahead and be Johnny Appleseed.
And there's no balance in it. I agree.
That don't turn me on for one bit.
I got a question.
Can I shout out my cousin Lavinia, Poetic Empress, in the chat. Hey, cuz, I love you. Call me. Just want to get that out.
Oh, she's been going in. Peace, Lavinia.
Elder,
yes,
back in the are you familiar with Melville Herkovich?
No.
Melville Herkovich, he started African studies. He was a white Jew.
Oh, right.
All
African American. Yeah. There were two Jews that actually started African history in the colleges. Yeah.
That effect once are you familiar with the 1957 Education Defense Act?
Yes.
Which actually started to fund the African information into the schools.
That was the deficit. That was to start the division.
But a lot of people joined into those movements, whether it was the Carnegies that were funded by the Carnegies, the Ford Foundation,
the Carnegies and the Rockefellers started the University of Chicago.
Yes,
and the University of Chicago are the ones who set down the education system that is destroying us today.
But we see Carter G. Woodson and guys like this go through the program.
That was the talented
and take the funding.
That was the talented tenth that they were creating. An elitist organization that started all of these different types of fraternities and sororities that became the Boule.
And that was started through Henry. His grandfather was actually the richest black man in America when he died in 1902. His name was Colonel John McKee.
Okay.
Yeah. His grandson started the Boule. But what I would say is this: why was that hid from us that a lot of this funding or this African curriculum to make us think that we were from Africa? Why was it funded by philanthropists and government? And he used black teachers who will today we call our leaders. Would they be like traitors to us?
We could say that they're traitors, But what they did tell us about Africa was true, and that's all I took. Was what they took from me, what they gave to me from Africa. They didn't only talk about Africa; they did talk about the Americas as well. Because I was very into Dr. Alvin Van Sertima. In fact, he married a white woman and kicked her to the curb after a while. Married a black woman.
Yeah, and Ivan Van Sertiman, shout out to Ivan Van Sertiman, but I have a couple questions about his work. Like he said, Ramesses 25th dynasty came here. Even the Mansa Musa story. A lot of these stories we find not to be true today. And I didn't, so I think he created this African. Was he put up to do it, or was it just he didn't have the sources at the time?
I don't believe that we have any. Um, the white man makes you believe that somehow these disparate continents were not visited or traded with by us as people. So whatever it is that they were speaking about with the Americans and Africans is only part of the story that they were given. The rest of the story is what we dug up. The rest of the story is what was there but was hidden and is now being revealed. So as far as us blaming the people who came before us, we only thought about being enslaved. Before us, Dr. Clark, who was my my mentor, before he and Dr. Ben came on, I didn't know nothing about that because I went to Catholic school and didn't know shit from Shinola. When they began telling us a little bit about what dark folks were doing around the world, I said, "Oh, really?" And my mother was the one who actually told me about that. And my father was an avid reader who told me all about who the conquerors were, who the black emperors of Rome, and who the Europeans were, and who all these so-called people of Ireland and Scots, who the Scots, the original Scots were. I
Right.
learned all of that from my father.
Yeah, Kenny MacDuff, father of the Skies, and
Yes.
Queen Scotia, mother of Scotland.
Hmm.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think Pan African helped us or hurt us? Looking back, going back to the first Pan African Association in '97, September 24th, 1897, with Sylvester Williams.
Yeah.
Do you think it hurt us or helped us? This Pan
It
African.
it, it it didn't hurt us and it didn't help us. What it did was give us another page to turn in the legacy and in the archives of what we were doing to research. We are the generation that is actually coming back to actually regain and reclaim what belonged to us and what was stolen to us. The records are scattered all over the world right now. The Russians know who we are because they embraced us. They know who we are. The Russians were the only ones who didn't hold slaves, black slaves, or so called black slaves. They never made slaves. So they understand who we were with Pushkin. In fact, the black man was the one who forged their very language. So they're all over the world we were. It's just that there is when groups got together like the Berlin conference and these other conferences where whites came together and said we're going to suppress every bit of history that we see or have of these black folks so that we can rip off the resources of their lands. We don't have lands. We come out of the cold Arctic circles and the cold of Europe, and we need fresh places grow. Could you imagine they got white people talking about they're the ones who built the pyramids? Why would they actually have the nerve to actually say that? It's because they took over everything that they stole from us when they conquered.
Yes,
So
sir. Elder, I think but for us to say that and be truthful, the Berlin conference with Leopold and them, and before that you had the International African Association, you had the Brussels. I'm sorry, you had the Brussels before you had the
I understand,
this
but
conference.
I just
But
use that
but
as
but
an
but
example.
my
I
point
just use that. I
my,
use
my
that as an
point to it.
example, my brother.
Yes,
That's
sir, yes,
all.
sir. No, I want to veggie back off that point. The counter to that was the establishment of the first Pan African Association. So that's how Henry, Sylvester Turner. That's how Haile Selassie. That's how God members of the AME Church from America. That was a counter. So them creating that Congress in 1897, September 24th, was a counter to it. But what it did was they put these melanated people in charge of people in all of British occupations or colonies. So this is out of that you're gonna formulate your talented 10, your NAACP, and these different conferences that's funded by whites. Joel Springham, I'll go ahead and say the name. Joel Springham founded the NAACP and also paid for the 1919 Pan African Congress. So I'm
So
saying we're seeing these our black leaders side by side. Even Marcus Garvey was working with Ernest Cox and these leaders of the Klan to get people to leave America and repatriate to Africa.
but so did your point. I understand about the amalgamation and the use of people when you're dealing with the enemy, working with the enemy. So did the Nation of Islam work with the Klan. I don't. The point is that we never lost our autonomy. Everyone's amongst us. There were people amongst us essentially who essentially worked with the enemy in order to do what we could within enemy territory. We were a conquered people.
Yes, sir, but it wasn't. But
What
we
I'm
see
saying to you,
even at that time, we see places like Greenwood, which is Tulsa, which means old town in the Creek language. We see Greenwood, we see Bowley, we see North Carolina, we see these places where we are black towns are flourishing. We're
yeah, and they're
flourishing. That's
underwater
what
now.
led to the 1929 into the depression. But we were flourishing outside of the jurisdiction and the systems of the U.S.
That didn't happen until Noble Drew Ali went to Cuba.
Well, this actually happened before.
1929, the 1929 through 1933 all
Yeah, but
happened because of him and what he brought back from Cuba and what he said he was going to bring back from Cuba. But I'm
w-
saying to you, I understand all of what you're bringing up and very, very noble about what you're bringing up as far as the histories are concerned. But I'm saying to you that what it is that we were given by these teachers, that we are now just throwing it out with the bathwater because we're saying that they were working with the white man and so forth. Everything you're doing right now, if you got a job, you're working with the white man. So how do we say now that you leave here and go make yourself a work and you go to work for a white man to enrich a white man, and you're telling me now that because of what they did when they had to dig into the archives, that somehow we're supposed to just dismiss what it is that they've been saying instead of taking what they said and then reforming the information based upon what we are supposed to do while we hold the torch. So
yes,
what
sir. But unfortunately,
what you're
Elder,
doing is
in
good.
taking what they're saying,
What you're
we are.
doing is good. What you are doing is good. But you do not just completely dismiss or put it into a situation where it was non-compos mentis and say that because Sertima did this, um, uh, uh, Dr. Ben did this. And so what it is that we do and what you do and who's going to stand on your shoulders is not based upon what it is that you're standing on. You're standing on shoulders right now based upon what you were given from the people that right now you're saying made mistakes. That's fine.
Well, I'm saying that essentially, Elder, for
I
us to
have a
take
question.
what
I have a
they gave
question when
us.
you're done
I'm
talking.
sorry, beautiful. 1 second. Essentially, to take what if we were to take what they gave us, we would in turn be taking what the colonizer also gave us, and which
We
would
don't
make
do
us
that now. We don't
accessory
do
to
that. We don't do that
colonization.
now, King. We
It
don't
would
do that
it
now.
would make us
That's
accessory.
why you're here. That's why you and I are here. We don't take what the colonizer takes. I don't go back
But
to
if
Africa
if
and look
if
at
if
myself
if
anymore.
our leaders sit in the same room in congresses and sit on the same boards as black caucuses with them, which they split the members, and when they went international, African studies and John Henry Clark and Dr. Linda Jeffries, they sat at the board and they went as a unit together, not apart. But they told us that the white man was our enemy and stole our history and took our names and created this history that millions came here on the slave ship. When at home, our families they never heard these stories. Our families know what tribes they were from.
But
Like me, for
do
example,
they hear
my
it? But do they hear it now at a broader base? than what we did before.
Do
Are
you?
they hearing it now?
Yes, sir. But I
Yeah,
think
that's what I'm saying to you. And that's why I'm saying to you, what you're going to be giving to us, the next generation will come and say, you didn't do A, B, and a third. That doesn't mean I would dismiss you or I did, or somehow say certain things about you that would then put certain types of ideas in the minds of other people about what it is you were or were not.
Well, I don't want to do that,
Everything
and I think
moves.
since I
Like
have
the
an
river
elder,
moves and water moves and everything is a flow, you are here as a result of what went before you.
Right.
I, you, and everybody else are standing on the shoulders of ignorant people who are lost in themselves, who came and found just a little bit of information to pass on to the next generation, to give them the seeds and the clue to go search for themselves. And this is where you are at because of where they were at.
yes, sir. But elder, but I apologize, but I'm having to start over from scratch. And
No, you
right
don't.
now we're
No, you're
having
not.
to.
No, you're
I'm
not. You're
explaining
not
why.
starting
I'm
from
explaining
scratch.
why,
The
elder.
consciousness,
I'm
the
explaining
consciousness
why,
that
elder.
you
Why I
have,
say that.
King, the consciousness you have is not starting from scratch. The consciousness is what you have right now. The consciousness started with that movement. That's what you have right now, is the consciousness to grow what it is they started.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. But I'm behind the 8 ball now
No, you're
because
not.
I'm gonna
You
tell you
place
why.
yourself
Because
there.
my
You're
elders have
placing
passed
yourself
on.
there, brother. You don't. Nobody puts you behind no 8 ball. You put yourself back there.
I'm gonna tell you why I say that, because
Why, brother?
now a lot of our elders have left. A
To
lot of
heck
our
with
elders
that.
have
Let
passed
them
on.
go.
Hold on one
Let them
second,
go,
elder.
brother.
I want to say this here. The information that I'm saying is not coming out of a book because these authors don't know our family.
Write
Like
it.
you spoke about, you do history.
Write your book.
They do history. I do my story.
Write
So
your
my
book.
thing is for us to. I have
Write
5
your book.
books. Yes, sir. I have 5 books.
Good.
So
Write your book and then get that out there instead of complaining about what it is you
no, I'm
don't.
not complaining about it. I'm not. Y'all can't go pick up the book. I'm not black. I'm Indian. The miseducation of Black Americans.
Beautiful, beautiful. Put it out there and get it into the schools. If you have that information, we would be glad to put it onto our website so that the mothers and fathers who bring their children to our school in the on
And
the
I appreciate that, elder.
That's beautiful.
you
That is
understand?
beautiful.
But
That is.
instead,
And
like
I
I
admire
said,
your work, and I admire your wisdom. My favorite lecture is the lecture
That's
about
really beautiful.
Adolf Hitler faked his death. He ended up coming here to Virginia. The guy, yeah, that's my
actually
favorite
Maryland. He
lecture
lives in
from
Maryland.
Dr.
He lives
Phil
in Maryland.
Valentine.
Yeah, he
I
lives in
watched it a
Maryland.
million times. Not only that, Malcolm X and Obama.
Mm-hmm.
Watch that a million times. Then you got the other information from some lady that called and got in contact, saw the work you was doing. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, some of my classics come from you. Yes, sir.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying to you, brother, do not hold on to things that do not visit. You are the new elder. You are the elder for tomorrow. You are being groomed to be the elder. You're going to be taking my place. All my mistakes are going to be corrected by you and your children. That's how it works. And so we are actually passing the baton, just like when I was when I was leaving, and Dr. Clark, we had to take care of him because as a doctor of naturopathic medicine, myself and Queen Afua were taking care of Dr. Clark. And he would sit with us and give us conference and counsel, and then he was passing what he knew to us. And with that knowledge, that consciousness that I had to say, listen, I don't know everything about myself because here's this man telling me something about my relatives across the water. There got to be something here that I want to know about myself. And I'm going to go ahead and pick up that baton, move it forward, and then take it to another degree, a whole other place. And then not just to say, no, they didn't have a purpose in it. Put it in front of our children and say, here is your legacy. It starts here from right now. It was planted. Now you understand where the roots are. Now grow the tree. Now take the fruit and take the seed from the fruit, move it forward, plant another seed. That's what this whole thing is about. And that's why
The circle of life.
the young brothers who come to me and say, well, they didn't do this, they did that, and so forth. Yeah, when you're in enemy territory, you do what you can to survive.
That's true.
We're in enemy territory right now. And so everybody
I
had to
want to
make
appreciate.
decisions. But you had people like Al Sharpton, who worked for the FBI and still works for them demons.
Correct. Before
Let me
I
ask
go,
you.
I have one last question.
Well, wait a minute, Chief Topcats. Before I know you got to ask the question, but before you go, could you tell us the name of your books?
Yes.
Okay. I have one book. I'm Not Black, I'm Indian, the Miseducation of Black American. We also have America Bloodlines of the Guards and Civilization. I also have children book, I'm Not Black, I'm Indian. Also the Making of an African American, a Cherokee Princess. You can find them on my website, bigchiefuniversity.com or Amazon.
Okay, what I'm going to do, I want to take those books and put them on my website, on my UKS website, so that they would have access to it and connect to it. Is it on Amazon?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, send me. You have my email,
I get
right?
your information, and I can. I
do.
get it
I
from
will make
Crystal
sure he
Freedom,
gets.
Okay,
and
send
I
me.
make sure I get you some copies.
Okay, well,
You
that's
know,
beautiful.
that was going to be my question, honestly, and you kind of
Hold on, I'm
answered
sorry,
it.
Ms. Dice. I apologize.
That's fine. And you
I
kind
gotta
of
go.
answered it in real time, because I was going to ask you, Dr. Valentine, about what is your suggestion, your solution, and how a person can reclaim their story, their property, their land, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
And I think that you just did a beautiful thing by when you were talking about, lowering the baton or extending the baton, right? And that's just a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing, and that's what women do. We bring you guys together to
That was
connect.
Okay.
It's a
powerful. That
beautiful
was
thing.
powerful.
This is
Before I
what
leave, I apologize, brother.
Nice.
Before I leave, I have one last question for you, and I appreciate you giving me your time. After all your work is done, after all your years, all your lectures, all the millions of people that you've touched, because you reach millions.
Yes.
When it's all said and done, how would Dr. Phil Valentine want to be remembered?
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Well, I want to be remembered the way that I don't like Al Sharpton one bit, but he said one thing. He said the hardest thing for a preacher to do over the funeral of a no account Negro
Mm.
is actually say something good about him. What do you say about him? What does he do? What does he do for the community? What does he do to his an attempt to help to uplift his people? How are you leaving this shell? And what are you going to say to the next generation? And what I want to be remembered for is just that I essentially was. You ever seen a school crossing guard or somebody that's kind of telling you that's it? I don't want to be. That's why you ever hear me see. I don't nobody follow me. Don't nobody put me up there on a pedestal. Don't nobody say anything that you are my God. I love the fact that we work together and you all recognize my work. But all I want to be remembered is as a guide. All I am is a guide. All I did was point in the direction that I remembered, because you remember me. I said, if you heard one of my works, I said, I don't live today. I'm only here visiting from another tomorrow.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So what does that mean? It means that where I know we are supposed to go, I've been there. And I'm coming back to you and telling you that your trajectory and your present direction is not where that's going to end up. So I'm coming back from another tomorrow to help you to understand and to adjust your sights, because here's what the metaphysics are really saying. They're lying to you. Everything right now is an illusion and a lie. And in my university, I teach how to decipher whether something is real or not. I teach how the science of thought works to suppress your abilities to do what you need to do to excel. That's all. Everything else, I will close my eyes. In fact, if I had a chance to do it all over again, I would.
Yes, me too.
Powerful, powerful. Appreciate your time.
Appreciate
And,
you,
and
brother.
much respect, and keep teaching this. I'm gonna keep watching you, keep following you, keep supporting.
And you keep doing what you're doing, young brother.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I won't let you down.
I
Peace
know
to the
you won't.
ladies on Unscrambled Minds. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night.
So
Good
much,
thing.
Top Cats.
You two and everyone, I put it on the screen, as well as we'll get that over to you too, Dr. Phil Valentine, bigchiefuniversity.com. That's where you're going to go to buy all the books. He also has children books as well for our babies, so definitely want to check that out.
Yeah, we have a whole library of books on our,
That
and
was
we pick on books that we feel would be supportive of our mission. at the Institute for Self Mastery. That's ismhomeschool.org. I see two brothers have joined us, and
Yep.
they were very patient, and I'm thankful.
Actually, three.
Okay, another one
Yes.
came in. Thanks, brother.
And I don't have my
Welcome, guys. Welcome.
hey, dots.
Welcome to Unscripted Minds.
Glasses on to even see the names.
Peace and prosperity be to the panel. And I thank you so much, sisters, for having this very powerful brother on the show to share this wisdom. Dr. Phil, brother, you deserve your, as they say, flowers while you're still here. So we got to give it to you, brother. You shared a lot of information with us, but this is what I want to share a concept with you, and I want to get your take on it. I feel personally like the concept of us and our origin here in America is being weaponized against us right now. And what I mean by that right now is we are focusing so much on the fact that we are from America, but we're missing the fact that we've been socially engineered to destroy ourselves. So we've been at war for quite some time.
Yes.
And it's time for us to admit that we've lost the war. Our children listen to TikTok more than they listen to us.
Indeed.
Our wives are listening to Sprinkle Sprinkle more than they listen to us. And our brothers are being confused by the red pill. And it's causing internal warfare, like you were speaking earlier, like you said. No, it's not the patriarch, it's not the monarch, it's both of them coming together to create patriarch and the
matriarch
come together to make a monarch.
Yes, indeed.
So with that being said, it has been my analysis, taking the baton to go to the next stage. We've learned so much from this demon being over here in the hills of North America. It would be so powerful and wise if we took our money and our knowledge and rebuild in Africa. It doesn't matter that we're from America anymore. We're talking about surviving. We've lost the war over here, and their next campaign to rid us, if we're still here, I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be a massacre if we decide to stay here.
Indeed, I like what you're saying, and I said yes. When I get myself together, we are definitely going to get land in Africa. We're going to get land in South America as well, and we're going to get land everywhere that there's heat and our people, and every place that our people were. And I was from Trinidad, and I was raised by these African-centered women and Native-centered women. Hey, listen, I was there. I grew in the midst of it all. And yes, I do agree. But you have to understand that Africa right now, barring Burkina Faso and the different places where you see the brothers are coming together, they are essentially the only places that you would be able to be autonomous and be able to work your magic. At this particular time, Africa is also being recolonized, and most people are not seeing it. So what we have to do right now is to consolidate the wealth that is there for us to take. We do have wealth, but we don't have consolidated wealth. We have trillions of dollars that work back and forth, but it all goes out of our community and into the community of others. If we understood how to consolidate like we did back when we had banks, when we had a Wall Street, when we had a shipping lane, all of the different things we had, we couldn't consolidate them into nationhood because they would never want that. That's what COINTELPRO was built for, to make sure we didn't have nations. Because the reason why they co-opted the civil rights movement and the Khazars and those went and conscripted Martin Luther King to the point where he had to say at the end, I'm bringing my people back into a burning house. He didn't even know.
Wow.
His own game. So what happened was they knew that with Tulsa and down in South Carolina, where they had these places where we were incredible. I mean, we were kicking ass and taking names. We had our own baseball team. We had everything that was the competition to these beasts. And we used to kick their asses in the competition, always. And every time that they wanted to do anything, the white people would come to our products because it was our products that were the best. They knew the competition, but we did not have the power to stop because they were organized. They knew what it is that they were doing, and we did not. And everyone that wanted us to organize, we had a problem with that because whoever it is that took over wanted to be the leader, wanted to be the show enough. You understand? And that's what destroyed us because all he had to do was to take out the leader and everybody scatters. I had a problem. It's the same thing. I told our good brother, Khalid Muhammad. And I told him, he said, man, why are you talking all this metaphysical stuff, man? You know, we need nation time. We need to nationalists. I said, you doing nation. I'm doing the brain. You're taking care of the body and the heart. I'm dealing with the brain. I'm dealing with who it is. I said, you want to lead nothing but people who are drones? What if they take you out? What are they going to do? I want to educate the people that you are leading to understand how this beast works. What is the technology that they're working with? How is it that they're getting into our schools and children's heads? What are they doing to our children, turning them boys into girls and girls into boys? This is what we have to fight. We have to consolidate that power. We have power. You have not believed. Everybody's dancing like us. Everybody's talking like us. Everybody's dressing like us around the world. We are the power. But we don't.
The magical Negro.
Yes, the magical Negro. And the thing about it is, you're right. You're so right. I see you have the beautiful children behind you, and I know that exactly as a father, I raised the same way. And the children, that they're the future, and their minds are the ones that they want. They want those minds because they understand. And that's why they want our girls. They want our young girls. They want our women because they know that they would perpetuate what we as men, as warriors, would want them to be as they raise a nation in our image and our likeness. And Malcolm told you, as soon as you send your child to the beast and to the enemy, what you think coming back into your house?
That's right. That's right.
So, yes, we have power, but we have not consolidated power. And the Khazarian mafia runs all of our children that they take from the so-called ghetto and put on the fields of battle and gladiators into football, basketball, baseball, and all that money they take and put it back into their children's trusts and their children's businesses. That's because we don't teach our children, our young boys, economy. And this is no aspersion to the sisters because they're raising the boys.
That's right.
And they do not teach them economy. The one thing you had to understand is, like this boy, what's his name, this football player, who his wife married him because she was going to get into it. This boy worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Came to find out that when he went through the divorce proceedings, she thought she was going to get half of all those billions. Came to find out he put all the money in his mother's name.
Yeah, I remember that.
And she was like, oh, no, that didn't work. You know, it couldn't work. And that became the template. I said that same thing when I was talking, and I can't tell you the names of the people. I know people in the NBA. I know young brothers in the NBA. I know the people in the NFL. And I keep telling them what to do with their money to consolidate and to do those things, to build. But they're not, because we're not managing their money. And the last person that tried to do that, when Magic, Michael, and Michael Jackson, the 3 M's came together, nobody knows about this. They were going to set up a football team, a basketball team, and they were going to set up a agency of blacks so that the monies that they got from the oil companies to pay these boys would then go back into the communities they came from. Look what they did to Michael. They killed his father and told him that because he was into his gambling. And then they told your boy Magic. They told him he had AIDS. That shut that down. And then they went after Michael, told him he was a pedophile. Wow. So they know what we are when we come together in power. But we can't do it the way we do. We can't be like your boy Tyrus Smiley and go out there and say, okay, black people, we all together. What we going to do? We're going to put it on camera. Okay, we're going to do this. You're telling the enemy every damn thing you're going to do. He got countermeasures in place waiting for you. He said, oh, yeah, what's this the niggas over there doing? Oh, good to see you. Okay, good. We know what to do. We got you. What this other nigga saying? Oh, yeah, okay. We know what we're going to do. No.
Yeah.
You got to go into a think tank. That's why I created something called the Dark Matter Think Tank. If we can get brothers and sisters who know what to do with money quietly. Look what they did with a sister who put together an incredible plan. And they came after her, and she had to run now. She's in Africa. She had to run because they were trying to kill her, take it over. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm ranting on, brother.
No. You're not ranting. You shared everything. Hey, bro. Thank you. That was an excellent answer. You know what? It was such an excellent answer. I can't even respond to it because I don't want to share the secret now. So hopefully, look, I definitely want to connect with you, my brother, and talk to you soon. I would like to be a part of that think tank.
Yes, sir.
And maybe we can move some things under the table, like you said, instead of international forum.
800-847-1291. 800-847-1291. Call me there. Leave a message. Be very clear. Say your number twice, even 3 times. So sometimes the signal breaks. Okay?
Yes, sir. One more time.
800. 847.
847.
1291.
It's been an honor, my brother.
My pleasure, beloved.
Prosperity. Thank you, sisters, for your due diligence. Y'all have a blessed night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shadow Feather, you're up.
Yeah, man. I just want to give thanks and praises to Baba there, because he's given so much inspiration and he's teaching so much knowledge that man cannot even comprehend. There are scriptures that are written in his head that he does not even know about right now. And the things that he's written, I've seen. The thing about it is, though, Baba, is this. You're a man of honor. You're a man of scholarship. You're way beyond any type of alphabet. You are he, and you are thee. And you are the ultimate man. We've given law and prosperity to everything on these side of the islands. And last time I come, they make fun of me accent. Yes, my father's from the Caribbean. Yes, I've been through the Americas, East and West Coast. I'm a globe trotter. I go and find out what go on upon the land. So that I can go and report to my people. I'm a river surfer.
Seen.
I'm a river surfer, so I trot upon the land before they have concrete. We travel upon the alligator, the canoe, the canal. You see? So we're upon Russia, we're upon Africa, we're upon the Philippines, we're upon the Indus.
Come on.
Everywhere.
Teach.
We are everywhere. And I want to give thanks and praises and give thanks for this man here. This man here has taught me much, more than my mother has taught me in her womb. For when I found out, I was just using her as a vessel to come and put his language in concrete and not water. Give thanks to you.
Rastafari.
Sila.
Thank you, brother.
We're done.
Give thanks.
Thank you so much, Shadow Feather. Peace, Madon. You there?
Is he there, Madon?
Yeah, peace. I'm here. Can you hear me, sis?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, peace, brother Valentine. I just had 2 questions. My first question is, can you give a brief history how you, brother Bobby, and brother Dawood came together? And my second question is, Do you still think the Earth is flat?
Do you have the same 11 hours that I did the webinar to listen up to what I had to say? No, let me just say this, beloved. Bobby, Delbert, Daoud, the, who else was there? Brother Kevin. We had an entire big man, Black Dot, Brother Rich. All of these young people were actually came when we established the underground metaphysical community. I brought Bobby to New York. Bobby brought me to Atlanta, and we began to deal with an exchange. And I went to a lecture over there in Michigan, and that was in the hometown of Brother Delbert Blair. So there was this triangle of teachers, me in New York, Bobby in Atlanta, and Delbert in Michigan, and then Detroit, I believe. And we interchanged because we were on the same frequency, and we were establishing a way to teach people how the mind works and how the mind was used against us, and what we lost of the so-called metaphysics, which is why if you look at my site, I put the KE in front of metaphysics and made it chemetaphysics. I took it back from the Greeks and put it back into Kemet. And I learned how to use wordology from the brothers that used to come to our temple from the Rastafarian community, because they used to bend the English language to make it more spiritual. So I used to like the way that they used to speak and tell me what it is their spirituality was about. So I used to infuse that and stretch the language, the English language, which is so taught and so malleable that we can actually make one word mean 10 different things. So yes, Bobby, myself, we got together and we had something I created called the Gathering of the Masters, where I used to introduce people in the so-called conscious community and teach all the different ways that our ancestors taught in the inner temples, not just building the temples, because that's what all of our teachers who came before us taught. How did they build the temples? How did they put together the astronomy and so forth? But what was in the mindset that created those ideas to build those temples? That's where Bobby, myself, Delbert, and everybody, that's who we wanted to become. That's what we wanted to resurrect in the legacy that came from all those great people. As far as the second question, what was that again, brother?
Well, before I go to the second question, real quick, I just wanted to give y'all props because all those old tapes I got to see with you, Brother Dawood, and Bobby, it gave me a different perspective that I'd never seen before. So I got to give y'all brothers y'all props for that. You know what I mean? And I'm still standing on the shoulders of that. And my second question was, do you still think the Earth is flat?
My favorite subject.
Okay.
I don't think it. I know it.
Okay.
When you start thinking about something or you believe in something, I always say to Stevie Wonder, he said it. If you believe in things you don't understand, you suffer. Superstition ain't the way, because if you're believing, it's superstition. I don't deal with that. I was also caught up with the so-called globe Earth, but I was introduced to the flat Earth back in the early 90s, and I dismissed it. I was introduced by a brother named Gene Anderson, where I used to go and get my books from at the Weiser's bookstore on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. He gave me a book that was the Worlds Beyond the Poles. That's where by just go look up Worlds Beyond the Poles by Giannini. And that book was so advanced for me at the time, I was not ready for it. But then a young lady, her name, forgot her name, I think it was Crystal, I believe. She was talking with her husband in the background, and before he hung up, he said, "Dr. Valentine, you know that the earth is flat." I said, whoa, 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 hold on. And that woke up something in me, and I'm going back in my archives. I got my book, and I began to read it again. And then all of a sudden, all the information necessary for me to prove that it was flat not flat as an earth. The plane upon which we exist is flat. It's the third dimension. It's a compression zone. And that compression zone essentially is a plane that exists forever. It's infinite. We are just on a portion of that. And the dome that we have above us, I was speaking about the dome for so many years. I was speaking about the dome back in 1995 when I said that the dome was made of compressed hydrogen. The dome is made of compressed hydrogen, and there's nobody going into outer space. There's no such thing as outer space. So when you look at the forensics, for example, the world, they say, is spinning at 1,025 miles an hour. Can we all agree that that's what's being said?
Yes.
Okay. If the
Yeah,
world is,
that's what they say.
right, they say the world is spinning at 1,025 miles an hour. Has anybody ever been in a plane?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the world, they say, is spinning from west to east, this way. Okay. At 1,000 miles an hour. Okay. This is almost the speed of sound, but it's spinning. Now, have you ever flown from New York to California? Anybody?
No.
No. Well,
No.
if the world,
I agree.
if this is New York,
This analogy.
the world is spinning towards New York, and you take up from here, why does it take 5 hours for you to get to California? If the world below you is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and you're flying at 500 miles an hour.
I'm going to say I agree with you because I used the plane analogy before myself.
Mm-hmm. Just think about that one little thing. I mean, there's over 200 reasons why I can show you, and it's in my webinars. But think about the fact that if you fly from New York to California and the world is spinning towards you at 1,000 miles an hour and you're flying at 500 miles an hour, why is it taking you 5 hours? Because if it's taking you 5 hours to be up in the air, it means that that California has looped you 2 or 3 times before you landed.
I think a lot of
let's go in the other direction. Let's go from California to New York. You're flying at 500 miles an hour. The earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Do you think that you're ever going to land on something like that, going at 500 miles an hour? That's the mentality we don't think about right now. And you got jackasses like Neil deGrasse Tyson that's actually pushing that nonsense to you. Just like they tell you there was a white man named Jesus Christ walking on water.
Mm.
That's
I got one more question, Dr. Phil. I got one more question real quick.
1 second.
I just got one more question real quick.
Yeah,
Okay.
just hold it for 1 second. I just want to ask this question really quick from our sister in the chat, Sweet Feather. She said earlier you mentioned the Jim Crow experience. She was wondering if you were speaking generally or you grew up in it. She heard you're from Trinity. Were you born and raised there or
I was born here
in the U.S.?
No, my mother came from Trinidad, where my mother, who was her siblings, 15, she was part of 15 children. My grandmother was the matriarch at that time. You want to talk about matriarchy? Yes, 15 children came from that womb. Okay. And when we went to see her as she was losing her cognizance, just imagine all the cousins. It must have been about 50 cousins, 60 cousins. All of them came from that one womb.
Mm.
Okay. That's your majesty. That's who you are. That's the greatness. That's what excels you to God's head.
Dr. Quick question though. Earlier you said that there's no matriarchy.
No, I just said to you
I wanted just to be clear. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, again, I said it
just for the sake of I want to be
just to let you know.
Okay,
that if you're talking about a matriarchy, that's what you should be calling.
To give a visual. Okay.
Mama,
I understand.
Mama is her exalted state was that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So if I'm speaking about being in Trinidad, my mother was my entire family is from there, and from their history comes from the so-called escaping through the Gullah and fighting, and then coming over to the West Indies and Trinidad, and then marrying up with the French Marie Antoinette's whole thing came to Trinidad, and that's where you get those French speaking and Trinidad and Carnival and all of that. That's where you get all of that from them coming over there. But my I was born here in New York when my mother was attending nursing school. She was pregnant with my father's child, me, and he was in Korea, fighting in Korea. He was special forces in Korea, called the Wolfhounds. And I was born here, but then went back and raised in Trinidad and the bush. I was raised in a place called Mayaro before it was tainted and used as a drug stop, a drug tag between Venezuela at that point. So I grew up in the bush, and I knew what the bush was about. I knew all about everything dealing in there. I even drowned in Mayaro and came back thanks to a fisherman who rescued me. But as far as me talking about Jim Crow, I didn't come up in Jim Crow. My father did. My father himself, who was a West Indian, he came over here after when he was living in Harlem with my grandfather and his cousin, who worked with what's the name of that the the hood that was over there, Bumpy Johnson and the rest of them. My grandfather and them was working with them. So as far as me dealing and in Jim Crow, no. I did come when I went to school. The white boy I had to fight white boys because I went to Catholic school. If you want to look at that as something, yeah. But that was it.
Peace. I got one more question, Dr. Phil.
Yeah.
Now, if man was and always has been, is there such thing as creation?
No. Creation
So
is
how does
creation is negation.
okay? So what explains what we call as nature, forest, what we call, even the dome over the flat Earth? Like, was that
Yeah.
put there by some entities, or is that
Yeah,
just it just
the one.
randomly happened?
Yeah, they have people. They have entities that we call the ones who say we shall make man in our image and likeness.
Right, I respect that.
Yeah, when we get to see when it's time for you to know what they are and who they are, you'll understand that they are actually entities who actually nurture life on different planes of existence, all the way to different types of like, for instance, if you're ready to deal with dimensions, dimensions are layers of pressure. So there are pressurized zones of water. So the more refined the water, the more refined the spirit occupying that space. So where we are, we call what we breathe oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen. But all of that is water. We breathe a certain refined form of water that we call the oxygen. Fish, they breathe a more denser form of water. We can go down there, but we have to wear a special suit. The fish can't come up here because unless we take a part of their environment and bring it with us on land. Well, the same thing, the spirit within you, that spark within you that came from a higher resonance, had to find a specific suit in order to occupy the area the way we would need a suit to go down into the ocean. Well, your body is that particular suit that third density requires for you to exist.
So how would you say man came to Earth?
Man didn't come to Earth. Man has always been on Earth.
So it just always was this.
Yeah, it always was and always will be and always. And you have to remember that these cones, these Edens, because this is an Eden, there are dozens and thousands of Edens along the plane of existence. And that's the main thing that they're not telling us. And all of it is water, or all of it is a type of water that exists. And they showed you that they can't break through the dome. There was a commercial for some kind of beer where this dude went up in a capsule and boom, it hit and all kind of water started coming out after it cracked the dome. They were telling you what was going on at that point.
I see what you're saying. I got one last question. They coming to me now, but I'm gonna rest after this one. With all due respect, what did the teachers can you get more clarity? Because I heard a lot of older teachers used to say, automatic push button, remote control, synthetic genetics command your soul. Can you get more clarity on that?
Well, synthetic synchronicity you're talking about?
Well, I remember the brother Dale Jones. Remember the brother Dale Jones?
Oh yeah, that was good.
He used to always say, we are the white man, or they had black people where he would say automatic push button, remote control, synthetic genetics command your soul.
Indeed.
He would always say that, but I wanted a little more clarity on it. I mean, I get the gist of what he's saying. It's like we running off Wi-Fi. The white man got us running off Wi-Fi or something.
Yeah, he says what you're eating is synthetic. It commands your soul. Look at all the food you're eating. Look at all the crap you're breathing in. What you're breathing in is alien genetics in those chemtrails. He was telling you exactly what was going on. He was the war correspondent, he called himself. He knew we were at war. We used to talk about it all the time. He's the one who sent the brother named Brian Wrong to me, who had the chips in his head. And I'm the one who broke that in New York, in the Sun newspaper. I showed the chips that they put in his head when he was in prison. It was Dell that sent him to me because Dell said, yo, I got somebody you got to see, man. I know you can handle it. I can't handle it. So he sent Brian Wrong to me. Yeah, I can write a book about everything that I've experienced. Wow. But I'm telling you, as far as when it comes to dealing with the flatted earth or the flatted plane, I don't call it flatted earth, the flatted plane, where we exist, essentially, water does not work on a curvature. Water can only stay, and there's no way that you could be spinning on a water ball and say that gravity is holding on to water while you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. There's no such thing as gravity because Tesla himself said that that was bullshit. There's only electromagnetic spectrum, and the spectrum is broad. And part of it has to do with density, not gravity. That's crap. Even Einstein was a jackass. Everything he did was stolen. He stole it because he was working in a patents office where everybody was bringing their ideas to him. He was a cross-dressing son of a bitch who married his cousin and his cousin's daughter. And it was the Khazarian mafia who built him up. I'm sorry. I'm ranting again. But anyway, thank you very much for your kind attention, everybody.
All right. Anton?
All right. You don't have to apologize. You wouldn't be Phil. You wouldn't be Phil if you wasn't doing that.
And then everything you're saying is straight wisdom anyway. A lot of things that you're saying should be said.
And you have the right to say it. So
hi, Anton. Welcome.
Hey, what's going on, sisters? Dots, Freedom, Niche. Where Dulcinea? Oh, there she go. Dulcinea. Peace. All right, peace to the brothers, and much honors to you, Dr. Phil. Yeah, so my first introduction to you was the Tetragrammaton.
Did another gray hair grow out?
Well, what I was always mad about, I couldn't find the whole thing. It got cut off. Yeah. It had got stopped. Now, it kind of will run in line to what the brother, I think that's Madad, was talking about in terms of how you put together the flat earth. Huh? Who?
No, I was talking. I'm sorry, I didn't have my mute on. I was like, let me eat my coffee.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, I think it was like, and in Tetragrammaton, you touched on a couple things that I like. That's why, man, I've been spending my whole life trying to find that whole thing because it was deep. And when you talked about the water in the dome over the top of it, at that in the Tetragrammaton, you had touched on the vibration and the movements and the dancing and the sound and everything, where the Medu Neter was formed off the movements of what you would call the dancers. Am I correct?
Yeah, it was the movement of the dome as a cyclotron that keeps the energy and the sun and the moon moving in circles to maintain the atmosphere that becomes the third density pressure zone that allows us to live.
Right. And in the tetragrammaton, well, I was kind of related to the tetragrammaton because you said at a certain point in time, it was real dense and the vibrations were so high and the sounds were so vibrant that the movements of the people was the communication.
Yes.
Am I okay?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how far I go back. Yeah, and that's how
Okay.
much I remember that. And I haven't listened to it in years.
Wow.
But I mean, at that time, I was with the Nation of Yahweh. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay,
anything that was talking about that, I was with it.
Mhm.
Now, moving forward, right? So moving forward with that, I mean, have anything changed or have you added on to that? Because I know I didn't get the full lesson. That wasn't the full teaching that I saw. Was there anything that I missed you want to add?
Well,
You don't have to take too much time. Just give me a little
I
bit.
can't add, I'd love to, beloved, but that would take up a whole lot more time than I'm right now. And my wife is looking at me with those eyes burning at this particular time. So what I have to do this all night.
Summarize.
I speak about it. As far as the tetragrammaton, tetra meaning four, what we're dealing with is if you understand what the 4 points of the pyramid really means, then you understand what tetragrammaton means. And you deal with the word and how the word WORD made flesh. When you deal with tetragrammaton, you're dealing with the fire, air, water, and earth. The fifth element is time. It's not ether. Ether is simply what is expressed as time expresses itself. Just like the flame is fire, just like what we call the atmosphere air, what water is, we see this liquid product, and what we see as the earth, this density. What we see as ether, or what we can gain as ether, is actually time, essentially giving you a manifestation of itself. So when we're speaking about the tetragrammaton, we're talking about the 4 principles that deal with the foundation of everything in existence. And these 4 principles are fire, air, water, and earth, which constitutes the WORD made flesh.
Mm-hmm.
So we are the word. We are the tetragrammaton made flesh. So when we start speaking about anything having to do with the word, we're speaking about vibrations. So the word means, or it intones sound, frequency, vibration, harmonics. And that's what essentially coalesces to become third density and what coalesces into your avatar. So speaking of grammaton, the people who are teaching what they would be teaching as gematria, and they're teaching, all about, Kabbalah and so forth. They're not teaching real Kabbalah. They wouldn't dare do that, because what they know about what's going on behind the scenes. I was speaking about that, and I had to shut that down myself because I was getting into information that at that time I was living amongst a whole lot of Jews at that point. I can tell you that. But in my university, on the 3rd level, which is perfection, we speak about that. But we speak about it in ways for you to understand not just the title itself, but what's behind the title. So you can understand what constitutes the tetragrammaton. All they want to tell you is it means the 4 letters Yahweh, YHVH, which really comes from EAIHUH, which is Ehu, where they took Yahweh from. That was the Kemetic 4-letter material. They took that from out of Kemet, and that's what they took when Akhenaten went and created the city of Amana. Those priests that you see that became the Levites, those were the priests that ran Akhenaten's temple. That's where that came from. Remember, the Levites were supposedly of the 12 tribes, but they were not of the tribes. They were there over the tribes. Well, those Levites were essentially nothing more than the ones who were the priests of Akhenaten.
Okay. Now, bringing it to today, as you see how our people still, amongst all the suppression and oppression that we have, is some of that still? That's some of that, and most of that is still in us, right?
What do you mean?
And that you're talking about those 4 elements.
The 4 elements. I mean, we wouldn't exist unless they were working. They work essentially in us. in the way. The four elements essentially have ended up, if you learn in my university, these are the four elements right here: fire, air, water, earth.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay. Well, just giving some people some inspiration because we can still tap into that or just
Well, you
pay
could tap
attention.
into it. Yeah, you could tap into it in my university where we can actually speak about this at length.
I was going to ask you, Dr. Valentine, I know you have to go, and welcome to the show, Dr. Dees. But if you can repeat just where people can find you and your wife's books, I know you had, I can type that in the chat for you.
Yes, go up to UKS. That's the university's website. U is in United, K is in King, S is in Science, NOW.org. UKS NOW.org. And immediately popping up, you'll see two books: my book, Wounded Womb, and my wife's first book is called 7 Steps to Healing and Wellness. Her next book is called, baby, give me that book again. New Life from Near Death. New Life from Near Death. And you can go to newlifeneardeath.com. Newlifeneardeath.com. And
Newlifeneardeath.com.
yes, and you can
Okay.
pre-order it. It's not out yet. It should be
Okay.
coming out sometime at the end of spring. And once that comes out, we're waiting for, hopefully, for Shaka Khan. Oh, okay. You almost can't say it. All right, never mind. I didn't say it. I didn't say. You didn't hear it from me. Anyway. And yes, a new life near death.
Oh, near death. Pardon me. Take that down.
Newlifeneardeath.com.
New life near death. Okay.
Yeah, and
Okay.
if anybody wants to help us out, you can go to our PayPal, and if you want to drop a couple of dollars in there, we would be very happy. Our PayPal is kemetearth@gmail. Kemet, KEMET, Earth, EARTA @gmail.com. And if you do it, if you are going to show us a little love, make sure you're doing it to friends and family. Sanetta, how you doing, good brother?
Hi, Senator.
Yes. I hope he comes up if he gets a chance. Let me drop the.
Yeah, the link is pinned at the top, Sonetta, but also you can drop the link as well. It's still pinned at the top if you want to join. Again, I'll put that up on the screen when you got it. Okay, yes.
Okay.
And peace, Dr. Dees. Thank you so much for coming in. Sister Freedom, this is the one I was talking about that has so much knowledge about science, DNA, and how we can correct.
Oh yes. He was here early. He was waiting for you before it even came. The show even came on.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, Sai. Hey, Sai.
Hey, I just want to say real quick before Phil get out of here, man. Listen, Phil is the original, one of our first teachers for years.
Yes.
He have raised a lot of cubs out here. I just want y'all to know, please make sure y'all support this elder Phil Valentine. He has put in blood, sweat, and tears on these platforms, y'all. And y'all need to know that. Some of y'all are probably new to this, but Phil is the one that really brought the metaphysics to the platform. All right. So good to see you, Dr. Phil.
Good seeing you too, brother. You're looking kind of cool. You're looking like definitely life is looking like life is treating you good, brother.
Oh, I'm all right, man. I'm all right. I be seeing you over there with my little brother Rich. I be like, there you go. I be seeing you. Shout out to my brother Rich, Underground Railroad.
Shout out to brother Rich. Shout out to the brother. Shout out to King Simon. Shout out to brother. Yes, everybody who's actually doing the work. I really am happy to see how everything is progressing. The brother with the serpent, he came in. I would, out of respect, if he came in, did you have a question before I go?
The first thing I wanted to say to you, Dr. Valentine, is respectfully, you was the first one that I watched your lectures on Tacitus, on Tertullian, going all the way back to Solon and Kemet and all of that. You the one that I knew read the work. And what the question I had for you was on the level of operating as a healer. And also, I got to show respect to the fact that you brought up the time workers. Everybody forgets the time walkers. You got to remember, it's a reason why they find us all through history. They're reaching back millions of years, and they find the atlatl spears and 800-year-old alligators. It's a reason they finding us all over time. It's the migrations.
Yes.
So the question. So going into what you just touching on what you were talking about earlier, when you talk about how the atrazine and all of these different chemicals are causing these congenital abnormalities in these children, all of these sexual aberrations, all of these things that our children wouldn't be born with, and now these chemtrails is making everybody angry. All of these light metals that they're sprinkling into the atmosphere. Outside of chlorine and eating your vegetables, what would you say would be a good way to keep our minds clear in today's time?
Well, it's a beautiful question. The way to do that is to understand whether or not your thoughts are yours or belong to something else that does not belong to you, that has taken up a residency in your mind. You have to understand that they can actually project what we call packets of thoughts that can intermingle with there is in your brain. There is a ganglia of neuroganglia that essentially send electrical signals that create certain chemicals that bring back your memories. What they've learned to do is to intercept that electrical signal that is congruent with the thought process that you have and implant these thought seed packets that belong to them. That's why you see people automatically saying, wait a minute, I can't remember. Or, what did I think? Why am I thinking about killing babies and so forth? You have to understand that these people are planting these now with the new technology that comes from this. If you see at the back of if you could see the back of my phone, you see these diodes? You got to make sure that you put these diodes in the back of your phone so that they can attenuate the 5G and the 4G and whatever the Gs. All around my house, I have all these diodes and protections that are dealing from any kind of things. And in my hats, if I'm wearing a hat, I got all kinds of protections that's going on. You have to war from within. We do war from within, but you have to strengthen your body. The bloodstream is what's being attacked. The entire Bible verse called the Song of Solomon is about your bloodstream. The bloodstream is where everything takes place. That's consciousness that moves. It is a flowing of consciousness. It's the waters above and the waters below becoming the waters within. So when you understand how the waters above and below work within, then you understand how they have to attack that particular part of you. And so what we do is we take Juice Plus. We deal with something called Juice Plus, which is pure concentrated fruits, vegetables, berries, and all of the omegas. And we take them, they have a higher rating than organic. The organic one that you see the FDA have with the little green and white sticker. We have what is called as NSF, National Safety Foundation. They have a higher rating for monitoring food than the FDA. And so we use the Juice Plus. And I would suggest that you all do get Juice Plus and see if you can pack your body with that. That's how I can talk for 11 and 12 hours. Most people say, well, how could you talk for 12 hours? Because I deal with, even with what the fact that I'm growing now, I'm in my 70s. I don't even feel it when I can keep talking for 2 days. Me and Bobby can do the same thing. We used to do that because we know what to do. We used to pack the body with what would then store the energy for us. And I suggest to every one of you all to deal with the Juice Plus. And if you want to find any more information on it, call that 800 number and say you want to know more about the Juice Plus, and I'll turn you on to my daughter-in-law, and she'll tell you.
Phil Valentine actually came out to California and did an 11-hour lecture, y'all. Somatic death. This elder right here is man. He will not let you down. With any little dime you give him, you best believe you're gonna get all worth way more than that. Trust and believe that, y'all. So please make sure you support those who are still here left with us that's teaching our people. You know what I'm saying? We still got to make sure we protect and support our elders that's still here.
Thank you, brother. Thank you very much, brother. And
And
everybody,
I appreciate that. I appreciate you, man.
definitely for moving it forward and keeping it going. Definitely. I love what you have behind you as your backdrop. Beautiful.
Thank
Definitely. Definitely. And now that I'm going up, so definitely going to hear it from my wife for taking this long. I love it. I can go on, but definitely I have to respect the fact that she wants to go to bed. Big Mama, thank you
Yes.
so much. Beautiful. Thank you so much for this forum. It gives me a chance to vent. If anybody was offended by anything that I said, my apologies to you. It was not meant. It was only me teaching from the kind of passion that everybody knows from the time I was there in the early 1980s. You always heard me with every type of MFs and shit. And you know that I was actually out there to actually get to the people that were in the streets, to let them know that they were gods. And so today I'm a little bit mellower, but I still have the same kind of passion. And I want to speak the truth. I want to bring our brothers and sisters back together. In fact, I want to get our sisters away from those beasts and making them believe that they have to do A, B, and a third. And I want the brothers to start stepping up and stop dealing with, and I know it's something that we're dealing with. We have raised gang mentality to this particular, this place of prominence where even you got old people dancing crip walk, keep it gangster, y'all, keep it gangster. I don't want to keep shit gangster. That's what got us that way. That's what got us the way we are today. We are not gangsters. And if we are gangsters, we're not gangsters for each other. If you want to be a gangster, be like one for, what's it, Bumpy Johnson. Bumpy Johnson was building all kinds of apartments. He was paying the rents for the elders. He had the first nursing homes in Harlem. If you're gonna be a gangster for your people. Be the Robin Hood for your people. But don't be just going out there with your grills and spinners and all that bullshit. That don't do a damn thing but put money into their pockets. And their pockets when you gotta go to jail. Because every time they put you in jail, they go after your exemption priority account, which is that red number beginning with a red alphabet that you have in the back of your social security number. That's a bank account where you have millions of dollars that belong to you. You don't know how to tap into it. But they do. Once they arrest us, they use that to house you and to pay for the state that the house they pay for the state and the housing facilities with your money that you have. But anyway, that's me ranting. I'm out, people. Thank you so much.
Wait a minute. We all appreciate you coming. Listen, I appreciate what I'm saying right now. I'm saying Sarnetta, most of the people that I've ever even came across, you, Bobby Hammett, John Henry Clark, everybody that's anybody. Most of us came through Sarnetta, to get, and this is just even great for me right now. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been on Sarnetta for what I can't even count the years, but I'm just saying you have to come back again, Dr. Valentine, because there's so many questions that have not been answered, and I'm glad little bits and pieces have been asked, and you've attacked different things, especially the flat earth thing. Wow. And now with the Aboriginal, Indian, Indigenous, African situation, you touch a little bit on every little thing that everybody wanted. So you got to come back again. You got to. Because
why don't we just try to get everybody to join me at my university?
Okay.
If you want to really so we can get deep, because we go in on the university and you get to keep the PowerPoint, you get to keep the audio, and then you can always go over it. Most of them, I've had I've had superstars who've been my students, and you can read about them at the uksnow.org. If you go and you could read some of the testimonials of what the former students achieved when they were with us. If you really want to understand how your thoughts work, how everything works, the cosmos works, you can definitely get at least a kickstart at the University of Commission Sciences. So if that's the case, and I want to thank you all for the time to allow me to vent, allow me to speak on certain things. I could never speak definitively on all of what I know. I can only give you portions so that whatever you add variables to the answer. It's not just one the answer. How to arrive at the answer is very necessary, because then you challenge the answer unless you understand where that answer came from. And so that's how I teach, to understand the origins of the answer and not just give you an answer that you think would then fit your question. It doesn't work that way. So when you come to the university, prepare to do homework and prepare to really have your mind blown.
Wow, especially about the Bible. You got so many questions. There's so much stuff I can ask you about, but I'm gonna let you go.
Yes.
I don't want to, but I'm gonna have to let you go, and I do know that.
Give thanks.
And
Okay.
thank your beautiful wife for allowing us to get this time.
Hey,
Thank you so much.
stay for 1 second, because I asked you a question. I want to ask you a question since you're here, Sanetta.
No. Go ahead.
Okay. The question I want to ask you is, right, Dr. Valentine? The question I want to ask you is, I'm gonna put you in the middle.
Go ahead, ask me.
Thank you. I'm gonna put you in the middle so I can ask you this question. How do you feel? How has it felt knowing so many of our greats throughout all these years? Dr. Ben, Dr. Valentine, so many, Dr. Lay, and so many of them. How has it felt to you to know and actually touch you? You know, at first everybody used to sit on your couch before COVID came and everybody had to be on stream and all this here. So you've come across so many different minds of greatness. How have that felt that you can go down in history being one of the first people who ever even showed us any of these great people? How do you feel?
I love that question right there. First, I want to say that excuse me to my sisters, because I should have greeted them when I came on, but I really wanted to come on and see Phil real quick before he goes.
No, that's
I haven't seen him in a long time. So I apologize to all my sisters. I should have first came in and greeted all of y'all first, and my brothers, you know. But I just wanted to shout out to Phil before he get
No, we understood.
Yes. Beautiful question. It feels good and it feels bad at the same time, because of out of all of the work that I have put together, you still have other people that's on the outside that just came in, that just got to know me, that will work tenaciously day and night to tear down the work that you have created.
Wow.
The white man is not doing it. It's our own people. We wear red, black, and green. We say black power, you know, we talk about black history and this and that. But when you really look at it, it's black people who tear down black people. And the most ones that does it is those who claim to be black consciousness. And
wow.
The red, black, and green is them people. And you know, it hurts sometimes, but sometimes, you know, I get up here and I put on a mask and I don't show it, because our people feed off of that. You know what I'm saying? They feed off of when they can tear you down and beat you down. But I still stand strong and stand on my square. Yeah. It's a brother that I don't need to mention his name. Like when he first came around, he came to me on the 125th. And I would tell the brother, yo, brother, I'm here to help you. I was the first one to make sure he raised money. He gets money, you know, build the school. I took him here, brought him over there. Let's go. Hurry up, brother. You want to do this? I put him on camera. And then for him to turn around later on, after 5 or 6 years, when you get a channel, I only used you. That shit hurts sometimes. When you look at other people and they doing all this stuff, like I could mention Garfield's name, you know, I don't care. I'll mention Garfield. The stuff that he have done before he even put the audio out and all of that on the Paul. Don't you know I put 5 bands in this nigga hand? We were cool. We was all right. We was working together. And he would come to my house and I would hit him up with a cut or something like that, you know? To turn around to hear next week, this nigga done recorded
Don't worry about that, Sonetta. I want you.
But what I'm saying,
You
you
want
asked
so
the question,
much positiveness.
right? But you asked the question, so I got to answer it.
I know, I did.
And
I
that's
did.
the hurt part of it. You know, is where people will go through anything to try to tear your legacy down. You know what I'm saying? But the real people, they already know the work that I have put in. The real knows the real, you know? That's all I want to say. But great question, though. I like that question.
I mean, it would just make me feel like, wow, I've really lived.
Yeah.
I've
seen,
lived.
like you said, I've came around the best of the best.
Best of the best.
And blew up the best of the best.
Yes.
From Bobby Hemmett to Phil Valentine. I mean, did Phil Valentine talk
Dr. Umar Johnson?
Dr.
All of them.
Umar?
Every last one of them. And I have been through the years of seeing it.
Umar Johnson sat on the couch with my two little twins when they were babies.
I remember.
20s today. I'm talking about when they was babies. Umar Johnson, when he first came out. He sat on my couch in the living room, brought him out, and he came out and said, yo, I ain't never been like this until I got on Sonetta channel.
He sure did.
What did he do? Turned his goddamn back. And what the hell I do to you? Nothing. Nothing. He said somebody told him that I was trying to contact this woman to interview her to go against him. I'm like, what the hell? I never knew you had a woman. I never knew you had no woman. I didn't know you was married. All I know is Umar. But, you know, it's just, and then he apologized to me later on. So
yeah, well, Ty, we want you to stay positive about everything that you've done for the world, for the sisters and brothers. You have done a lot, so don't let that get to you.
Yeah, but
I think that I just also want to just quickly say, you know, just after that, another banger show. I just want to also just real quickly shout out the chat. Thank you guys for hanging with us. Make sure y'all hit the like button, and I want to shout out the feminine energy in the chat. Because in my opinion, you know, it's this type of divine femininity, I'm going to call it that, quote unquote, that could bring alpha energy, right? That could bring big energy, different masculine energy together, and it runs smoothly.
Yeah.
And we sat back and y'all built, and it just kept on bringing forth different types of powerful energy, right? In my opinion, that's one of the most powerful essences of a woman.
So, Sonetta, I have a question. Well, first, when did we get the interview?
Hit the like button, y'all.
When did we get the official Sonetta interview so we can go into this?
There you go.
My sister Freedom already asked me that too.
Yeah, now I'm trying to get you on live.
I get your boy, yes. You, King Simon. Hope he listening.
Yes, I'll do it.
He'll be good for that numerology.
Yes, I even met him through you.
Yeah, for sure.
Simon is a beast with it.
I just found the picture of me and him at one of your events at least 10 years ago. Yes.
You know, I was looking through my pictures one day, right? And I seen this sister that looks like dots. And I was like, yo.
How long ago was that?
Oh my God.
A long time ago.
How long? That had to be maybe 16 years ago?
Yeah. I'm looking at the picture and I said, oh shit.
Yeah.
This is
Harlem.
right here.
Harlem all day. Harlem in the building.
That's right. Yeah. So you've been out there when I've been on the street with the bullhorn, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. I gave love. Always gave love. Monetarily,
so you see me in action live, huh?
Yeah, for sure. I used to. I came to one of the when I think it was that, I don't remember, what was it? It wasn't at the State Building. It was at the Corsa Street from the Mecca with the Nation of Gods and Herbs. Who was that building?
It wasn't
Alhambra. It wasn't the Alhambra.
Oh, say that again.
Was it at the Alhambra Ballroom?
Yeah, that's where it was at. Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
At the Alhambra Ballroom. Yep.
So yeah.
On the elevator, go upstairs. Yeah, right there.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so my next question is: you remember you were on? You remember you were on Top Cat's panel, and you called your sister, and your sister started breaking down your indigenous and that you have Indian in your family in South Carolina. Do you think you would embrace that more as in the future and teach as far as being indigenous and African?
I always said that I have that in me. My father is Puerto Rican, but you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. I really don't know that much about that history because I always came up dealing with the African history and stuff like that, Black Power culture. I only start getting into the Indian stuff here when I see, over here dealing with that a little bit. And then when I got my DNA test back, I see where they have me Native American.
Right. Like,
I was
like, bam.
When I saw that, I was like, yeah, see, y'all scared to take the DNA test, but at least I could say I got Native in me. I got Native. Y'all can't say that until you really get that test. People can claim that.
Native is not indigenous, but it's not Indian. Well, I don't know how but it's a difference.
Native American. It said Native American, and it's
Native American is different though. But still in all, I'm so glad Dustin asked you that question because it was like, bam. You gotta say you both.
Yeah, I don't really know that much about it. I gotta sit with my brother Top Cat and let him teach me a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, and I'm going to continue, some of the greatest.
Y'all doing great work over here. I mean, I just ended my show because I had a debate with Unbiased Sports and Captain Tazariak. And I seen y'all earlier. I was like, oh shit, they got Phil Valentine. And so when I ended my show, I seen y'all was still going in.
Yes. Well, we are very glad that you came over. I didn't mean to remind you of any negativity that has come through.
Right. But it just came up. Yeah,
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but because it's so much. But
yeah,
we're going to keep it positive because you have always given positiveness to us. So we got to admit that some of the greatest information in the world we would never have heard if it didn't come through.
I got to hook up with 50 Cent. And maybe 50 Cent to do a movie with me or something. Shit, my life story, he'll make that into a movie. Trust me.
Yes.
He'll make that into a movie like Malcolm X.
You
talking about?
Well, you came through like being with Khalid Muhammad.
Yeah. I was going to say that even starting from the Khalid to now.
Like you touched this man. You was around. This is one of my greatest heroes. Like Khalid Muhammad.
Most of us put our life on the line. Whenever Khalid came to Harlem, they had goddamn snipers on the rooftops. Giuliani was a beast. You talking about a mayor who ain't give a damn about black? That's Giuliani. He was the worst mayor I've known. Shit. You talking about the Million Youth March? It was the Million Police March when we did that.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was one of the greatest. So
put together a documentary, and then you can push for the movie. But definitely this deserves to be a documentary.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell y'all right now, I'm getting ready to get out of here because you don't really want to mess up Phil Valentine's joint that he did. And if I was y'all, because y'all be staying on this joint long, I would end it. And if y'all want to stay, come back. But you don't want to keep it going too long. You want to. That's how I do my joint. I would end it.
About to end anyway.
You don't want to mess up a great interview that you just had. So
yeah, we ain't gonna mess it up.
Brother Lie always shaking his head. Brother Lie, what's up with you, man?
Yo, let me get a shout out, Sonetta, man. You put me on the Dale Jones and Brother Dawood, man. I got to give you props for that. You know what I mean? Real. And I think that was before YouTube came about. I don't know if it was you. Somebody had a website. It's like 05, 06. But they had all these videos on there you can watch or you can buy them. You know what I mean? I don't know if that was you.
Yeah,
but that's was
and I also filmed Dale Jones' last video before he went on to the Ancestors.
Wow. Amazing.
Right, 25th Street. He came 125th. see me.
Now you gotta bring that back. Like that's why I say the documentary. That's what you gotta do. Bring that back in the documentary.
Yeah, most scholars would come to 125th and be out there with me. Phil Valentine was out there with me.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby, I can show you Bobby. I'm gonna upload a video that Bobby Hemmett was killing there on 125th, and it was jam packed from the daytime till nighttime. That's how long he been out there, right in front of my stand. You know, Delvin Blair been on 125th with me. Dr. Ben on 125th with me. So all the greats would come by and chill and watch me go in. Malcolm X secretary would be out there with me every weekend on a Saturday. Brother Julian X, that's his name. And he will be out there with me, like keeping that energy going, you know?
Yes, you have had and touched the greatest because they have sat right on your couch. Right on your couch. And it has to be a great feeling to know that your what you did will always show. Somebody can always just go in and pull it up.
Yeah. But you know, y'all got one of the greatest interviews today from one of the best teachers that we had in a long time, and that is Dr. Phil. We used to call him Reverend Phil.
Yes, sure did.
By the name of Dr. Phil Valentine. So did he talk about the Bible or anything over here with y'all?
Listen, that's why I said he got to come back.
He got videos they call the falsehoods of the Bible. He got
my goodness.
The vampires of consciousness. These Hebrew Israelites will not, they'll probably be ashamed to pick their head up if Phil Valentine was to go into the Bible.
Oh my goodness.
His paperwork that he writes with his hand on pads that's like this, stacks. He had paperwork all over his house that he worked with, that he got to sort up and put together. When he's doing the lecture, he will give you that work for real. Make no mistake about that.
He goes in. Oh my goodness, he go in on the Bible.
And
he's
still here with us. Yep.
Yes.
So anyway,
when you mentioned Bel Blair, I'm going to advise everybody to pull up when God was a woman. Yeah. Remember when he did that when it was bad, really bad. You have got to see it. It's still on YouTube.
Right. Can I show something right quick?
Sure.
All right, let me share this right quick.
Let me see if it comes down here. Sure. Clear. Can you clear the screen? I don't know where that's at. Okay.
There you go, right there. I want everybody to know that we got a tour coming up. Brother Jabari will be leading the tour.
Oh, yes.
National Museum of African American History and Culture by Jabari Historian. It's going to be on a Saturday, which is my birthday. Jabari must have been watching. He know that April the 6th is my birthday. He tried to act like he didn't know it. So April the 6th is my birthday. The bus will be leaving at 6 a.m. sharp, right in front of Adam Clayton Powell Building at 163 West 125th Street, formerly known as 7th Avenue. All right. And members to get on the bus ride there and back, excuse me, it's $150, including admission. So y'all will be able to go in, and it's going to be like a 5-hour tour. So wear some comfortable shoes. Jabari is going to go deep. I got all rights to film. You hear that, Brother La? I got all rights to film, Brother La. So whoever's on that will be on this video, and y'all will be able to ask Jabari all the questions as we go through. So we're going to be going through the museum. That's going to be one y'all don't want to miss. Powerful. And if anybody go, make sure you let them know I'm here because Sarnetta.
Right.
Get my commission. I'm here because Sarnetta. All right. So yeah,
I'm really going to come because Washington is not that far from me.
I would like to meet Dulcinea, man. I hope she come, man.
Yeah, Dulcie in Texas.
Yeah, it's far, but I'll try to make it.
Yeah. All right. Thank y'all, my ladies. Thank you, my sisters. Appreciate y'all, my brother. Peace, brother.
Thank you so much for allowing us to ask you a few questions until the interview.
Okay.
Right, because I got some questions.
All right.
That's right.
Okay.
Thanks, Lynetta.
Nashay, how you say that?
Nisha.
Name up every time.
Nisha Joseph Dots.
Nisha.
And of course,
it is kind of pronounced like
Freedom. We out of here. Peace to y'all.
Be safe. Bye.
Salute, Lynetta. Peace.
Is it anybody want to come up? And anybody else want to come up?
Yeah.
And just it's Friday.
Dustin said she put it up top, but I could put it again down here.
What did you
I
guys
appreciate that, sisters.
Why don't you, while we're
y'all,
waiting for someone to come up, let them know what week we have coming up starting tomorrow.
Yes.
Good.
Oh, okay. Yes, thank you for reminding me. Yeah. So tomorrow we're supposed to have Asia that's supposed to come up. She was a part of something that was called the Kwatamani cult that had a lot of crossover. Well, I shouldn't say a lot of crossover, but that had some type of crossover with that whole Nature Boy. And I don't know if you guys are aware, but he was served his sentence today. He was found guilty. And we'll be serving, I don't know if it's 10 years, life. No, it's not life, but I think he's serving 10 years. Don't quote me on that. So she's going to be, I'm really excited for her to kick off the week that we're going to have because, she's a woman of a certain age. She's within our demographic, very articulate, very sharp. I think you guys are really going to enjoy that build tomorrow. And so she was a part of that. And she talks a lot about code deprogramming, just her experiences being in Belize at this time right now. So it's going to be a nice show. That's tomorrow at 9. Then on Wednesday, we have Master Fundi Fee coming up. Okay. I must tell you, she's definitely not a jack of all trades because her name is Master Fundi Fee, right? So black belt in the martial arts, as well as her experience just on polygamy and what that looks like, her kind of thing towards it, all the way to breaking down what's going on with that kind of carbonation cult. And then we have another sister coming up. I think she's for Saturday. I'm just trying to calendar that now. And she is going to be talking about Black polyandry, right? So it's woman and, more than one spouse. So that's going to be an interesting show, and that's going to be a weekend show. So we have a lot of, we have all women coming up, which is dope for the week. So it's going to be a nice build.
Yes, because we also have the sister Senna Moon, and she is a jack of all trades. She does so much. I cannot wait to get her on. She is the bomb, and I cannot wait to get her on. But we're gonna set the date on what I haven't talked to her yet on the date that she will be coming on, but she will be coming on here in the near future. Senna Moon, shout out to you, sister.
And explain a little bit about Senna Moon, what she does.
Okay. She does everything. And she also has 2 books that she is working on. One is Grandma's Secrets. And the reason why this book is so significantly important is because there's things about the elders that we want to catch now that will go down in history. Secrets on healing, secrets on cooking, how they kept the family together. Just things about the elders, the female elder, that we don't want to forget. Then she has Grandpa's wisdom, when there's stories about how the elders grew up and what they may have done with their grandparents. The books are important because these are things that you don't want to forget that your grandmother taught you and your experiences with your grandparents. So those books are very, very needed because you can always go back and say, okay, the different healing recipes that they had. So when she comes on, she's going to tell you about the books, but she does so much. She also makes incense, lotions. All these are things that she makes are all natural and healing, with healing. So many different type of remedies. She does readings. She does all kind of things that we kind of have forgotten about. And when she comes, she's going to explain so much of what she does. I can't wait. I can't wait. She's going to give you a reading, ain't she, Dulcinea?
Yes, I'm getting my first.
I can't wait. And I said, Dots, I can't wait because Dots makes lotions and all that and everything. So I said, this is a good conversation. Nisha's a vegan. And so it just all goes in with everything. And this is a conversation that I want everybody in the chat to come and listen to, because there's so much important information she has to give us. And especially on
Indian
the
part is saying, repeat her name. What's her name again? Indian.
Moon.
Cinnamon.
Cinnamon. It was great even talking to her. I think since we met, and this again is through Sinetta. Me and her talk on the phone every day. And I've learned so much from her. So I can't wait till everybody gets an opportunity to listen to her greatness and what she has to offer and the things that she has, learned from the elders, things that we have forgotten, how we grew up and everything. So,
you were going to say something.
Excuse me?
No, he was.
Yeah, peace. I just want to thank y'all, sis, for letting me on. You know what I mean? I enjoyed asking Phil the questions I asked him, because I definitely wanted to hit that flat earth, because I don't believe flat earth. You know what I mean? But I was glad he expounded on it and showed on it, and he answered a lot of questions.
You up on flat earth all the time. I don't understand. You just like getting beat up or something, Madon?
I don't know what's wrong with it.
No, because one thing about Phil Valentine, he have a different perspective than the average flat earther that you see out here. So, he teaches in a different way, but I still disagree with it nonetheless. But I enjoyed, the conversation, and I disagreed on the part about creation as well. But I didn't want to take up a lot of the brother's time. But I did want to ask certain things.
With that,
say what?
Why do you disagree that creation just is? Because you don't know how it happens. So creation just is, and it keeps creating and creating and creating and creating and creating. You and your mind think only as far as a human is thinking. You have no mental thought on how creation is. In your mind, you think there has to be a beginning, correct?
No.
Just like flat earth, what makes you believe that the earth is round? What proof do you have that when you see a boat going in the water, that your eyes will only allow you to go but so far? Because when you up in an airplane, everything looks flat. It doesn't look like you're going around. It looks like everything is flat and you're going straight. You ever been in an airplane?
Yeah, but science has proven why these things occur over and over. Even the flat earthers have done documentaries where they debunk their own theories. They debunk their own tests that they do. I mean, I only go off the information, right? So I'm not I don't believe the earth just began from nothing. That's why I asked the brother Phil. If man was and always has been, is there such thing as creation? Because he was talking about how it was this dome over the earth. So I'm like, okay, did this dome just form naturally? And then I said, was it caused by entities? And that's when he went into Genesis and was like, let us create man. And he spoke on entities. So that's why I wanted to elaborate more on that, because if there were entities, that means these entities created the dome. And that's what I was trying to get to see what he was saying. Or these entities created man in their image, in their likeness. But I wanted the brother to expound more on that. Maybe he can.
You created our likeness.
What I wanted to say,
the child was out in the likeness of me and you. I don't know why it has to be these entities. We are the entities.
No, that's what the brother said. I didn't say. I said. So when I asked him about,
he was saying with
no creation, right? Because I asked him. I said, okay, if man was and always has been, is there such thing as creation? And he was like, no, there's no such thing as creation. And I was like, well, if there's no such thing as creation, how was the dome put on the flat earth? And he went into, I guess he knew I believed in the scriptures, because he was like, doesn't it say, let us make man in our image and our likeness? And I was like, yeah, exactly. So are you telling me these entities created us? So if so, that means there was a creation. I just wanted to expound more, but because that's what it says.
No. I'm gonna just skip it because everybody reads that book in their own way. But I just know that let us make man in our own image is you and a female, or me and a male having a child in the image of us. I don't know what the complication is. People read the Bible in such a literal form that they don't see that it's just a symbol of us.
Because Dr. Phil agreed with the word that I use, entities. So when we talk about entities, but that's why I wanted to elaborate more, but I didn't want to take up a lot of time. Or are we saying these entities were flesh beings like me and you, or entities as in interdimensional beings or something to that effect? But but maybe when I get back on, I'll be able to ask him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wanted to say that, I just wanted to shout you out real quick, Madon, right? For the manner in which you carried yourself. Because even though you were in disagreement, you said that I didn't necessarily agree with some of the points, you still gave respect, right? So there's a way to have conversations, even when you disagree. And I just wanted to salute you for that.
I appreciate that, sis. No doubt, because that's what the scripture teaches. Let us reason together. Let us talk about it. So that's what I'm all about. I'm not here to overtalk the brother or brag about, try to boast of bad like I know more than the brother. I just want to see his perspective, because we all got different perspective based on our upbringings and the way we articulate or interpretate knowledge, wisdom, and understanding.
Facts.
Thank you, Barn Dog. We appreciate you becoming a member. Thank you to all the members in the chat. We definitely appreciate that.
Well, y'all sisters have a good night. It's been good, and I appreciate y'all letting me on.
You too, Madon. And I think you're always around, because something in you is tugging at you. I don't think you have all the beliefs that you say you are and stuff like that. I started out as a globalist too, so I think what's happening is the information is chipping away little by little. So I'm glad that you showed up and learned tonight.
No, that's not the case, sis. The thing of it is, because you got to remember, right? Check this out, right? That's why. The reason I'm gonna say that, I'm gonna tell you why I say that, right? Because even Sarnetta, when I asked questions, Sarnetta, he knew, because before YouTube came around, right? I think it was Sarnetta. The brother had a website. This was like 05, 06. I was living in Fort Worth, Texas at the time, right? And when you go on the website, you can watch all these snippets of videos of all these brothers that came about before YouTube existed and all this shit, right? And that's how I found out about Dale Jones, brother Dawood, this one brother called Big Man, A.A. Rashid. The list goes on. You know what I mean? How brothers were doing these interviews. So a lot of these talking points have been around for over 20-something years. And like when it comes to Dr. Phil, that's why I asked him about Brother Dawood, because through Sarnetta is how I got turned on to Brother Dawood. This was like 2005, before YouTube or all this, because different websites had videos on it. You know what I mean? And so a lot of this information is just being rehashed again. But it should be. Right, which is good, because it's being updated at the same time. So, which is for the better,
Yes, I agree with you 100%. But I'm just glad that I've had the opportunity to be amongst the greatest and to even hear them speak. And the ones that I was able to touch means a lot to me. Yes. Greatest actors, greatest singers, and the greatest heroes, which is the information bearers. So thank you, Madon Kemet.
No doubt, peace and blessings, and salute to all y'all sisters. Stay up and stay well.
Thank you. Now, if anybody else wants to come up and ask a question, that's fine. I think Dulcinea has the link on top, and I have dropped it several times. Okay.
Oh yes, but for what Brother Law was saying, I actually was very excited. Been trying to reach out to a whole bunch of different people as far as geneticists and the PhD. It kind of just went down the whole list of Black PhD geneticists, and I was emailing them, and one of them got back to me. She was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. This was in my junk mail. I'm just seeing this now." She invited me to an event, and then she was like, "We can talk about setting up an interview." So I'm hoping to have the interview set up for her to come on soon, and then Brother Lyle will talk about DNA at that point with her.
And then the doctor that you were speaking on that was on the panel earlier.
Dr. Deese. Hopefully we can get him on soon too. Yes, because he's doing.
We left before we get.
Talk to him. But yeah, and he has a channel. It's Dr. Deese. You guys definitely should check it out. It's really into stars, astronomy, and different things with time. It's very informative, but I do want to get him on as well because he's doing his own genetic research and DNA, so he can come up with discernment as far as the DNA profiles, which I think is very important for us. We know the profiles are real. We don't know exactly how they're summing up the profiles as being real, but we can become and gain understanding the more we do research into the DNA profiles. Well, we'll see, Brother La. When the doctor comes and we talk to her, we'll see how strong and wrong or wrong and strong I am.
Who said you was wrong about anything?
Well, he's still going in about the DNA being admissible in court, the ancestry and stuff like that. If it's admissible, and me saying that the ethnicity is not something that they can tell through DNA. But that's stuff that we'll have to talk to her about. That's why I want a real geneticist to come.
Like always got that little thing on like this. The little man that's like.
Oh yeah, I would love to get to Lee. I mean, I'm not around the corner, but I'm around the corner from Houston, Texas wise. So that would be awesome to get to Leak and even like a feature and like show his food because it looks so good on everybody follow him to Leak. I don't know, I'll get it up there. But he does soul food vegan in Houston and everyone talks about it. Like people that are not even vegan. They're like, this is one of the best spots in Houston. Everybody should go eat there. And yeah, the food is really good. And he's all about holistic healing and healing through food, which we definitely should have more conversations of that when it comes along. Especially Nisha's vegan too. So that'll be a great mix together. And I'm talking about that. I don't know. Meat still got
Niambi, I'm sorry, baby. Niambi, you gonna be in Washington? I'm coming. I want to see y'all. I'm coming. It's not that far from me. I just have to probably get a room to stay overnight because I don't like driving for a long time. So what you saying, Dulcie? I cut you. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying about vegan and everything and getting him on and hopefully, I mean, I took a shot in the dark, but hopefully pretty soon we have this we can get this celebrity on that I'm trying to work on getting her on and I'll just wait and once someone gets back to me and then we'll see about her. But she's a famous vegan, an influencer. She has kids shows now and it's just awesome. My son loves it, loves her show. And yeah, she'd be an awesome person to go talk to. And she going through menopause, Sister Freedom. So please talk about the menopause stuff too. The heat flashes. I'm ready for.
People start to get heat flashes sometime in their 30s.
Yeah, I know. I know.
I'm already there.
Oh my God, I remember.
You already there?
time, and
well, I can't say that I'm ready
what the
for.
heck is that?
But when I'm ready
In
not to have
the
kids
winter time,
anymore, I
your
want to.
body get this hot feeling all over you. Like, what is that?
Is it like being pregnant? Because I mean, we're hot pregnant. Is it like that kind of hot?
No, it's like from your. I don't know where it starts, but I know you just heat up. You
Yeah,
just heat up. Be like,
yeah. Like somebody you done been stuck in the oven for a minute.
right. It could be
Yeah,
cold outside,
yeah.
and if one hits you, you'll be like, I was just cold. Like, what happened?
My
Yeah,
mom used to always say that it felt like she would go to sleep and her sheets would be drenched in sweat. And I was like, dang.
I
Yeah,
had
man.
that happen to me one time.
Hey, what do I walk into?
Life,
Money
you
problems.
walk into life. That ain't even a problem. You walk straight into life.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes though,
Usually,
right?
when women walk talking about life, I'm walking
You don't
out the
have the
door.
red
You
problems
don't gotta
anymore,
leave
right?
anything.
Like, hey, I
Because
don't need to be privy
after
to
you
that
start getting
conversation.
heat flashes and stuff, you don't get periods anymore, right?
I
Or
don't want to go there with it. We just had a good bill. This is great.
well,
That's a
I was
whole
looking for
nother
Don't
show.
put Naya.
Whole nother
They
show.
are
We're gonna
food
leave it.
for. I
We're gonna
tell
leave
you.
it
right.
good.
I need education on this, so please take time.
Naya.
Wow.
And guess what? Dr. Phil Valentine will run that too. He's a very brilliant man.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah,
how'd you
Phil.
like the show, Anton?
I had to rewind it back. That's why I put it in chat. I had to rewind it back. I got there, man. I got so busy, I forgot. And then when I got there, Top Cat was on. They was dialoguing, and that was probably towards the end of that. So I pretty much missed. So I went and caught like the first 15 minutes just to see how he opened up. I like how he opened up. That's what I'm saying. That's a bad man right there.
That's a
That's a bad
bad
man.
man. He's a bad man. He
That's a bad,
is.
like, amongst all the other ones. I mean, all the giants that put that together, and I like the dialogue he had with Top Cats, because I try to say kind of the same things when I'm on Top Cats channel too as well. It's like, even though they didn't give the information the way it was, as Phil said, you in the lion's den with that, and you at that time they knew it wasn't going to happen in their lifetime, so they had to do something to make sure that the voice was being heard and it was coming from a different angle, from the angle that they grew up in, or that they were shown that basically it's a Kunta Kinte story and that's it, you know.
Yeah, and
So
it's
I,
different. Not
yeah,
even.
yeah, yeah. Phil is so strong and powerful. He ain't scared of nothing. That he's the only one I've ever seen that was able to stay cool and calm and have a conversation with Top Cat. Because Top Cat come forward, you know what I'm saying? He always
Yes.
coming forward. You know what I'm saying, with a straight jab. You know what I mean, and he pushing it, and he pushes his line about what he knows, and Phil did a good job. See, that's how elders should deal with youngsters. Deal with youngsters. You know what I'm saying? This is
But
how
you know
you
what the
handle it.
difference also
Is to
is that
stay in a
Chapo is
position of
just
power.
respect though to the elders.
Huh?
Which
So
Yeah, yeah,
always
and
respect
that's
him.
the difference,
yeah.
right?
He's
Like
always
it's a
he's always
humility
respect.
factor and not being in
He's
your super ego all the time. Like
Yes.
that
Right.
yeah,
yeah.
that's the
Because we
difference.
have an
But see,
example of that, even last stream, not to say any names or nothing like that, but
right,
when you're dealing with someone in their 70s to 90s, because that's where we've been, we've had Jane Elliott come who's in her 90s. We have all these people in their 70s and
Dr. Walter Williams. He's
yeah,
nice.
the 90s. There's an element of respect even if you don't agree. You don't
Right.
try to debate an elder like all this other stuff.
exactly.
Like, like
This guy's
no.
is
You
debating.
could be like, hey, I don't agree with this part because of this, and really have a dialogue with each other. But I thought that's what was great when James said it. Like, you call this a dialogue? A dialogue is us going back and forth.
Right.
It's just about a level of respect, especially of the
Level of respect.
elders. You're not going to change their opinion once they in their late 70s to 90s. But what you can do is get their thoughts of why they think the way that they do.
Right.
Exactly. And that's the key, because as you seen, like my question was, I asked him a question based off of his lane, not me coming over here trying to ask him a question about something else. I mean, if I had caught it from the beginning, I'd been able to have another question for him, but it was getting late. But that was the same thing with Judge Joe Brown. I asked him a question about something that he can relate to or something that he can comment on, not me trying to force another topic on him or anything else. But that's just being experienced and understanding who you're talking to, and at least, having some how you guys say, decorum or something like that. Yeah, having some things like that, because number one, like I always say, it's your show and it's your guest, and he's the guy in the seat or the gal in the seat, and that's all it is. I mean, the first thing you should be doing is coming up here and giving honors to a brother that or sister that made it that long. I mean, them cats is in their 70s. You know what I'm saying? We all hope to get there. You know what I'm saying? And then if you get something back, you get something back. You know what I mean? But I mean, Phil, I'm just saying, I could rate Phil in the in the
Top
in the
10.
group in the group of all the elders. Let's go for me, going all with everybody: John Henry Clark, Ben, Ivan Sir, so on and so forth.
Professor
Phil,
Smalls. We ain't gonna forget
Smalls, everybody. I mean, I can't just name all of them. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, through that whole group: Smalls, Jeffries, everybody.
Blair, all of them.
Rashidi, Delbert Blair, all these people.
John Henry Clark.
John Henry Clark. Phil Valentine is like the youngster of that group. Ashraf Kwesi.
Yes, I just talked to him on the phone. When I talked, I talked to him 2 days ago or something, and he's going.
That's my guy.
I think he was the middle of March. He said.
Yeah, that's my guy. I mean, if you probably check some YouTube's old Ashraf Kwesi, you probably see my group playing drums for him. We open up, we play djembe. Black Dot, all of them. You know what I'm saying, at the Cross Unity Center in LA. But yeah, he's kind of like the youngster. Phil is kind of like the youngster out of all the group, and he came just like he said. He said, I was talking to the people on the streets in the hood. I wanted to get them out, so I had to communicate with them. And he's the only one that did that in that sense, and that's why I gravitated to him more. So I will give him top 5 just on the fact of me being biased.
Oh, we should have a conversation about that, like the top 5 in different categories. That would be dope.
Yes.
Right?
Man, he's so versatile.
Who would be your top 5, Anton? Who would be your top 5?
My top 5?
And then Freedom, I'm going to ask you.
Yeah, my top 5 is not in any order: John Henry Clark, Phil Valentine, Ashraf Kwesi, Dr. Ben, and Runoko Rashidi.
Oh, wow.
So let me tell you about Dr. Runoko Rashidi. I have a story. So I remember this is when I first started out. I was, I think this is like my second year teaching high school, right? Here in the Bronx in New York City. And he was teaching at City College at this time. And he was doing trips to Egypt, right? And there was this program that the city was offering where it was like a scholarship, right? So that if you were a teacher or an administrator, whatever, and you wrote up a proposal, right, about how going on, you could pick anywhere in the world that you wanted to go, right? You and another colleague, how you would then bring that information back into your classroom and So I wrote the proposal up, but they didn't accept my proposal for me to go on with Dr. Runoko Rashidi. And he was really, really, really upset. He was really upset. You know what I'm saying? He was like, you know why? Because it just reminded me, he's a good brother. He's a real, real good brother. I haven't spoken to him in a very long time, but I remember.
And he's like that. Yeah,
yep.
And he's like that too. Like, he has no problem telling you what it is. Now, them trips he used to take, like Egypt, like everybody was doing Egypt. This is why that's why he's my top 5. He started going other places. I mean, he's been all over the country. You know what I'm saying? All over the earth. You know what I'm saying? He's been in the Amazon. He's been to Japan. He's been all over Asia, Europe, and he's found every single melanated kingdom entity, bones, statues, and he puts them all together. But the best thing about him is he puts his slides together and he puts it up on screen, and he's actually showing it to you. So you actually getting vivid. You watching a movie every time Runoko Rashidi is in the building.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I remember that.
Anthony Browder, we're not going to forget about him.
Yeah, so who will be your top five, Freedom? Who will be your top five?
Wait a minute. I'm trying to remember the ones I don't want to forget about. Dr. Anthony Browder, which I did get a chance to meet in person. I did get a chance to meet the great Dick Gregory. Not going to forget about him either. Kind of trying to keep my mind on all these people that I've met in my.
What do you think about? Well, I know because you always bring up Bobby Hemmett. Did you know Brother Steve Freeman L2 with Bobby Hemmett?
I love Bobby. He's one of my fives that I would pick. Yes, him, of course. Dr. Phil Valentine, Dr. Delbert Blair, only because Dr. Delbert Blair, like I will advise anybody to go see the video he did on The Black Woman is God. Awesome. Okay. Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark. I don't even know. I can't even get to five. There's so many of them that I want to name in my lifetime that I've come up and felt like I'm sitting at the feet of them. Khalid Muhammad. I mean, and to me, Dr. Ali Muhammad was one of the greatest ones that I learned from growing up too. Growing up in the conscious world, even though I'm older than him, but his information. I mean, it's been so many that I can say that my opportunities was great. They just was great. I've had Dr. Ali Muhammad to my home, Dr. Umar Johnson, even Inky, all of them. They was all here in Delaware with me, even Shaka Amos.
You got five, Freedom.
Oh, I know. I keep naming them, right? We can't get Dr. Sabi.
Any women that you could think of?
Frances Cress Wilson, Abundance Child.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you
go.
All
right, well, I got to bring her up there. Yeah, I got to drop somebody. Yeah, I got to drop somebody.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, and also answer this question on the screen that Rashad had for you, Sister Freedom. What about the night that Dr. Phil Valentine said resonated with you the most?
Well, I'm going to be honest and say everything. But of course, the psychological thing with the mind is always fascinating to me because I'm a person that is very analytical when I'm checking things out and reading people. And what he said about the woman, whether we want to agree with it or not, it is true. Because I've said many times, once we start wearing pants, we start thinking, we would start, our mental, our mind went from Big Mama to us thinking that we're on the same level as a man. Not saying that it was our fault, though. It was something that just happened, and we didn't realize it was happening. But like I said, along with that, and he agreed with me, came disrespect from the children to the mamas, to the fathers, to the elders, to your aunties. Now you don't care about cussing in front of them. Now you don't care about smoking cigarettes in front of them. A lot of disrespect came with this switch up. There was quite a few things that he said that resonated with me, and especially the part that we was already on these lands, because it was always my argument is why did they have to travel way over there when it was already dark people on these lands? Of course, I can understand the confusion because we were all melanated people. I mean, he said a lot that resonated with me, and I agree with him on the majority of the things that he said. And no disrespect to anybody that don't agree with it. They have their reasons why they don't. But I agree with him. You know, I know the difference between the big mama and the feminism era.
Wait, say that again. Say that again.
What
Say
is
it
it? Feminism era.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. You got it.
My grandmother
Feminism.
in the kitchen cooking, and all of us sitting around in the kitchen with her. Then the feminism era, with us thinking that we're on the same level, we have another choice. Things switched up. It's just not like that no more. And I agree with him. And really and truly, I'd rather it be even though some people think that things evolved in such a better way, I don't think so. I think that the old ways was the better ways. You know, but that's my opinion. We had a different form of respect. The men had it for us and we had it for them. And now it's nothing for a man to call us a bitch, and it's nothing for us to call him a bitch. And I am totally against it. Totally against how things have ended up.
Like I always say, you gotta go. You have to go to the root of the tree, and just heal that, right? Can't
Right.
just
They don't even see that that's what's
heal that
happening.
and pass right, and like for that to be passed down. But and that's why one of my early questions was just to clarify for the we, when you say like when we're talking so generally in terms of who are the we, right? Because there's different nations of people, right? Different and like you always like you say tribes, quote unquote, right? We are a tribe. We are a tribal people. That definitely denotes different customs, cultures, right? A lot of those tribes, clans were matrilineal. You know what I mean? That's just a fact. Things were passed down through the women. That doesn't make them better or less, more powerful or least. It just was. It just is.
Nobody has a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that. I'm talking about big mama versus feminine. Girl, I cannot get that word out because it's just a negative thing. I can't get the word out.
Feminism.
Feminism.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's just a difference. It's really a difference. Do you agree, Anton, or you don't? I mean, the men used to be outside at the barbecue grill, and mama was inside boiling the chicken to go on the grill with it all seasoned up. Now they just throw the chicken on the grill. Where they used to
Yeah,
boil, it just makes us so different. I don't know who's cooking what.
yeah. No, our house. I was born in a southern house.
Me too.
So
So I
my
don't know.
background. But like that's why I said when I came in and y'all was talking about what y'all feminine products or whatever, I was like, well, I'm going.
Oh, come on, don't bring that
I'm
back
going
up.
out. I'm
That's
going
sad.
out. No, that's the point I'm making is that the women, especially when we have our functions or whatever, or even in the day-to-day things, women did one things, we did the other things, and the conversations never really intertwined. And like I said, we get out there, we season the meat, we go out, we barbecue, we outside in the backyard, we have our functions, the women are inside, they talking and all that stuff. Yeah, exactly. And that's just how it is, and that's just pretty much how I raise my children. That's how I function. You know what I'm saying? I don't we don't and with my woman, we don't cross. We don't intersect. We run parallel. You stay in your lane, I stay in mine. And that's just
Balance,
how it's
right?
got to work. You know what I'm saying?
Balance.
If there's any intersection, then that's when it gets, that's when somebody telling you how to do your business, and vice
Right.
versa, and that don't work. So I
Right.
agree.
Right.
But then the thing you got to think about too, it's even happened on YouTube. It's even it's like the mind is so weak for some people that they have forgotten things. Even though I know what I meant when I was asking Sinetta the question, it's a shame he had to go into how negative things have ended up for him, and all that people have forgotten what he actually brought to us as a people. And that's what's happened throughout the world, that people have forgotten and they've turned disrespectful. And that's bad and it's sad at the same time.
Let me ask a question. Do you think that they forgot, or do you think that they don't
Said,
see the value anymore? You know what I mean?
Got
Because
all
it's
of
not.
those together. They don't
That's a
see,
good question.
not see
Yeah,
the.
you know what I mean, Antoine?
They've forgotten, and do they not see the value?
That's a good question.
They've forgotten. That's why it just like, damn. I just, this is
Because
what.
you know when how he was saying when he was giving the example of when he was giving the example of at times offering his help genuinely, right? Before the popularity or before the fame or before the exposure and him feeling as though, now he feels as though it's just so easy for someone to forget, right? Like as you were saying, or forgot what the value. So that's what I was asking. Is it that they do remember, or maybe they just don't see it? It's like, you know what? I don't need you anymore.
That's terrible because what they do.
It's just a question.
Look at what Dr. Phil Valentine brought tonight. And you think that we don't need, not you. I'm
Right.
talking in general, not you. Please
Right.
don't think we need this. The old information we need, the old healing we need, mentally and physically. People come in the house these days, they don't say nothing to each other. They just going about their business. I mean, whatever happened to, hey, baby, I missed you all day. I don't get it. Everything has changed. I mean, what happened to the comfortability in a relationship? It's just free fall everywhere. It's just, we need the old ways. We need the old remedies. We need the old talks, the old ways, the respect. We need it back. We just need it back. Every time you listen to something now, it's a bunch of cussing, and it's like you listen to information with a rap song behind it. No disrespect to rap, but a bad rap, not a good rap. Where it was like when Common and all of them was rapping. Now it's like you listen to information with a whole bunch of nasty cussing behind it and all that. Children can't even get the information because there's so much nastiness coming out of the mouths of the people that's giving the information that a kid can't even come on it and look at it and get the information.
I think
And you know
Aton
how we
was
always
gonna
say the one way
ask
to
a
restore that
question.
is by getting that family back together. Start at step 1, right? Take
There you
care of
go.
healing yours first before you start looking at step 2, trying to heal the community. No, focus on your genetics, your gene, your heirs, your literally like your bloodline. That's your kinfolk. That's where it starts. That's the root. And then they spread out. You see, you understand what I'm saying? And that's how you start to impact the community. And then you go to step 3 and it organically spreads out. But oftentimes, it's like I feel like the talking points become, we not doing this, we not doing that. Look at us as a whole. Well, that's the problem. You're going, you're skipping past your brother, your sister, your neighbor, your cousin, the person, your own loins, your son, your daughter, you understand? And then you expecting to heal this whole community of people that you don't even know. It starts with the root.
That means healing yourself. You the root.
Yeah, and what you birth and what you produce. That's why the trunk of a tree gets wider and wider, and eventually the branches start to bear. And off those branches comes the fruit that it bears. Right?
And nobody takes accountability for anything. God, today. Just say you're sorry and start over. God, I've never heard men, not all men, make sure I say that. That is so weak. And do silly stuff that little young high school girls do.
Well, y'all, hold on. No one can get in. Aton had a question, I think, for you, Sister Freedom.
Oh, I thought you. No, I thought you. I thought you was gonna say something, Dulcinea.
No. I was trying to get you to ask your question.
No. I didn't have a question. I wanted to add on to what they were talking
really,
about.
have you noticed the change in the men? Anton, not all. Please, no, I'm not talking about all men, but these crying babies and the doing stuff like high school girls.
Well, I could say this, no, and I could say this from empirical data because I had, I ran a basketball program since 2006, and a lot of the youngsters, parents are my age at that time.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about 2006. I was in my 30s, and you kind of you looking at the parents. If you guys just walk with me for a little bit on this, I'm gonna analyze this. It's interesting. You're a coach, and the parents are looking at you like you're superior, like you're like uncle. And then you got parents arguing. You got parents wanting to go to the club. They just dropping the kid off. You taking them out of state, and they just like have a good time. I'm like, say what? Have a good time. Okay, are you guys coming? Nah, we're not coming. I gotta work. He gotta work. So on and so forth. Da 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 da. I mean, y'all gonna come out for the weekend or something? Nah, we're not coming. I mean, it's the parents. You got children, like especially when I had the 10 and 12-year-olds, you got children sitting there crying. I mean, I had kids being snatched up and taken home because the parents is arguing about something else. I mean, had nothing to do with the game, had nothing to do with the time, and I'm looking at them like, are you serious? It's the parents. These youngsters, some of these parents are pretty much kind of repeating history of whatever they learned or whatever they went through. And when they have these children, they're having these children out of necessity. You know what I'm saying? They're really not paying attention, and they're pretty much just kind of passing them off. And a lot of the youngsters that was in my program, I made sure that they understood that this is not what we're not having. We wear the pants here. You young men, and you gonna be men, and this is what you're gonna have to do. This is gonna have to function. So I became like an uncle or an extended family member to make sure that these young men was being taken care of. And a lot of them to this day, they in their mid-20s, late 20s, 30s, they call me coach to this day. They call me, what's up? I mean, they still talk about the old basketball days and stuff like that. I said, y'all still not over that? They're like, nah, that's some of the best time we've ever had. Some of these youngsters and started their own nonprofits. A lot of them are doing things in the community. They're not in trouble. A lot of these people are doing things on a different scale. So honestly, I could say no, because my circle and how we get down, folks I deal with, the men I deal with, we don't deal with that. We don't deal with that. Anybody come around us, they're gonna get checked at the door. Even young men on the street, we got young homies and stuff like that, young people like that. They come sideways, they're gonna get checked right there at the door. But guess what? They're gonna sit down, they're gonna listen, because they already know they're dealing with reputables. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't like just somebody browbeating or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? You need something to eat, here, so on and so forth. So it's a small percentage, freedom. It's like that's on TV. That stuff is kind of on TV. But when you really go into the neighborhoods and certain areas, I can kind of vouch for that. These people are a small percentage. And there's a lot of young brothers like Top Cats, like Dane, that are out there really getting things done and really trying to make things better for their generation and moving forward. So that's what I could say. I mean, them guys right there, and there's other young men, you know what I'm saying, that's doing their thing, you know what I'm saying, and like OTK, he's up there. I don't know how old OTK is. I don't know if he's in my age range or anything, but you got brothers like that, like Darvish. You got older brothers that I know that they not letting no young men come around them and be sloppy. Those are the people that I know. We got a lot going on in these 50
It's
states. You know what I'm saying?
OTK.
We just gotta find them and come together. You know what I'm saying? As collective.
Nisha,
Well,
you still up?
Rashad said that he from Florida. He said, I never heard anybody call their grandmama Big Mama.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that. That's a different. It depends on the place. There's Nana, there's TT, there's different things depending on it. Not just Big Mama.
It's Medea.
What do you say, Nisha?
Nana, we called out.
Yes, keep it on. It's so many. It all means the same. It all means pots in the kitchen and to switch off the thorn tree. That's what
You
it
know,
means.
I've only seen my
Wait, hold on.
grandparents
Nisha
once.
was saying something,
Oh,
y'all.
sorry, Nisha. Sorry, Nisha. Boo.
I wasn't
Oh,
saying
hey,
anything.
Nisha.
You asked me, was I up? I was like, yeah, I'm still up.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
okay.
okay. Yeah, I only
mean,
see
Anton,
yeah,
I
I've
want
only
Anton. I wanted to
only
say
only seen my
before we look too
grandparents
far
once.
off from the compass, but the thing I just wanted to say, Anton, I want to
Mhm.
salute you. I really want to shout out the chat throughout the whole time and our supporters. You guys are really, really amazing. You know, to the brothers in the chat, those of you that's been with us, the one thing I want to say is that I really genuinely, from the bottom of my soul, really appreciate, and it always makes my heart smile, right? When you guys come in and you guys check disrespectful energy, like on our behalf. You get what I'm saying? Y'all not, I wouldn't say this so much as a quote unquote gatekeeper, but you guys have many of you, those of the brethren that's been with us and are our day one supporters. You guys always assert that kind of masculinity, right? When it comes to us, whenever we're holding space. And if you guys feel like there's a brother in the chat that's getting disrespectful or getting out of line or saying something untoward or that may shift out the conversation, you know what I'm saying? Y'all always check them, you know, expect OTK is good, really big on that. Anton, you guys know who y'all are. Carrie Baby in the chat, you know, I'm a lot of y'all. And that, to me personally, that always makes my heart smile because one thing, the essence of a woman, especially when she's in the company of masculine energy, she needs to feel safe, right? That's why my dad always used to raise us on that principle and diet of you don't hang around men that you don't respect. It can't lead to anything else but a problem. You get what I'm saying? And a woman who's in the presence of men that she don't respect, it never, ever, ever will lead to something good. And I really, really, really appreciate you guys. Brother La, I really, 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 genuinely from the bottom of my soul, appreciate that type of masculine energy that y'all bring. You know what I'm saying? Real talk.
Y'all keep it. Y'all got one of the best. I ain't even lying. I ain't fronting. Y'all got one of the best channels. The numbers don't show it, but you guys got one of the best channels. Why? Because you got heavyweights. You guys could call heavyweights and they will come on your channel. Come on now. Who's doing that outside of Sonetta?
But you know what?
Ain't nobody really doing that.
I've
Being
noticed
heavyweights like Joe Brown and Phil Valentine. Come on now.
And never shut it right. And we know they be in the clouds looking, never shut us out, never, but you know, we get it. And we always welcome you out. And we do mean that. All are welcome. All are welcome.
What I noticed, a lot of people be having all these numbers, you know. People have a lot of numbers, and then it'd be a little bit of people coming to their channels a lot of times. So I don't know what that's all about.
Bots.
I think it's great for us that we're growing organically because we can see a lot of people's numbers that we have the engagement, but we don't got their subscriber number. Their subscriber numbers is like up in the 10,000s and stuff, but their engagement isn't there. So I have to say I love that about the chat too, and everybody that we have, and all the women that we're growing, and all this other stuff. And we got to bring some stuff back because last time we had a lot of hated men when we were doing like different things, like the top 10 and trying to say who the attractive men were, but it was just a lot of men hating because we had some people I don't even know. Throw that whole list away. But now that more women, now that we have more women, I feel secure to bring that back. Don't you do it, girl? Because it was a wash. I was like, no, I'm done with this.
She was calling me on my phone saying, what is wrong?
Yes.
Who's saying about Mr. Potato Head? We ain't gonna say no names.
Right. Mr. Potato Head look better than Sanchez. Stop it.
No way possible.
Throw the list away. Set it on fire. Let it be warmth in these cold times.
But you know, I appreciate it. Rashad, you better leave me alone. I just seen who you are. Rashad, me and Rashad always go.
Yeah, but he's a great supporter too, and I appreciate that. How are we gonna make a women list, Brother Live?
How we gonna make the women list?
We ain't gonna do it. We're gonna leave that alone.
Yeah, we gonna make the men list, and then a man needs to make the woman list. Because I mean, if we make the women list, number 1 is Unscrambled Minds, number 2 is Unscrambled Minds, number 3 is Unscrambled Minds, number 4 is Unscrambled Minds.
Snapper fact.
Because we
y'all are working on King Simon.
That's how we feel.
King Simon calling out you.
But Brother Lot, that's why we also didn't go forward with it, because of course, we didn't want it to turn into anything super crazy or super disrespectful to anybody, because that's not the intent. It was really done in good fun. You know what I'm saying?
It was good fun.
It was done in good fun. Not to be hurtful.
And you made our top 5, Brother Law.
He made top 5. What is she mad about? He made top 5. Judy.
Bad Saint, shout out to you. He said, he's like, facts, don't forget about your day ones. No, we would never.
Lord, we conjured him up. Peace, Brother La. Salam.
We appreciate it, Bad Saint. Hi, Brother La. He always with the shaking the head emoji. Sister Freedom, he kept on shaking the head. He was coming for you, Freedom. Mm-hmm.
Peace and blessings to all y'all.
Brother La. How you doing?
Your top 5, Brother La.
Yes.
Wa alaikum salam. Rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
All day long.
Peace.
Peace, King. Peace.
So what you think about the show, Brother La?
To be honest with you, I watched a little bit of it and I fell asleep. I ain't gonna even lie. I fell asleep.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But what you did see, you must have liked.
I caught the tail end of it, to be honest with you. Once I came in from work, I got something to eat and went to sleep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what happens when you come home from work and you eat something. That little called niggeritis. Is that what they call it? Niggeritis. It slips in.
Niggeritis. I never heard it like that. What? That's what it was called originally?
Yeah, niggeritis. And then you get all warm and cold. Yeah. Next thing you know,
we call it the rosis.
Whoa! Sleeping. That sleep is the best sleep, knowing all them pounds gonna be on you because you just ate and went to sleep.
Rashad, I didn't know you were a Moor. You're a Moor, Rashad?
Oh no, he just
Moors like white women. So you're a Moor, Rashad?
What did he say, Brother Lion? Can we pick the white woman, my milk, a magnesia type?
The devil made it. He broke the mold.
See?
Oh, that's funny.
He got in his Moorish bag right there. He was straight up in his Moorish bag.
To each his own. I see what the brother.
No, he said when the devil, y'all not reading the last sentence. He said when the devil made a white woman, he broke the mold.
He still slept with a white woman before. That means
who said that?
Who said that? How
you get that? Rashad ain't going
Rashad, have you slept with a white woman?
You better
not let her. Do not
take it to the grave.
Rashad, just ignore. Don't even.
I can see it in his
face. Answer it.
Where's your shaking my head emoji?
The whole chat would be on them. What you say? Get out of here. Get out.
Like I said, to each his own. I mean, if the woman makes you happy.
Oh, come on, brother.
Come on, brother. Come on.
I'm being serious.
The top 5 to now, the top 8.
Let them have
what I'm saying to you, sisters, is this. If a man is dealing with a woman, whether she's Chinese, black, white, whatever she is, if that woman is making that man happy, by all means, enjoy life.
It ain't nothing like milk. It's nothing like chocolate. I don't care if it's white chocolate, milk chocolate, white meaning light, very, very rather light.
Candy.
Yes. Milk chocolate and dark chocolate. It ain't nothing like that. Just, I don't even want to go there. Okay. But it's not like, I'm going to use the word warmth. And that's what we are. That's all I'm going to say.
Being racist.
I'm not talking. Well, whatever. Whatever.
She can't be racist. You know what I mean? She can't. She doesn't have the power to be racist. Boop. Don't be coming for freedom.
Okay. Okay. All I'm saying is, that sulfur is the smell. You know, the worst part is when you go. No, I'm gonna just leave it alone.
Like, don't go down that rabbit hole, right?
Right. But I'm with Brother Law. Let everybody choose what they choose. Whatever.
Whatever's going to make them happy, by all means. Do what's going to make your heart happy and make your life happy.
Them big white women be making a lot of them brothers happy. She be taking out her card, the credit cards, the American Express, hugging on her from behind. Like, baby, I really wanted these Nikes.
Yes, it's like if I got to do with the smell, you know what I'm saying? I need a pair of sneakers.
I for the most part,
I can tell, Rashad. Don't be mad at me because I can tell.
I got to deal with this fur and say I'm used to hair, but this fur, if I got to deal with it, I need some sneakers.
The new 2K, all that, the PS5. We know the play.
I need so credit to get me a car.
Facts. The credit cards be on lock. She be using her credit card all the time.
You better be careful, Brother Law. Next thing you know, to be Brother Law said it's okay. So you just better be careful.
No, you know what's this? Because no, I'm not. Because I know people's going to. Why you laughing?
I'm just saying, be careful.
What? I'm not lying. Why you? You hear, right? You hear the wisdom.
I don't get it from Brother Law though. I don't see Brother Law being with a white girl before. I see Brother Law.
That's why I say no. Listen.
Only deals with blacks and Hispanics. Maybe I can sit with a Hispanic girl.
I got you, Dulcie. I
don't see the white girl on him like I see Rashad. I know you married,
That's the reason. That's why I said, and this is why I emphasize: if that woman makes that man happy, by all means, go ahead and live. Do what you do.
Right, but he gonna cheat on her with the sister, so he might as well just
like
stick
I said,
with. Brother Rashad came up. I know that's right, brother. Oh, he went back, but you know he
happened. Come back up. Click the link again.
It's not. Like I just can't. I did not mind you.
Is would you? I'm gonna sit you going there. Would you be attracted to a European girl?
No.
Oh, well, then why are you saying all that?
It's just for each. He said for each their own. If they are whatever, I can see Aton been with the Asian girl before.
Oh my God! Come on.
One of them Asian girls in Cali.
Stick with chocolate. If you need a little milk in your coffee, get a light skinned one.
Leave me alone, Dulcinea.
I can read it.
Hey, peace to everybody on the panel.
We should have did what Sa said and closed the stream and started another one.
I came up here to let Brother Law know I was just messing around in the chat. And Dulcinea, you stop messing with me. I got a black wife I've been married to for 16 years. You feel me?
So said that, and she brown. She not no.
Yeah, my bad for bringing up your past life.
I'm going back off.
But guess what? Though? I got a black wife and I got two beautiful black daughters. So that's the way I went with it. And I ain't just like Brother Law say, I ain't really knocking nobody, but it's hard. Now me personally, I respect everybody and what they choose, but it's hard for me, especially when you're in these conscious realms and communities and you talk black and then you go home and sleep white. Like, I hear you, my nigga, but I ain't really feeling you though. You feel me? Like I'm that guy. So you can talk one way, but you gotta live it for real. You can't talk black and then go home and sleep white. So yeah, I'm like that.
Pow.
So let me ask you ladies a question. What if you got a melanated man married to a melanated woman, but her hair is always blonde? What about that? Does that count as she being white? Because she sure is trying to look white.
I wouldn't say that.
What?
Okay, well, come on with the abbreviations.
I
then.
wouldn't
Come
make
on,
a
Doc.
general. I mean, because that's
This
like
is this is where we need to
that's
go
such a
with
general
these
statement,
sisters.
right? Because you can go. You can go.
Nah, it's
I
not general.
understand your point, like in terms of the mental. You make a very valid point. Absolutely, right.
I mean,
It's a reflection.
the mental is everything, though, Doc.
Right.
Right.
But on the other side, right, playing devil's advocate, and then on the other side, what would you say to the response being, well, no, it has nothing to do, it's not that deep. This is aesthetics. And the same way how when a white woman wear corn braids, for example, right? Or
Moving
if
the
I'm
goalposts.
just saying, I'm asking for a friend, okay? I'm just
Nah, she's really not moving the goalpost, though, brother.
Yeah,
Okay.
how would you respond to that?
White woman wearing locks, cornrows.
Two different things,
That's
brother.
cultural appropriation.
It's two different things.
That's what I was saying. It's kind of moving the goalposts, but I'll answer the question. What do I think about that? I
Playing
think she's
devil's
trying to catch.
advocate, yeah. Because what you're insinuating, hold on, your point, Anton, right? So what you're let me be clear. What you were trying to, I guess what you're trying to say is like if a melanated woman dye their hair blonde or wear blonde wigs, blonde weaves, right? Are they trying to be white? Was that your point? Or that they are trying to be white? Was that your point?
Yeah, I would say in the mentality, that's her approach. She's trying to be accepted by the white, quote unquote, white community.
So what do you think if a melanated woman relaxes and perm their hair, or if they wear wigs and the wigs are straight? They may not be blonde, but they're straight. Is that also the same thing?
No. I mean, straighten the hair out and all that stuff. We've been conking doing all that stuff way back. You know what I'm saying? That's an ancient thing that we've been doing. That's something different. I mean, women always come stylish, but the hair is black. You know what I'm saying? It's not being dyed or anything of that nature to something in this day and time that's resembling that other community. Now, a white woman wearing cornrows, I think she's just trying to catch her a melanated man.
What black man gonna want a white girl with some cornrows? Like what nigga want that?
Oh yeah, they
surprised, brother.
Hey,
Hold
look,
on
I'm
now.
in Cali, brother. I'm in Cali, brother. Look, I'm in Cali, brother. Yeah, it's cracking out here.
I mean, I figure about right now though. It's tight season, so I mean, get you the biggest, ugliest white girls you can right now. She up by 10 bands. So.
Y'all be nice. Y'all be nice.
My bad.
So you gotta realize some brothers want, as Sister Freedom would say, they're undone or the divine evils. They like them.
Use the undone word, okay?
You need to coin that. You need to trademark that, Freedom.
Because they're not done yet. They smell like they're undone. All that.
Be nice.
Okay.
So y'all don't feel like black women, I'm not gonna say they're associating themselves with being white, but y'all don't think it's a problem within itself that our black women wear other people's hair just in general? Y'all don't see that as a problem? Like we put out big
my wigs, and it ain't nobody else's but mine. It ain't like it's it's mine. I bought it. I mean,
yeah,
really.
I would.
White women, I don't know if white women wear, I don't know what they do, but it ain't trying to be like no white woman. And matter of fact, we invented in Egypt.
No, this is what I wasn't saying. That's what I was saying. I wasn't saying being like a white woman. I'm saying, is that a problem that we spend billions of dollars each year? Nobody spends money like we do for other people's hair. Like it ain't even close.
Well, how much you spend on a haircut?
No, I mean you can't compare what black men spend on the haircut for our own. Wait, let me finish. You can't compare what black men spend on the haircut for their own hair versus what y'all spend on hair to put on other people's hair on your hair. You can't compare that. You can't. There is no comparison in that, sister. You know that, right?
No, what I'm saying is it's none of your business because you're not a woman, and you shouldn't be about it
What?
unless you're paying
I
for it.
was asking a question. I don't know
And
why
I'm
you getting
giving
so
you an answer.
offended.
No, hold
I
on,
wasn't
Sister Freedom. Sister Freedom, what you mean that's none of our business? What do you
I'm a
mean by
black
that?
man.
I said unless you're paying for it. And guess what? At that given time, you got a choice to say, no, I'm not paying for it.
Let me ask somebody else, because it always get combative when me and Sister Freedom
Asking.
talk. Let
No,
me ask
I'm
somebody.
listening, brother. I'm listening to what you're saying. That's why I asked her, like, what do you mean by
Yeah,
that, sister?
appreciate that, brother Law, because I think me and we always get a kerfuffle every time me and
Yeah.
Sister Freedom talk. A kerfuffle. Yeah. Hey, so Sister Dice, how do
I
you
don't know what
feel?
I said that was
Yes,
so
go ahead. Repeat your question, Rashad.
Yeah, I just want to know like how you feel. Now I'm not saying y'all associating yourselves with being white or anything when you do get a wig, and niggas like wig when you can switch it up. We like that. But how do you feel that our sisters, our sisters, black women spend billions of dollars and it's not even close. No other woman in the world spends money like you all do for other people's hair. How do you feel about that? Is that an issue? Is that a thing?
Personally, no, because no, I think for some women, it's an aesthetics thing. I think that we like to, we like to look good, and how a woman wants to look good is her choice on how she wants to step out into the world. I don't see it as a problem. I don't. We're
Right.
fashionable. We've always been fashionable. We've always liked looking nice. Smelling good. We've always. I mean, that's just what
I don't necessarily see it as
for
a
some
problem
girls.
either. I'm just saying to the point when Sister Freedom said it's none of our business, it's very
I
much so our
did say
business.
that for the same reason that
Well,
Dots
let me
did.
finish though, sis. Let me finish. I'll give it back to you.
Okay.
I'm just saying when it is our business because y'all are black women and the
Fine.
counterpart to a
Damn.
black woman is a
We
black
back.
man. So when we say that we enjoy how y'all look in a more natural state, not saying when you can't switch it up or even go buy some other hair,
Some
but
men, some men. You
I
gotta be
mean,
each his
well,
own.
we can do a poll right here. We got me,
We
brother
don't need
law,
to
and
though. We
I
don't
mean, I'm
need
just saying
to. Not
we can
gonna
do it
make
in real time.
Sister
We can do it in
Freedom, why
real
you in
time.
attack mode, Sister Freedom?
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not.
so
Why every time I say, wait a minute, hold on, let me turn this on.
could
Why every time I say something, I gotta be on the tech wise because I'm not agreeing? All
No,
it's
the
is
brother, he
love
didn't get it.
to excuse me. Women love to enhance their beauty. It's just something about women. And the thing
we
is, you can't put nothing on a poll because you it's what you want. And that's what you should only be concerned about. Yeah, really. When I
but
say it's none of your business, it's for exactly what Dot said. Because for women, it is our choice to enhance our beauty the way we choose to. If you choose not to deal with that particular type of woman, guess what?
You have
Here's
that
truth.
choice.
Then don't.
that's not even speaking of what I was saying.
It
Like not
is though.
it's not. I'm telling you it's not. You can't tell me it is. I'm telling you it's not. Like so what this
Well, I
sister
just
Dot
gave
said.
you the answer.
Okay, yeah, but what Sister Dot said, whether I disagree or agree with her, I get the answer, and I really do agree with it. Black women, y'all got a whole different swag and a whole different steez than any other women on this planet. So y'all gonna always sauce it up different than any other women. I get it, but to the tune of $1 billion difference in every
Now,
other women, yeah,
don't spend
that's a billion. There's a
no.
$1 billion industry for that industry, and then we don't get to see your own natural hair. And we're saying that along with the wigs and the quick weaves or whatever that we do. Can I finish? Just real
Right
quick.
here.
I'll be done. I promise.
Before they
So
depart.
along with the quick weaves and the wigs and all the other things, the dyes, whatever, we do like it. We're not gonna act like we don't. But when we say we do like our natural hair too, that's where it does matter to us. You can't say it don't matter, mind your business. We black men, if y'all are black women, everything we say should matter. And that's all. That's all. So
Yeah,
it's not that I don't disagree with Sister Dawson what she said or nothing like that. I'm just giving my perspective as a black man. That's it.
that was real manipulative, but okay.
I don't know. I
Anyway,
was I, I
Brother,
was
brother
sincere. I was
Rashad,
sincere.
brother Rashad,
I was sincere in that. I was sincere in that. But
I
go
know
Rashad,
ahead.
brother Rashad, what I would say, and I mean it sincerely, brother, just leave it alone, man.
Oh yeah, for sure, bro. I learned that a long
Bingo.
time ago, bro. Yeah, I
Yeah,
learned
just
that a
leave it
long
alone.
time ago, bro.
Yeah,
I
just
learned
leave
that
it
a long
alone.
time. You're right. Yeah, for
Because
sure.
at the
I
end,
was about to say you wanted to take that poll. I was about to say my name is Bennett.
And I ain't in it.
Yeah, I mean, my bad, fellas. I ain't want to throw y'all in there with me, but you
Nah,
know,
I don't mind, but at the end of the day, our input don't matter to neither one of these four sisters on the panel or any woman that's in the chat, brother.
well, I wouldn't say that. We
It
can
No,
don't.
only say
no, it
we
matters,
can't say
but it don't matter. It
no.
matters, but it doesn't
Brother
matter.
Law,
You know what I'm
we can. No other sister said that, so we can only attribute that to Sister Freedom. No other sister said that, so we
saying? What?
can't do that.
That said the same exact thing I said in other words, but guess
No,
what?
she did. No, she
Guess
didn't.
hold up. I said it's none of your business for the same reasons because you stopped me from talking when I said it, but for the same reasons that Dot said what she said, I said that's why it's none of your business because women enhance their beauty the way that they want to. And wait a minute, here's another thing. Whatever you spend your money on, you don't want us to say nothing about it. Air be games, air be 1,000 pair of sneakers. You only can wear one pair. Or whatever you do to enhance yourself as a man. And when you say something about our haircuts and it's our hair or whatever, your haircut could cost $70. Your haircut nowadays are like $50 to $70, if not more.
Brother,
But
I
sis,
just told you, brother, leave it
I'm gonna leave it
alone. You
alone.
just
I am.
opened
I'm
up the
just in this.
Pandora's box
And
again.
that's how you wait a minute, and that's how you enhance yourself to look however you want to. And nobody's saying that because you could let your hair just grow and grow locks and all that too. What I'm saying to you is let's skip the subject because you
Yeah,
don't
leave it
deal with
alone,
that,
brother.
then you shouldn't. And you can't speak out of two sides of your face and say, because I like that type of woman too. Well, then what are we talking about here? The thing is we love to enhance our beauty. It's stuff out there for us to do it with. And guess what? We gonna do y'all your next if we didn't and we wore 6-inch heels, you would say, because I really don't like my woman wearing 6-inch heels. Or what it's always something.
I don't. You know
I
what?
don't want my woman wearing this. I don't want my woman doing this. Why can't you just do
It
this?
was
Why
all I
can't
was saying. I got the sister. I got the answer. I got the answer from Sister Dots, and it didn't. Out of every, I don't know two people that spoke was Sister Dots, and she didn't give me that. It wasn't none of your business. She just gave me how she felt. That's all,
and
and I took it.
I gave you, so you gotta accept
Bruh,
both.
brother,
I do. I
brother.
do accept.
Always
Hold
gotta
on, brother Law. It's all
me, and
good, bro. It's all
I
good.
know it. You always do, but it's okay because hell, it's you. I'm used to it. But what I'm
It's
just
all
saying,
good. It's all good,
that
sis. I'm just
your
telling.
answer was better than mine. You do that every time, every
I'm
show. The
no,
other
it's
person,
not. It's
I
not.
ain't gonna
I mean,
stop.
sometimes, and you know, like when you said I'm manipulative, sister, I came in all sincerity.
and you
Like,
did that last time with that too. That's manipulative right there. But
but
speaking on what a
if
woman
if
does,
if your spirit can't see the sincerity in my heart, speaking as a black man to
I
two
don't.
black women, if you don't see it, then that's something you got to take up with the creator, sis.
I
But
do.
sister Dots, she didn't give me what you gave me. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you do that with me all the time, and I'm gonna give you what I'm gonna give you. Just accept it. That's all I can say.
Accept it. Yeah, you
Accept
accept
it.
it.
I'm
It's all
accepting what
good.
you just said, and you gotta accept what I say. I'm sorry.
Hey, sister Dots, you still there?
Oh boy, leave it
I'm
alone.
here. Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Sister Dots, did you tell me it wasn't none of my business?
Oh, can we move this conversation along,
I
please?
just wanted to hear you say yeah.
Can we please?
Yeah, go
We
ahead.
both said, in all honesty, we both said the same thing. To be, it was a similar.
Oh,
She said it
I
how she
got
said
you.
it.
I
I
got
said
you.
it how I said it. Now
I
let's
got
just
you.
moving right along. Okay, y'all. Please and
I
thank
thought
you.
it was. I thought it was a good, healthy little
Anyway,
build.
how did you like the?
Um,
How did you like the
all
bill?
right, all right, all right, all right.
How did you like the bill tonight?
Huh?
How did you like the bill tonight with Dr. Valentine?
It was dope. He said a couple things that kind of had me like, because he was speaking to the indigenous part of who we saying we are, and then he was saying like we should go back to Africa too, and that was kind of I've never really heard that from the indigenous narrative. Like, let's
Oh,
go
he
back
said
to Eric.
because they took over America. Those undone people. That's why
I
he was
never,
saying you hear everything he was saying? Because I don't know how people
No,
selectively.
he did say that when not no, he's right. Rashad's right. He did say that. He
He
Yeah, I
did,
was trying.
but he also gave
he
reasons.
mentioned that when what was the other brother came on time, the I think when I forget the other brother's name. Pardon me. When
Yeah,
he came on and he was talking about returning, he felt like the solution would be to go purchase lands or whatever, relocate back to Africa. You know, now that I disagree with
he said
completely
two.
wholeheartedly. Yeah, but
I'm
yeah.
sorry, y'all. My door. Here I come, Papa.
Well, yeah, that's the thing that kind of got me. That kind of struck me. You know, I recognize that brother when he was asking that. When he said what he said, he said, and it disturbed me a little bit. He said, "We lost the war. We was defeated. We need to leave." My thing is this: you talking about let's
Yeah.
just say on the yeah that really messed me. I wanted to jump up on
Right.
there, but my thing is this: you're
Mhm.
talking about if we actually lost a war based on the people that on the land that lost the war. If we lost that war 200 years ago, why didn't they expel all of us at that time? I mean, see, but this is the thing. This is where people just like flapping their gums and really don't know what they're talking about. And you know, at that point in time, you know, I was just like, you know, this is one of the problems that we have. Now, this is just me speaking, and it's not an opinion. You know what I'm saying? This is me speaking. The bottom line is, if you're gonna sit there and you're gonna have these conversations about losing a war and need to leave and abandon what you've been all this time, regardless of the situation, that's a defeatist mentality. And that's a mentality that we need to keep far away from us. If people, and even if Phil believes that, then you know he kind of needs to look in the mirror a little bit because you know Phil has always been a fighter. He's always been somebody that has actually, uh, you know, you know, always challenged that, talked straight to people, and didn't matter what he said, you know, because he felt what he felt. Like I said, when I went back and I listened to him, he was saying all the great things, and he know that we are indigenous to this land. Yeah, there might be some Africans that came over here in the slave trade, but they don't outnumber us. And anybody, I challenge anybody, to show me the numbers on that. Now, that's a whole
Can I
nother
ask a
story.
question, bro?
Hold on, real quick. Let me land on this one. You know, my thing is that there's remedies, and that was Phil was talking about. Like, there's remedies. Like before he left off, he said that number on the back of your social and all that type of stuff. They know how to get it. We need to know how to get it. There's redemption in what we are to be and where we can get back to. And that redemption is right in front of us. Judge Joe Brown mentioned it yesterday. Phil, I mean, not yesterday, but Judge Joe Brown mentioned it the other day. Phil mentioned it today. That's what we need to be tapping into instead of packing our bags and getting up out of here. If we want to create relationships with these people and we want to create commerce with these people and trade, then that's another thing. Outside of just getting up and bouncing, man, I'm like, what is this guy talking about? Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I feel you on that. And that's what that was it kind of, I don't know, it kind of, sent me for a loop when I heard it. So that's why I brought that up. And so yesterday when the sisters had the brother what Judge Joe Brown and the other one of the indigenous brothers. I don't want to use the wrong term when I'm speaking about y'all
I
two
mean,
brothers.
it,
So
it, it, it don't matter. Tomato, tomato.
Indians, natives, whatever y'all call yourselves, y'all
Whatever.
still my
Yeah,
people. Y'all look like
I'm
me,
not into
whatever you
all
call
that.
yourself. Y'all still my
Yeah.
people. But brother was he was talking to me in the chat and he was saying he was well brother Judge Joe Brown said he said propagandaize, and that's actually a word. The brother said that's not even a word. And I'm like, bro, you need to, but why you disrespecting this older gentleman? You should probably just chill and listen. You can agree to disagree, but just listen. And he was like, I don't need to learn the pale man's English. But I'm like, nigga, you typing English right now. Like, so my question is, what was what, yeah. So what was the native uh tongue before the white man came and did his oppression thing? What was the native tongue, and what were the names of the natives? Because I know it wasn't the names we have now, right?
There be
So
stuff like this that just go underneath my skin. Oh, I'm not on me. Oh my God, excuse me, Shad. I'm just saying.
What happened, Freedom? What
He
happened?
asked. He said, "What was the natives' tongue?" We don't know because we're not Mexican or Puerto Rican or of that descent. Are you asking what was the Indians' tongue?
Yeah. Let me
I was
let
asking
me go
brother
ahead.
because
Let me
it's
go
like
ahead. I
when
know
we
how to
talk
address that.
we kind of have I was asking the brother so he could come. I'm sincere in my answers. I don't have an answer. It ain't like I'm asking the question to I'm really sincerely asking. So that's
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know why
I
she,
know. Yeah,
I don't know why she do that.
I can approach that because when you're dealing with the word native, right? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you guys got to stretch your mind a little bit. When you're dealing with the word native, you actually look up the definition. The definition deals with something you're foreign to the place where you originated.
Yes.
Now, a lot of people don't understand, and I mentioned it before. Like every 50 state is a country. Once you cross that line, you are foreign to that country. You are a native in that land. You are native to that land. Now the thing is like what Phil jumped off on off the rip in the beginning was just that. Like we are native to this foreign corporation. He said United States Inc. The bottom line, we are foreign to that United States Inc. on their federal territory that they cover. So we are native to that, but we're not native to this land. We are indigenous to this land. Indigenous meaning, or paleo meaning that we come before. We come before. So people are using these words in the wrong venue or in the wrong perspective when you're dealing with certain things. Now, these Native Americans that you're talking about, that's what they are, native.
No,
Yeah.
no, 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 no. That's why when I
They're
you know I
native. They're Native Americans because they're native to this land.
no,
They're not.
I wasn't talking about them. I was talking about, my people, the people who look like me who call themselves Indians and indigenous. What would
Yeah. I was gonna get to that because I can ask. Let me ask you one quick question. Be quick with it though. Where do you originate from?
my people originate between South Carolina, Georgia, Florida,
You're
like
in America.
yeah.
Right.
I mean,
Okay. Okay. So no, just be quick because we're gonna roll with it. We're gonna play some
yeah,
double
I
dutch.
was trying to get you to answer my quick question though.
Yeah,
Do
that's
you
why I
remember
had
my
to
question, bro?
ask. Yeah, the question was the question was, you talked about the native, Indian, indigenous, and all that stuff, right?
No, I was asking like, what did they? Because I was stating yesterday, the brother was telling me that he doesn't speak English. He doesn't need to speak English because that's not his native tongue. I was just want to know what was it that the indigenous black folks spoke before the oppressor came, and then what were like the names? That's all I was wanted to know. That was it.
Uh,
Right,
let
right.
Ontogynous History 101 came up. Go ahead. Can you answer that pretty quickly?
Peace, love,
Ontogynous
and
History.
prosperity.
Yeah, yeah.
There was
Peace,
multiple
brother.
names. Like since you're from the Carolinas, you had like the Uchi, the Uchi, which they call Geechee, and they came together and made the Gullah Geechee, which is the Wale or Wale, and the Uchi. Then you have the Akamak, you have Wakama, you have Puspatuk, you got Montauk, you got Shinnecock, you got Muskogee, you have Shatta, you got Atacapa. There's like tons of different tribes, tons of different languages, but all these languages are connected and they all are linked to Hebrew or Phoenician. This is the reason why a lot of people walk around saying they Phoenician because it all
Okay.
ties back to that. Like Algonquin, for instance. In the Algonquin language, you can also find in West Africa because the Mende people speak a language that's identical to Algonquin. It's identical, but
And that's the
Algonquin is
Well,
much
thing
what
older.
because the bottom, and that's the thing because the bottom line is people really think that this language is something that is something different than what we're speaking today.
Nope.
Languages is always they're always evolving. And when you're dealing with that, we kind of relate to the pale skin, thinking that they actually taught us a certain type of language that we, man, they couldn't even speak English. They couldn't speak nothing of what we were speaking when they came over here. I mean, there's plenty of documentaries, docudramas, or anything that even talks about that. They could not speak our language. They could not speak English. They
You
could
see
not
now,
speak.
but see now, brother. See, that's when it gets a little complicated and it gets into
Right.
somewhat a little bit of muddy water.
Yeah, you're
Because
right.
on the flip end of that, you could state that there's a lot of Hebrews out here that want to speak about Torah and speak about this, but can't read nor write Hebrew.
Oh, that's for you, Atansis.
You said they speak about it but can't read the Torah or like understand it.
No, meaning Yiddish. They can't speak Hebrew nor write Hebrew,
Well,
but
Yiddish
they
and
claim
Hebrew,
everything of the Torah. Yeah,
Yiddish and Phoenicians, that is totally different. Yiddish is almost like a
I know that,
gibberish.
brother. But what I'm
Okay.
saying to you is this: that being the case, on the flip side of it, once again, and I reiterate, you'll
They've
get a
been
lot of people
for hundreds of
that
years.
can't speak Hebrew.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's facts.
Yeah, but
True.
it's a lot of Muslims that can't speak Arabic. But I mean, I'm just saying that we've been over here for hundreds of years.
Sister Freedom.
Some of us been over here for thousands of years speaking. I just okay.
Sister Freedom,
Yeah,
Wallahi,
you got to
sis.
really listen to what she's saying with that.
What I'm going to say to you, sis, is this, and this is the conversation I have with numerous brothers. Numerous brothers.
But they
Whether you
chose
go to
some people who chose that as their religion. You know that though. Just like me chose Islam as ours. I can't
yes,
speak.
Wait, I just want Sister Freedom. I just want to say one thing because Urban Engine was saying something about Ania White. Ania Wea is not Algonquin. Ania Wea is Salagi. Salagi and Algonquin and all those languages. When you go and look at the phonetics, you will realize that they are related. All of these languages in America are related. All of our
Okay.
languages have been broken apart. That's all I wanted to tell him. They've just been
Mm-hmm.
broken apart, like Sister Freedom was basically explaining that. We've been displaced from a lot of our culture, so we don't know it. That's basically the problem.
When they say that stuff about they stole their language, their land, their name, that was over here on these lands that they did that. They didn't do that. I mean, they might have did it over in Africa, but everybody I know in Africa still got their names. Most of the people that I know in Africa still got those names that's hard to even pronounce. All my Nigerian family friends, all my Guinea family friends, all my friends in Africa that I deal with still have their names. But here over here on these lands, we Smith, Johnsons, Bensons. Well, my last name happened to be Quarles, but it's also Redden, which my family comes from the Pamunkey Indians in King William County, Virginia. But I'm still saying
How you spell your last name?
Quarles.
Oh yeah, I know some koalas out here in California.
Mm-hmm.
I know, and a lot of them is in California now. They ain't used to
Extremely
it,
famous name.
Hey, to
but
the brother who answered my question, you said something about the language being
but
similar to.
let me finish saying this, Rashad. I just don't want us to get displaced on where that actually took place at. We are led to believe that it was stolen from somewhere else, but in all reality, we are the ones over here who is carrying the slave masters' names. And we are the ones over here whose land was stolen from us. We are the ones who are displaced over here. All my friends in Africa say that they learned about the slave trade in their schools and books that who gave them? Okay, us over here. So what I'm saying is we need to step back for a minute and open our eyes and see what's really happening. That I just want to make sure our language is the one that was taken from us. It's why we are speaking this undone language. And this might even be a language that we owned, as far as I know, just like the brother was just saying, these are languages
Facts,
that put together. I'm just saying.
facts,
We just need to open our eyes and see what really is taking place. I mean, we don't want to, but it's a fact.
Thank you, Sister Freedom. We really don't want to. A lot of people don't, because
We don't. It's a
the
shame
fact
how we
the
fight. We
we,
fight
we
now.
exactly. Yep. We
and
like to fight
Rashad,
against each
the
other
thing
when
is,
the information is right in front. Oh, go ahead.
A
yeah,
lot of the religions you're converted to. You're converted
exactly.
to those religions, and those religions still coming from over there. It's like you still trying to find a place over there when you right here. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and Rashad, when we talk about languages, right? I mean, we got a lot of work to do because we're talking about something that I think nobody's really qualified. I'm not talking about people on the panel. I'm just talking in general. A lot of people are talking things they're not qualified to respond to because there's no linguistic people, there's no linguists here on the panel. There's no linguists around anywhere that's coming talking about anything. These are people hypothesizing and theorizing based on what was told by the opposition. Like Brother La. Brother La is a full Muslim. He can talk it, he can walk it. You know what I'm saying? Certain people, like he said, there's Hebrews that can't even speak the language, interpret it, or even make any type of sense out of it. I can a little bit. That's because I walked away from it and I'm on something else. But that's the first thing that you got to do. You got to understand the language. And if you can't understand the language, you can't teach it.
I get that. I get that. And for every, I guess, argument to your point, I'm sure there's an opposition to that. You know what I'm saying? R. Kelly couldn't read music, and he's R. Kelly. Ray Charles couldn't see it. You know what I'm saying? I played ball with a couple brothers who made it to the NFL, and they couldn't read playbooks. They couldn't read defenses, but they just had natural talent. So
Yeah,
I
like
get
me. I can write songs and I can sing, but I can't read
so
music.
so I get what you're saying, bro. But I was just to the brother who asked me my question. I don't know his name at the right bottom. He said something. I think it was the
Talking
Algonquin. Yeah, that was you, bro. To the Algonquin language, you saying it was similar to that or something? Something. So one of the tribes or somebody spoke in Africa. Is that what you said?
yeah, the
So
Mende,
what's
the
the quote?
Mende,
If the
Mende
Mende tribe.
people,
So if the Mende,
Sierra
if
Leone.
right, so if our Aboriginal or I'm sorry, Indigenous or Indian brothers here in America have no association with our the people in Africa, then how is that so?
No, it's not. We don't have. It's not that we don't have association. It's that we went to Africa. There's proof of us going to Africa. American Colonization Society. They talk about us going to Liberia and Sierra Leone, but we didn't just go there. We went there prior as well. 1500s, 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, and they give you a certain amount of numbers. But you got to realize, if we're going all throughout those years, those numbers are being swayed. And while we're leaving out, they're coming in. That's why our numbers are so small here and their numbers are so large here. It's simple.
For so yeah, I get you, bro. Like I'm from Florida, so I got a few uncles and aunts. They claim they even got a ranch and everything. They got land in Florida, in Central Florida, and they say they Indians, and I don't quite understand it because the rest of my family said we got off of those slave ships that came along the coast, of the Americas between South Carolina all the way down to Jacksonville, because that, like you said, that's where the Geechees were dropped, I guess, in between that point. So I'm trying to understand, even though I don't quite necessarily agree with everything. I'm just trying to attain all the information and process it, and get better understanding. So I
Well,
appreciate your answer.
you already
I
know.
just
Well,
want
where the
I
confusion, I just want to say one last thing. Where the confusion
go
lies is the information that people have. The people, like you said, your uncles, they probably have more information than your other family. Like some of my elders, they got genealogical books, but a lot of my younger family, they not around them. And even some of my older family that are not like the elders that are 70 and 80, they're not around them either. So They're believing in the narrative that they're being taught by the schools and the media and everything around them compared to the actual information that they have from their elders who they could be speaking
Right,
to.
right,
That's the
right.
problem.
I get that. And I think that the reason, like where I'm from, if you was ever, just a tad bit lighter, because most of the people I met is dark. We get my wife is real light skinned, my daughter's real light, but most of the people just real black. The sun is out here a lot. During the year, it's just out. And so anytime you see someone with some green eyes, maybe a little bit longer hair, we will always say, "Oh yeah, she had Indian in them." And I'm like, what? Where is that? It's usually my family or somebody saying something like that. But anytime we look back into the pictures of the history, I don't know the difference what you're calling an Indian versus myself. I mean, they just look like niggas to me, what you would call niggas. So when you say that's what I associate when people say Indian. We try to differentiate ourselves looking from what we, I guess homogeneously look like, if that makes sense. If you feel what I'm saying, bro.
I feel what
Can
you're
you
saying.
explain
And
that?
Okay, hold on, Sister
go ahead and
Queen.
let Sister Freedom. Yeah, let's just, oh,
Yes,
wait, your
if
brother Bob. My bad, my bad.
There's tribes called niggas.
that being the case, as I heard you say something, brother, you said something in regards for us traveling back and forth in the 15th and 16th century, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
That
Well,
being the case,
16th, 16th, 17th, and 18th century.
18th century. That being the case, brother, what what can you present as somewhat being proof with people from here traveling to Africa?
Hmm?
Yes, yes. People from here was traveling to Africa.
What proof can you show forth to me?
Liberia is one.
They
I'd
got
like that. I'd like that too. That's
books.
a good question
They
too, brother
got
Law.
books
Yeah, I'd
and
like that
tons of
too.
proof.
I'm
They got
asking.
books talking about
You saying books? Give me a reference, a title, or author, something.
Why? I mean, because
It's a good
we know
question
that we are people that travel.
because it's
Sister,
information. Since we
it's
got, I'm
information,
asking,
Sister Frida.
I'm asking to
Listen,
learn.
that's wow.
I'm asking to learn, like sincerely. I'm not trying to be combative. And brother Law asked a great question, so I would second that question. If you have any reference points, I'd love to look into them, bro. Like for real. Like it ain't always a combative thing or a pissing match. I don't know why Sister Freedom doing us like this. Crazy.
I'm sorry.
because I would want to give you the exact dates. I would have to go into my catalog and look at the book,
Yeah.
like the
But
exact
can you give us the book though?
date.
Like I read a lot.
All
Like
right.
so, you give me a book,
That's what I'm saying.
I'll
There's
look it up.
there's tons of books that got dates
Can
talking
you give
about
me one though?
15, 16, 17.
Just one? Just one book? One reference point?
If Christopher Columbus come over here with the Moors on the boat,
All
Can
right,
you give me
bro.
one
just saying.
book?
Well, Rashad, let's leave it alone, man. Let's move on, man.
I feel you, Law. I feel you. I mean, but listen, bro. I'm sincere with it. I ain't.
No,
You
I'm
feel
sincere with it too, but some things is just better left unsaid, man.
me?
I said bloodline to the gods is one. Y'all
Right.
happy?
And I think, I mean, a lot of times we're getting into beliefs as far as when we're like connecting this to Hebrews or Moors or all this other stuff. Now we're getting into people's belief systems. We're getting into religion, no different than the Quran or anything like that. When
That's
people
not
are
a
saying
belief
that they're
system,
Indian,
Dulcinea.
those are belief systems. When you're saying that
No,
people
It
sister,
are
should be.
Indian,
That should be
Dulcinea,
history, bro.
Dulcinea.
hold on, I was talking.
Go ahead,
So
sister.
you're
Go
gonna
ahead,
have to
sister.
wait till I'm done and then combat what I'm saying after I'm done.
All right, sister.
So
Go ahead.
when we're getting into belief systems aren't something that you can argue with someone. They're their beliefs. Like you just have to respect it and be like, okay, I respect your Muslim, I respect the Quran, I respect your Hebrew more, whatever. That's the belief part of it. Now, when you're going as far as where people are saying that they're Indian or anything, that's being passed down through their family. So a lot of it is personal. They can't just give you all this information about personally or anything. If you don't believe them, you don't have to believe them. It's their family. Who are you to their family to say, "Oh, well, I don't believe your grandma." They don't care if you don't believe their grandma. I guess it's just a thing as far as if you're trying to learn because you want to know about your family, the best person to turn then is to your family. If you're trying to learn just on the aspects of history or something like that, and it's just best to do the research of whatever the research owns you. But being like you're going to convince someone of their beliefs or that their family's not telling the truth, that's really highly unlikely.
And also, you were saying that went back and forth, wasn't it? That the Moors traveled with Christopher Columbus, and they were travelers on the sea, like on the treaties and stuff that showed that there was a lot of
And
trade and.
Rashad, there's a book in the back. Sorry, if you go to the private chat,
Was
someone left you a book in the private chat.
okay. Hey, sister, those name real quick. That statement you just made, were you saying that to in regards to the statement that was posted on the screen, like the bloodlines of the gods? Is that why you said that, or were you said my question to the brother? Is that why you were saying that?
No, Bloodlines of the Gods is a book you can get.
Like a religious type book?
No, it's not a religious book. It's gonna break down the history as far as if you wanted to know.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, I dig it. I was just trying to see why you said that because I'm
And
not.
then
It's
Well,
not
I
that I
was
don't.
saying because why I got into that is because, arguing about whether stuff is Hebrew or to be like,
Oh,
oh,
okay.
Indians or anything. That's why I was saying it. Now we're getting into belief systems, and belief systems can't be argued. I mean, you can sit there and argue them if you wanted to, but I would say that that's not the smartest way of dealing with your time.
I don't think it was, but I mean, at least from my point, I won't speak for Brother Law, but I was just trying to look for some historical facts. It's not whether I'm going to agree
I,
or disagree with you. If it's
brother,
stated in history and I can read it, that's all I was looking for.
brother
That's it.
Rashad, I'm gonna
there's
just simplify it. I'm gonna just simplify it this way, so nobody don't perceive me as being combative. The same way people would know or want to know how the slave trade existed. You made a statement on regards to people here traveling to Africa. You got to show forth proof on it. That's all I'm saying.
okay.
Have you ever
I got
you
one for you.
Liberia?
Alan Galay, The Indian Slave Trade, The Rise of the English Empire in the American South, 1670 to 1717. In
Hold on,
1638, after the Pequot
hold on
War,
for a second, because I'm gonna write this down.
six,
Hold on for a second.
It don't matter. They ain't gonna read it. You know that, right?
That's
It's in the
nice.
wait,
private
six,
chat
That,
as
that's
well.
that's
That's why I was
that's
saying
I
come up
1630.
read.
in the private chat for y'all.
I wear many hats in my life. Street nigga, real nigga. I mean, father, husband. But
Saying that.
throughout all of that, I've always read, sis. So black
You
men
did.
read.
Are you asking these questions? I'm confused.
What's the
Well,
most
if you don't know something, sis,
Because you be
you gotta
messing.
ask.
which
You gotta
okay, look,
ask. Cause
Rashad, look, the English sent many enslaved Pequots. It's in the back chat, but I'll just read it. The English sent many enslaved Pequots and Menachans to plantations in Barbados, Bermuda, Jamaica, and Providence Island, and also to the Azores, Spain, Tangier, and Madagascar. Who do we see there today? We don't see no Native Americans there, and they got real, like actual records of all of this stuff.
I've been to Bermuda, and the people that they would call not my indigenous family here in America, but there's definitely those that look like the people who call themselves Indians here in America. There are definitely people like
Oh,
those in Bermuda.
yeah, they got there. You wouldn't know when they got there.
Definitely there.
You ever heard of the galleon? You ever heard of the galleon wars, or not the galleon wars, the galleon slave trade, or like when the Spanish enslaved the Chinos, they brought them here.
Okay.
So they've been distributed all throughout the Americas. So a lot of people thinking that they're from here, but they're not from here, and that's why they're only in small number, like extremely small number compared to us.
You talking about King Philip, right?
No, King Philip, that's they didn't bring the chinos.
Oh, okay. Okay. So the Filipinos. So you talking about
Yeah,
before the
Filipino.
what we would call Filipinos? I mean, a lot of people don't know they've been here for a
But
long
but
time now.
but those Filipinos are Chinese people that were transported to the Philippines. They're not really Filipinos. Like
But
Filipinos are a whole different stock of people. They got our blood in them. Those Chinese people that they brought here, I don't even think those are the same people because they
they are
have
the same
different like
people. They are
no
the
like
same
for
people. The
instance
reason why you're kind of equating later history to earlier history. You know what I'm saying? Filipinos. The reason why they was called Filipinos is because of King Philip. I know Philip. Those are the Filipinos. Those are the people that was conquered by King Philip. People from Spain. That's what you're talking about. It's just your timeline. It might be a little off a little bit. It's just about identifying who you're talking about. But they've been. I mean, I'm in California. Trust me. These people been here for a long time. They've been here for about 500 years. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like Sacramento is really diverse. You know what I'm saying? Really, when you're dealing with Sacramento and talking about Northern Cali, you're talking about from the Bay all the way to Sac. You got it's a whole different gamut when you're dealing with Southern California when you get over that mountain. But over
And I've
here,
been here for years.
they've
I didn't
been
watch
in our
things.
communities. They've been in our communities since day one, and they rock with us. It's totally different. They're a lot more darker. They got a whole different aspect of how they deal with the essays. And
Well, yeah, when
it's you're talking
it
about
depends on
Filipinos, you're talking
like
about the Tongans, the
Cambodians, yeah,
Samoans,
the Cambodians and the
the
Thai and all them,
Vietnamese,
and
yeah,
the
the
Laos.
Vietnamese,
Yeah,
the
those people are all of
Laotians, yeah,
Negro stock. Those are all of Negro stock. They got our
mm-hmm,
blood. That's why they're
yeah,
different
no,
people than. And that's what I'm saying. They're a little different than them Chinese people that was brought here. Because the Chinese people that was brought here was slaves. They're like the Chinese people. Like for instance, basically what happened in history is everybody switched roles. It's simple as that. That's why I'm like with the timelines and all that. I know the timelines, but I don't get into it because I know a lot of this stuff is all made up. But I really dig into like science, for instance. There's no way that
right,
none of these little Chino people could even have been here before us because we came first. So as simple as that. That's what I try
yeah,
to
you're
tell
right.
people. Like
Like I said, but
we
they
got to
haven't
get
been here
away
for
from.
about 500 years. That 500 years you
Yeah,
talking
we
about, we've been enslaved for 500
somebody
years.
brought them. We
That's
brought
them. That's
them.
them.
Somebody brought them.
That's Yeah, that's them. They've been enslaved for 500 years. But
Like for
but
instance, how people are against the Moorish terms and all that. I'm not a Moor, but I know that it was Negroes that did a lot of what we see today. A lot of what we see today, and it's all being played out by the European or Albion man. He's the pawn. He not the real one doing none of this stuff.
you ever see the movie Invasion of the Body Snatchers?
Oh my God, I forgot
I
Antoine was
haven't.
on.
Yeah,
Yes, I
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was talking to my brother. Yeah, I got off. I mean, I was talking to my brother,
or
but
you was being quiet, something that somebody else should have been doing. But it's
yeah,
fine.
I was talking to my brother.
What?
Yeah. But yeah, but the Invasion of the Body Snatchers is kind of like the story
What
that
did
you
you
kind of
just?
see.
Yeah, come
Go
on,
ahead.
Sister Freedom. Come on, you gotta be this or whatever. Because we should have ended it like Sonetta said that we should have ended it. But since we're
Because
having this conversation,
I
let's
get
not ruin the Phil Valentine
What happened?
portion of everything and the good
that's
conversation.
what I was trying to say. I mean,
What happened?
I'm
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
but
But that's not
What
what you said.
what did I say?
what
Oh no,
happened?
I'm sleepy. I say anything.
All right,
I
then
don't
if
I
you
did
guys are
try
gonna
to
be in,
do
you
something. I
guys
know I
are
didn't do anything.
all
I
right. You
know.
guys are gonna be ending the show. I guess I'll speak to you guys later.
Brother Lau
Yes,
wasn't talking about today. You know
I
that.
Oh,
appreciate y'all having me, sisters. Y'all have a great weekend. I appreciate y'all having me.
peace, peace.
Me too, Rashad.
And
Me
to,
too.
and to the
Peace and
All
brothers,
love.
right,
man,
ladies.
appreciate
Love and
chopping it up with
prosperity.
you two, the fellas too, bro.
Just saying.
All right now.
Salute, brothers. Salute.
All right, peace.
Peace, love, and prosperity, lady. Thank you for having me on.
Yes, peace and love. Thank you for coming up.
You already know.
Well, all right, y'all. That's enough. Sister Freedom, she likes debating, so she had to bring the debate energy because we were sitting back and just listening to the whole other portion. But it was a great show that we had as far as it. And you guys have a good night. Peace, everybody. I think everybody else fell asleep. Dots, Nisha, y'all still there? All
Yes,
right.
ma'am. I'm still here. I'm still here. Wouldn't leave y'all hanging. But yes, great show. Another excellent banger. And I'm gonna say it again. Unscrambled minds. It's the only one that could bring in that good, pure alpha masculine energy, right? And sit back, let you guys build, let the brothers that was up here on this chat build. And I mean, it birthed something just amazing. This was a really, really, really great show. So thank you guys to our day ones, to our new members, to those of you maybe who are new, right? Understand we really appreciate y'all support, really and truly. And if you guys have a story or you have somebody that you think, should that story needs to be told or shared or, whatever the information, as you guys know, we always are always agreeable to that. So this was dope, dope, dope. Another banger show, Unscrambled Minds. Exclamation point. Okay. Like and share. And good night.
Good night, you guys. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Are you trying to talk to people? Because you're muted, Sister
Freedom.
Freedom. If you're trying to talk.
Well, I was trying to talk. I apologize. Y'all know I get like this when I get tired. They should have let me go on to sleep like I normally do. But now since y'all wanted me woke, this is where you get the resorts of what everybody else listening. I don't know what I said that was so wrong that Dulcinea said, what she said. Only thing that I'm saying is a very good show. I am so appreciative that the great Dr. Phil Valentine came and gave us a wonderful build, and hopefully he comes back again. I mean, later on, the show got a little weird, but not with Dr. Phil Valentine. I'm talking about afterwards. But other than that, and I want to thank Chief Top Cats as well, because I asked him to come on and ask Dr. Valentine some questions. I do appreciate that you actually did it, Chief Top Cats. Thank you very much. Let me think how I can hold y'all on here about thinking of some other things to say. Are y'all sleepy?
Peace, y'all.
I'm just saying, I don't know what everybody's. Nisha, Nene,
she fell asleep once y'all started arguing. She like,
I was arguing about Rashad takes me through this unnecessarily all the time. I want to see everybody in the chat in Washington on April 6th. That's me and you rolling up. So you come to my house the day before it, okay? Dots.
I'm here. I'm down for that. Absolutely.
You gonna try to come up?
Yeah. When is that?
And then it's April 6th, so it's on a weekend day.
Yeah. We'll talk. No. Of course, let's talk about it. We'll talk about that on a thing. No, absolutely.
We can try to go, girl.
Yes. You know we have a good time when we together.
Yes, honey. I just want to let y'all know, since you know,
don't start. You better not start.
Honey, that's be getting.
You better not start.
Down to the ground. I mean, like.
I know you gonna say something.
When I'm doing the what was
I, go ahead, say it again. What was I doing since you ratting me out?
That's what trying to tell me to do the booty dance. And she said, girl, you gotta look like you real confident when you do it. You gotta be real confident, and you just gotta make your face real serious. And I said, well, I'm getting a lesson today.
I gave a whole tutorial. A whole demonstration.
And I was all on the ground. I said, well, wait a minute, y'all. I can't get down like that.
Yes, ma'am.
We had a ball, though.
Yeah, we had a ball. So, yeah, for sure.
So, you know what I'm saying? It's Washington. This is, a couple hours ride. I don't know exactly where they're going in Washington, but we can make the attempt, Dustin, you going to try to come up? You going to try at least?
Well, I'll see about it.
Yeah, because it's in the future. Nisha
sleep.
Nene.
He's on. All right, y'all. I'm out. My
Okay, we can ready to leave, y'all. We know y'all don't want us to leave, but we're gonna go ahead on and leave until tomorrow. We will see y'all tomorrow. Okay, see y'all tomorrow. Y'all want me to think of
Peace
something
and
else?
love. Good night, you guys.
Good night. Good night. Like and share. Unscramble minds in the building.
Subscribe and subscribe and have other people subscribe. All right, thank y'all. Good night.
Okay.
I get early when I get
I'll 10,000 by, right? Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Good night, ladies. Good night.
Good night, sis.